Kayla. Oh, that's tough. Good morning.
You want us to wait?
That's that's not the answer we're looking for. Do we need to wait, or are we good to go?
Huh?
Everyone, this is Mary's rendition of that 500 miles in snapping.
All right.
All right, are we ready? Should we just start? I,
We'll wait.
That
Okay.
seems sarcastic.
Me too, Simon. So, fun fact, Angelica and I did not intentionally plan on matching.
Yeah.
I looked in my closet today and I said, I'm going to wear this outfit. And I said, Angelica's probably going to wear this outfit too.
Oh man.
So
Anyway.
you did kind of.
So, no, I didn't.
Yeah. Oh.
That was intentional. That's, no.
Okay.
We're live right now.
We're excited.
Hi, Mom.
We're live. Hi people from the internet. Actually.
You have to say it in the mic. They can't hear you.
Hi people on Facebook. Are we on Facebook? Hi mom. Actually, my mom. I'm gonna text her. It's 6 p.m. right now. Yeah. Anyway.
There
Okay.
will be clues at the end of this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Bring your notebooks and. So.
We should start.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, introduce. Okay. Let's start from the.
Woohoo.
It is also dramatic. I'm Mark. I am
Facts.
the cinematographer.
I'm Faustina Ortiz. I was born and raised in California. I am the co-director of You Gave Me Flowers.
I'm Angelica, and I'm a co-director of the same project.
Woo!
And
there you go. That was
Yeah.
what should we talk about, guys? All right.
Oh, it's Sunday.
Yeah, you guys. We made a trailer. If you guys want to see just a clip, a teaser. We have a teaser. That's what it is. A teaser. Yeah. Oh yay! No, it's actually really exciting. I haven't seen it.
You go watch it today.
Ready? Woohoo! I'm so excited.
They'll flock to the
perfect mate, but none are worthy. One bears the 10 projection. Stupid indeed. This species is known to be quite stubborn and refuses to listen to reason. And he strikes out. What's that?
Shut up.
You know, I really thought she was gonna say yes this time.
I really love her.
Mm-hmm.
Want these flowers? I'll see you later.
See you after school. So,
Was it intentionally like dressed up as a
I didn't even see that.
part.
Oh,
No.
sorry.
It was like, I did not think Minion was gonna be wearing that outfit. I thought Carter. So it's a Carter outfit. It's not a Minion outfit.
We did have a lot of the color schemes though, like it was intentional. The colors that she was wearing, we talked a lot about like yellows and like purple
Yeah.
for her.
That's one thing I'll say, like, for when you guys watch it, pay attention to yellow and purple, I guess. I'm not gonna be like, were you paying attention to Carter the whole time? But I did try to make specific choices with what she was wearing, how she did her hair throughout the film. Little things.
I love that. That was what is happening. No, that was one of my favorite parts of like the process was like looking at all the color schemes for each character and like having it like so distinct. Like every character like has a color that they wear, and I think it's so cool. I love that part of it.
Yeah. I remember when we were working on color schemes originally, like, I planned it out and it was like so cool, and then I would stand before class so symbolically and be like, oh my gosh, I'm so smart. And then as we moved along, we started looking at okay, what I was doing, how to play it out, talking with color schemes and talking to characters, and then talking to our other team leads, seeing what they had available for their characters. The only character display she made change is hers, but I really like. I guess every character kind of just has one color that they stick to, and then if that starts to change, we can kind of move the color scheme a little bit. Like, I guess a happy little accident almost, but also it's not an accident because we did spend a lot of time on it.
Do you guys want to talk about Randy and Mary? Do you guys want to tell us like how this story came to life? And because I don't know if you guys seen Follow the String, some of you have, or post production. Okay, either or. So Randy is the author of it, and Mary is the main character in it. So it was a huge success when I first saw it. I was like, oh my goodness, that's so cool. So do you guys want to tell us the story about behind the You Gave Me Flowers?
It is literally the thing that I on the screen for the planner. But Randy, you should go look at tropes if we did it. Talk about you gave me flowers. I said, sorry, is that okay? idea of flowers being so closely associated with feelings lines up well with that, and just the idea of like we almost have a disease in our culture right now where we think love is just about feelings, and so it like manifests in this fictional disease of flowers blooming in your lungs. So. Like maybe we could do that, she was saying. And so she pitched it as a senior project, and government did not greenlight it. And so it was kind of just sitting there, and I think we were just like, well, we don't know what's going to happen with this. And I was trying to think of different ideas for my acting practicum. So I had this idea of a drama where it's like a girl's talking to her dead brother or something. And I was like, I don't know what the plot is of that, so I'm not going to keep going down that. And then I had an idea for a comedy where the character breaks the fourth wall a lot. I was like, that's a little bit more plausible. And I think one night I was talking about how, man, I need to think of something for my acting practicum because this was like December and I needed to think of something. So, and Randy jokingly said, you gave me flowers. And I took it seriously. And it was a thing where, like, I think if it had been a senior project, I would not have ended up acting in it. So, like, I mean, that, like, Randy's like, oh, yeah, that would have been great. But I think, like, because it wasn't greenlit, I got the opportunity to play a character that I wouldn't have been able to touch otherwise. And she's pretty outside of my typecast, too. So I'm pretty grateful for, I guess, that it kind of just happened.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, at least for me, from a directing side, because I've worked with you before. I don't know if I've directed you before, but I've worked with you before. And yeah, like you said, like, it's unfortunate at the school because I do feel like a lot of people get typecast. Excuse me? A lot of people do get typecast, and I think we talked about it before that like, a lot of times you get like the depressed older aunt or something like that. I think you said at some point or something. So to like see you here like messing around and being like very sarcastic, that was a lot of fun. Is that me? Oh, it's me. Sorry. That was a lot of fun to watch you kind of do that and kind of be this silly, goofy character that I hadn't seen before. Like, I really hadn't seen you do that before, except maybe, like, for Follow the String. So that was a lot of fun for me to kind of watch. What about... So, obviously, that's how you guys got married. What about Sam and Maria? Like, what did you guys see? You were like, yes. Specifically Sam, because I'm very... Yeah, Randy, can you answer that?
I don't know. So, yeah, this seems like something Sam would do. Having not really known him very well before.
Now you know him better. What do you think?
I think it was. I remember when she was developing it as a senior project, I was unofficially, like, one of the people to help with casting, and I was going to also be, like, an acting coach on set. And I just remember Randy going, like, I really want Sam for Rowan, like, over and over, like, I think you came home one day and he like did something in class and she was like, Mary, he's Rowan. Like, okay, yeah, we can think about having Sam as Rowan. And then she was also thinking of casting Olivia like from the school, and I was like, well, if you're gonna cast Olivia from the school, Maria needs to be one of the candidates. Because like obviously Olivia's supposed to be very beautiful. You know, so it's like, of course we want a pretty actress, but it's more than just having, you know, a pretty actress. I want someone who's going to take Olivia out of a stereotype and make her an actual person, and I know Maria can do that. And so I was really on board for having Maria as Olivia.
She killed it. She did a great job.
Yeah, she was amazing. Yeah. And then I think when we decided, yeah, I'll do it for my acting practicum. I think because we already had Sam and Maria in mind, like it was just an easy in of just I'm just gonna ask them and see if they say yes, and they both did. So.
Randy, you want to talk a little bit about like the pre-production side of things as producer? How'd that go for you?
It was bad.
Oh, great.
I finished writing the script like a week before we shot, and that was great. It went through so many rewrites, and then locations were a nightmare because no one would give us a school to shoot at until about a week before we shot. St. Francis said yes, so props to them. And, it was just very stressful, and everything happened last minute. So don't be like me, guys. Yeah.
Thanks, Randy.
Awesome. Mark, Tina, because we were asked by Mary and Randy to just like hop on the project and be like, hey, I mean, Mark, you were there for the since you're but yeah, I forgot words. Anyway, so do you guys want to talk about our pre-production of You Gave Me Flowers and the whole process, creative process of it?
No, you go. You go first. I want to hear like what your thought process was when Mary and Randy first approached you, and then like how's that?
I mean, they came to me when they were pitching for the senior project, and so they sent me the script. I read it. I loved it. I wanted, definitely was very excited to be working on it. It was super fun script. Didn't get greenlit, and then it was just sitting there for months, like they said, and then all of a sudden it's back in the game, and it's being done, and there's a new script, and it was exciting because I got to reread it for the first time, and it was still great. So then, like Fossey and Angelica got brought on, and I mean, like,
He said, "Oh no."
no, like that's it. Yeah, co-directing, like working with co-directors is difficult because, like, as a cinematographer, you this guy, you're supposed like you have to try to bring like your vision into the story as well. So balancing that with two directors is a challenge, to say the least. But we did it. Pre-production was super fun. Like just going through shot listing everything.
And then re-shot listing
re-shot
everything.
because like there's like a miscommunication or something, and we had to like sort out everything. But I don't know, we got it done. I'm like, it was like a sprint. No, it was like a marathon within like a sprint time frame. So
For sure. Yeah, no, it was. Did you have a question, Mars? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. No, I was like super, super honored because I remember, I remember when senior projects were pitched. I know that there was a lot of hype around You Gave Me Flowers, and then I remember hearing that it didn't get greenlit, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? Randy deserves so much better." But then, like, I didn't like hear anything else about it, and then a few months after that, like, I just got like a text, and I don't remember if it was from Mary or from Randy, but like they're like, "Hey, do you want to direct Mary's acting practicum?" I was like, "Yes," and I didn't even read the script. Probably should have, but like honestly, just the chance and opportunity to work with Mary was enough for me, and I was like, "Yes, I will do it." And it's a good thing that the script was amazing and it was so good because if it had been if it had been like something that I was like, I morally can't direct this, I'd have been like, oh, I'm kind of just in it now. So read the script before you say yes to things. But I was so glad to do it, and I was so happy to do it. And then I remember I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll just do it. And then it just kept getting better because then they were like, like here's like the team, and I saw the crew, and the crew was stacked, and the crew was so much fun, and Mark is going to be our DP, and I was like, oh my goodness, it's going to be great. And then Sam was on it, and Maria, and then we had Jacob Woodward, and we had Alan, and it was amazing. It was so much fun. And I was like, oh, this is great. And then they're like, and you're going to co-direct with Angelica, and I was like, wait a minute. I said, no. Immediately, like, I was like, yes, this is going to be great. This is going to be so much fun. And like the opportunity to work with this woman, like both of these people in particular, like it was amazing. And like yeah, I wouldn't change it for the world. Like I feel like on set, like they both taught me so much, and like pushed me a lot, which was really good because if you want to get better, you have to go outside your comfort zone. Yeah, thank you. That was uncomfortable, and they pushed me out of my zone. Anyway, it's fine. Anyway, so it was really good. Yeah, Angelica, how about you? What was your experience?
I'm kidding. So it was the first project that I co-directed. It wasn't something that I was able to do before. So it was really interesting to like. Also, it was a script that I haven't written. It was just Randy gave it to us and like a baby, and she was like, "Just take care of it," and then we dropped it. I'm kidding. So. I'm just kidding, alright. So no, it was really, really interesting to bring something to life, into life, and from a totally different perspective than the writer, I think, because like you're putting your input into it, and like I was scared that we're just gonna mess it up. Because I was like, oh my goodness, Randy probably didn't have that in mind, like when she was writing it. But I hope, Randy, we kind of matched your idea of the story. Hopefully, that was my goal. And it's really interesting to be able to work with somebody else. I mean, Tina, it's like co-directed. It's like we would sit down and we were like, okay, what do you think about that? What do you think about this scene? What if we do this and that? And it's just so cool to be able to come up with ideas together, because two people are better than one, and sometimes you don't even realize how many two heads. Yeah, you don't realize how many great things you can do. Just by talking about the idea together. So yeah, that was really cool. Pre-production process was fun. It was really fun. I've learned a lot. It was one of the biggest projects that I have worked on so far. So yeah. Do you guys want to say like talk about the things that you've learned, big lessons?
Don't work with foot writers.
Are you sure it's not just that?
No, because I understand.
No,
Hold on.
he's a part of a problem.
No, it was hard for me, for sure, because Mark talked about like working with co-directors, and it's hard because both of us, like, we're trying to be on the same page. Sometimes we weren't, but that's when you have to communicate. That's like really, really important to communicate and don't take anything personally, because you work. It's hard because we're friends, and many times there are just disagreements, and you have to solve it as quickly as you can, because yeah, it's just hard.
We're all trying to make the best film possible. Just like everyone's vision is going to be different, just by virtue of everyone being different. So trying to like put in a blender, all the different ideas in a blender, and come out with something that resembles what was written somewhat closely, was a challenge for sure. I'm sure that we did that, and maybe even hopefully we're able to elevate it from what it was. Not saying that it was a bad script, man, become that. But like it's always like you never settle. You're always striving to surpass what previously was possible for you. So it's I don't know.
Yeah.
Like they said, working with more minds is like the old saying goes, many hands makes like
Yeah. I mean,
couldn't imagine what it would be like if we had fewer people. But it's still like a mammoth
Yeah, huge shout out to our crew and our cast because Alan and John Vasquez, wherever he is, because they were stellar. And yeah, could not have done that without any of you guys. It was amazing. Yeah, for sure.
Poor John, putting up with 2 directors and a DP.
Oh my gosh. Hey, I don't think well, that's a lie. I did talk to him. I think there were like multiple times where Angelica would be like, John, I need you to do this. And then Mark would be like, wait, don't do that. Do this. And I'd be like, John, what are you doing? He'd be like, I'm just trying to set up the diffusion. It was great.
Yeah.
Amazing.
It was. I felt so bad for Mark because like I love being behind camera. So, and it was so hard for me sometimes to take off my cinematographer hat, and just trust. Trust is a big thing on the film set, and if you don't have it, so sorry, because it's hard. Then it just gets hard for everyone. So mutual trust is really important.
I agree.
Yeah, cool.
On a lighter note, I want everyone to go around and say like their favorite thing that happened on set. Moment, someone said something, someone yelled at someone. Just what happened? Like
No yelling on set.
only the AD.
My favorite moments was when Elizabeth would yell at Tina and Angelica. Those were my favorite moments.
Wait, when did that happen?
Wait, when did she yell at us?
All the time.
My favorite moment was when we all went to the park to shoot the park scene, and we've got like 3 people setting up things and like doing their actual job, and the rest of us are climbing on the playground, like swinging on the monkey bar.
Yeah, that was great. At one point, I was like, we were trying to get the scene. It was a really intense, emotional scene, and I just like out of my peripheral, someone's swinging on the monkey bars, and I'm like, what is happening? This is emotional, and it's just Amaris, and he's just like upside down on the monkey bars. I was like, great. This is our film set, guys.
The old grandpa. Did you see the old grandpa? He just like he was hanging like I don't know. He was probably 70 or something, and he just like was hanging on the monkey. What is it called?
The monkey bars.
Yeah, monkey bars, like upside down and doing like pull-ups or I don't know. That was so weird. I was like, wow.
He had like he walked up like gangster style. Then he had those boots with like the hook on them. Put him on the bar and started doing like sit-ups upside down.
Yeah.
I did not see that.
That
It was
either.
a weird emotional state for that
Yeah.
scene, so I wasn't paying attention.
That was one of my favorite scenes, though. What about you, Mary?
I mean, it was all just a learning experience and realizing moments where, like, there was one scene where I realized that I was trying too hard to be, like, a good actor, and I had to, like, get over myself. So that was, like, and that was on the first day, and so it was like, oh, shoot, like, I'm off to a bad start. I mean, the entire experience was just incredible and so important, and I would like come off the set smiling every single day and like be totally exhausted, but like I don't know if any one moment like stands above the rest or anything. Though I do remember the last day like we were shooting at St. Francis and you came up to me, Tina, and you were like, we changed scene 11 and you pitched it, and it was like I like had this feeling of like I don't know how this is gonna go, but I want to try it. And I think just the first time we did that scene, it was like awkward, but in a natural way. It was like it made sense, and it just like I think Sam and I don't know about Sam, but it felt like we didn't know what we were doing, but the characters didn't know what they were doing either. So I just remember that moment, and I think it'll make the ending land a little bit like even more so than it would have otherwise. So yeah, that was just a really big moment for me of just doing the last scene in the film, and the significance that scene holds. And then hearing Jacob tell me his reaction later, because in case you don't know, unless Jacob Woodward is like the DP or the director, he said he doesn't read scripts because he likes to see it happen. He likes to see the story unfold in front of him on set. And so he was telling me like what his reaction was when we did that last scene, and I just started smiling because that's like exactly how I want people to react when they get to the end of the story.
pretty sure he was pulling focus. And then he was like, he looked over at me and I was like, the way like Jacob does this. Be nice. You slept in the evenings, right? That was good. Like you went home. That was a good part for you. No, come on.
Okay. No, I'm just trying to word. Anyway. No, like you plan out shots, and when you get them, like exactly how you plan them out, that's super nice. But when you plan out a shot, you can't do it, so you have to scrap it and create something completely different on the spot, and it works out, and it's better than what you had planned. That's amazing, and we got that a couple times in this film. So that was probably my favorite moment is some of those happy accident shots that just came out really, really nicely.
Nice.
Can you give me a scene, like specifically that you're thinking? Which scene did that happen in?
Scene 8.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah,
I know which one.
yeah. That's fun.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fun. Oh gosh. I spent a lot of time with Sam on the set. Those were always fun moments. It was fun. Like I would go up to him and I'd kind of talk to him and like see how he's doing with this character, and he'd be like, yeah, I think that's good. I'd be like, great, and then I'd walk behind the camera, be like, all right, action. Be like, wait, what am I doing? I'd be like, okay. So it was a lot of fun. I think watching. I think anytime that like you and Sam had any interaction, I was really rooting for you guys' characters. So anytime you guys were like on screen and like playing out a scene, like I would just be like, in the like just watching the monitor, just like smiling, because I think those are my favorite times, just like watching you guys act, because I think you guys play off of each other really, really well. And I just being able to like watch that story come to life and like from words on a page to like actually in front of me, like that was a lot of fun. Go.
My favorite moment is convincing everyone to have the popcorn machine in the movie. So
Just remember that.
Also, Eric's cameo is great.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Eric.
Look for Eric.
Yeah, he was. We had. I can't.
Look, oh yeah, crew in general, because a lot of the crew members have little cameos. So, and that just it made me so happy, because like before going into filming, I was like, how did the crew members get cameos? And then people would just like decide, yeah, I'm gonna sit over here. So, that made me really.
Yeah, at one point, the directors, we were in the scene, and like no one was going. Like we were like, okay, we're ready. It's gonna call action. It was great.
Yeah. Favorite moment? There are a few. One when Mary choked on flowers. That was really funny. She's like, I know, but it was just that she was trying to. Yeah, never mind. Anyway,
The test shots a lot. Like we were seeing like before we decided to get Sam on, for the test shots, I was the one putting flowers in my mouth, and we had to figure out how they would look like being coughed up and no.
yeah. Another one was yeah, 'cause like when we were co-directing, we split roles kinda, me and Tina. So she was focusing more on actors, 'cause I don't know, it comes easy like to you to just like, tell people what to do. No, she's a good director. And I was focusing mostly on visual look. I'm sorry, Mark. What do I want to say? Oh, okay. So I didn't know what's gonna happen in one of the scenes with Sam. Like I didn't expect anything, right? I real about it, like Tina calls action, and then comes Sam. I can't tell you guys what the scene is because I don't want to spoil it. It's just One of the best moments of Sam in the movie is just so funny. Like action, and Sam starts acting, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I could not stop laughing.
Did I not go over that was gonna happen with you?
Well, I didn't know what he's actually gonna
Oh,
do.
okay,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying? Like I don't think
I didn't know either. I told him roughly what our idea was, and like he kind of ran over. He's like, okay, this is kind of what I'm gonna do, and I was like, okay, and then, but I was like, I don't know how this is gonna play out. It was great. It was a great scene.
Yeah.
It's like one of my favorites.
Yeah. That's oh, actually,
Do y'all have any questions?
yeah.
Amaris, you had your hand up earlier.
I was just gonna make some joke.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I already made it. It was the one where Mark was like, "I was hard working with co-directors," and I said, "Oh, you mean just them?" Or I already made that joke.
Okay.
Who's the film major? Who's no?
Yeah.
Simon.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna ask, what was the toughest part about production?
It was just getting the script to them so they could actually start like shot listing and things like that. Because I was really behind. Like every week I'd be at Professor Simon's office, be like, "Is it good now? Can I give it to him?" He's like, "No, we should change this." So every week it went through another change.
Every day, till the end.
And like people kept giving you different opinions, and she reached a point where she was like, "That's it. I'm just listening to Professor Simon. I can't do this." But I'm happy with it. I'm not a good judge of when a script is good because I just focus on Carter, and I'm like, if Carter's doing cool stuff, I'm like, yeah, the script's great. And then like there were like other things where it's like, yeah, but that doesn't make sense. I'm like, I don't care. Carter's doing something cool. I remember like there was a moment where she was driving me to the airport, and she's like, I need this draft of the script ready for Professor Simon. So she's driving and telling me what to type, and I'm typing it out, and we're like calling people for advice and like making dumb jokes in the car. And I think that was when we did scene 7. Yeah. Which just wait.
Okay. How about production itself?
Technical difficulties
Yeah.
suck. We had some of those. It was the worst, but eventually we got through it. Yeah, we had to make some changes on the fly. We had to make some more changes on the fly, and then some more, and then a couple more, and then we were done the film. And then we had another shooting day because there were some more technical difficulties, but we got it done, and I think it's gonna look pretty good. So I'm happy about that.
I think visually it's gonna look amazing. I was so happy with everything that. Okay, it was. You know what? With that one scene that wasn't focused, that was good.
It'll be possible.
Stop.
It'll be possible.
Stop. It's good. I just want to see Dr. Connolly and Mrs. Connolly there. It's a great film. I don't know what that was. I tried so hard.
We talking about the show flowers and how that came to be. But how did the idea of like flowers growing in lawns came to be?
Watch the film.
Any original works that focus on it. There might be like one or two. But fun little facts, it's a Japanese word, hana, and it is derived from, I believe, hana, which is flower, and then haki, which is basically
So are we. That's okay. No, I understand, and I think Angelica and I, we had that mindset at a couple of times. It took a lot of communication with each other. I don't think I've ever talked to Angelica so much in my life. No, but it was in a good way. In a good way. Like her and I, like it was just like for like 4 days straight, we were just with each other, like on Mars. In a good way. I love Angelica. Are you kidding me? She's great. But yeah, no, I definitely, it was my first time co-directing anything. No, that's not true. No, no, but I mean, it's, if there's anything that I've kind of learned from this set was like, to tell people to shut up. No, that's the 80s job. If there's anything I learned is that like it's really good to push yourself outside of your comfort zone. I tend to be someone who likes to have a lot of the creative control, especially as a director. And I kind of had to give some of that to Angelica and Mark on the set, specifically Angelica. And it was difficult at times, because sometimes it wouldn't translate how I had seen it in my head, but every single time it translated better. And I would not have had that if they hadn't spoken up, or I hadn't had them on set and they hadn't like suggested things to me. And you know, I hadn't listened to them if I had been so kind of absorbed in doing my own thing and not really wanting to listen to anyone else's opinion or advice. It would have probably ended really badly. And what we have so far is amazing. It's really good. I'm really, really happy with what we created. Would you please? Oh my gosh. So yeah, and yeah, I don't know, Angelica, if you wanted to comment.
I mean, it was just really, really interesting. And I think if you have a chance as a director to co-direct something, especially when you're a JP, do it just so you learn. Okay. So yeah, I think it's all about communication and having open mind to what somebody else have to say and their ideas and everything. But yeah, I'm really surprised that we've been like hanging out every day. We're not sick of each other yet. No. Okay. Anyway, no, it's really fruitful. Like that was really fruitful experience for me. So, for sure, try it if you want to, or if you can. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. And we really appreciate it. Definitely, like, know that we use like every penny of everything that was donated. And it was well worth it too. Right. Indeed. Any other questions before before we wrap up?
4 days and
With a pickup day.
which was only a couple hours, few hours. We did it Friday through Monday,
Mhm.
and then the following Friday as well, Friday morning.
We're really excited for you guys to all watch the film. Hopefully, we're really pushing for it to be screened at senior screenings, so please come to that. And yeah, until then, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us. And doing this.
Also, if you're a film student, come to this. I mean, even if you're not a film student, but if you're a film student, come to the senior screening because you're gonna learn a lot by watching somebody else work. So yeah, it's gonna be Friday in August, last Friday, I think. Woo! All right. Thank you guys.
Oh, you're gonna. Are you gonna? Did you want me to just run that through the airplay? Yeah. Yeah. Just do that. Because sound is already running through here. Can you Facebook message it? Start at 10. So. Oh, he's sleeping. So he's like waiting. I told him we're having a hard start at 10:15. 10:10. Okay. There's no one here. That's fine. It's just more of a workshop. I'm gonna sit on it. It's fun. Okay. What is this? Okay. Do you have a webcam on? No, does yours not? I mean, it does, but it's like I don't want to be looking at me the whole time. Oh, I was gonna. This is why I was trying to plug in for this. I could also just say. Is there a way to get it on? How far is the resolution here? Is that cord? Yeah. You totally just. get started here in just a second. I need to talk to Andrew, and we're setting up a few things. Oh. Can you hear me now? Okay, 1 second. I just need to. Hello?
Oh, I don't. I was like.
Okay. Wow. What I was just saying a second ago is we're getting a couple of things set up. I'm working with Andrew. I think we're gonna get a second camera set up in just a minute. So
Hello.
we will be ready for you in just a moment.
All right, I'll hang tight. Just let me know.
Thank you.
Well, Adam can.
Andy.
I can
Yeah.
type.
Why don't we actually? Yeah. Why don't we use your
At
laptop?
limited time.
We'll set that up somewhere we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you Adam is whatever you want. I mean, maybe. Oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah, what time is Nava? 5? Is it at 6:30? No, but the schedule says. Oh, I need to finish producer. Yeah. If you guys want to, I'm gonna
Hey, I
start
think we can.
talking to you, but
I'm gonna patch.
hey, that's my phone.
I'm gonna patch audio from the mixer into here.
Whoa. That's
So then the mic audio will like you'll. Are you gonna talk to him? Who's gonna like?
That's like the audio for the laptop.
Who's gonna
More
moderate?
just like a workshop where you're just gonna show people.
He's gonna talk.
Yeah, and then
Can you introduce him anyway?
yeah.
Okay. So I'll give you one of the guys. Hold on. Hello. So you'll use this mic. Just keep it next to the computer. Just make sure it works.
And let people know that if they want to ask questions.
Yeah.
We good to go or?
Yeah, actually, are more people gonna come?
I mean, it's an early morning.
Okay. All right, then let's start it. So turn on your video. Go ahead.
Hello.
Oh wait, try again.
Oh, I'm muted. Well,
Hey, you don't need to be.
okay.
You're good.
Hi, Ben. Long time no see.
Oh wait, why can't I hear you?
I'm trying to audio working.
No. So big. There you go.
Okay, is it working now?
Yeah, tell me to go ahead.
Can you talk for a second?
Ask him, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
No? What the heck?
There's no audio coming out.
It was working just a second ago. Can you hear me right now? Okay, this is crazy. I don't know why I can't hear you. Oh, hello?
Oh, wait, that just
Oh,
worked.
we can hear Ben.
All right. Should I just keep talking?
Yes. Yes,
I'll
go ahead.
sing you all a song. No, you wouldn't want that. Nice.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Ben.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. You guys can see me all right? And hear me too, I presume?
Yes.
Thumbs up if we can hear me. Okay. Awesome. Well, hello everyone. Thank you for coming today. My little segment here is going to be about storyboarding and animation. And I'm kind of loosely calling it the art of preparation. So I'm gonna, the way I've kind of, I guess, imagined this is I'll share my screen, I'll go through a little deck that I've prepared, and I'll just kind of talk along the way, and then we can kind of save questions for the end, and we'll do a little Q&A to kind of go over anything I talked about, but anything goes. I'm going to be talking about storyboarding specifically as it relates to animation, but also more generally as a planning tool. So there's a lot of application, and I'm very interested in kind of like tailoring all the information to what you guys are looking to learn and what you need to know. So without further ado, I will share here. Oh, host disabled participant screen share. I think that's a default setting. There we go. All right, we are good to go. Can you see this little bit in the corner, or is that, I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, so we are gonna go to full screen mode. So here we go, the art of preparation, storyboarding and animation. That's a fancier title than it actually is. So a quick introduction for those of you who don't know me. I am a JP Catholic alumnus, class of 2015. I currently live in, I say Cincinnati because that's the closest sort of like point of reference for people, but it's actually Kentucky. I came here in 2018 for a job and have lived here ever since. It's been awesome. I grew up in Arizona, and it is much, much greener than in Arizona here. I'm a motion graphic designer. A handful of the classes at JP Catholic were kind of key in pushing me along on that path. I came to JP Catholic thinking that I wanted to be a director, and I'm sort of coming around to that in a more of a roundabout way. But Nick DiNapoli's designing for the screen class was the first where I really just latched on to the content of the class and the tools that he was teaching us, mostly Photoshop, After Effects, and Illustrator. I'm currently the animation and art director at Akimbo. We're kind of a remote studio headed by Nate Sjogren, who I know a number of you know, teaches the motion graphics class. He's up in Boise, Idaho. And we've got a team of like 5 or 6 of us and a handful of JP Catholic folks who help out from time to time. And we do all kinds of fun things. I actually have a website here. So we work with Rocket League, that's one of our major clients. And it really goes across the board with some like faith-based clients, some esports, and other just sort of like general advertisers, advertisements, explainers, all kinds of stuff. So this is going to kind of be the theme of the presentation today, is that it's all about preparation. So you guys may have heard this quote before: failing to prepare is preparing to fail. I'm always skeptical of historical attributions, so that's probably been, I don't know. But the wisdom of it holds, right? That the idea being that if you aren't acknowledging what you can know about a situation coming into it, then you sort of leave yourself open to the whims of the wind and whatever chance sort of is going to happen in that situation. And films and shorts and commercials, really any form of sequential media like that, requires that foresight, because if you're not starting with the end in mind, then you're not going to have the clarity to know whether or not you're on track, and you might end up someplace very far afield of where you want to go. So I'm going to take a quick look first at what storyboarding is. What sort of role does it play in the whole filmmaking process, and what kind of insights from that apply to everything we're about to talk about. So in general, this is not sort of like dictionary definition or anything. This is kind of my summation, is that storyboards and concept art kind of fall into the same category, are the very first visual instances of what has so far only been words and ideas. They are, in a sense, the moment you begin to define what the film is not. You introduce limiters that will channel the flow of the story like a nozzle. And so the biggest takeaway here is that when you're starting with a script, like it says here, it's words and ideas, you've got a concept, you have a vision, you are able to picture and imagine what you're talking about, but that is very different from when when the rubber actually hits the road, when you start to make something and when you start to capture whatever media it is going to be composing the final product. And so by saying, making any sort of declaration about what you're putting into a film, you're automatically excluding everything that is not that thing. So if it's set in London, it's not happening anywhere else. You might go there, but it's in London specifically. And so this is where you're really beginning to put meat on the bones, or actually this is probably the bones, where you're starting to assemble the bones of the soul, if we're gonna extend that to a bodily analogy. So here's a really impressive visual display. You can tell that this is what I do for my day job. So it's like with a hose, as the water comes out, the wider the nozzle is, the less the water pressure is going to be. But when you put a nozzle and when you narrow that flow so that the same amount of water is going through a narrower opening, that's when you really get speed. Or as I say here, Harry freaking Potter on the Nimbus 2000. Like you take it from being anything that it could be, this sort of blue sky concept, and you're putting a corral up around the horse so that it's like, as creatives, I found this to often be the case, that if you say, it can be anything you want, that is kryptonite, because what's to say it should be one thing over another thing? If you tell a horse, you can run in this whole prairie, and it's like, well, I might just sit down because, I don't know, is that part of the prairie any better than this part? But if you say, here's your corral, here's where you can play, it's like, great, I know where I can go because of where I know I can't. So another way that you can view the storyboard artist is as one of the architects of the film, and think about this sort of like in a building analogy. They help translate and or explore the vision of the director and create the blueprints for the builders. So again, coming back to that sort of like giving a visual instance to something that's an idea, it's like if someone is coming to build a home, they say to the builders, build me a house. And the builders say, okay, what kind of house do you want? They say, any house. No, that doesn't work. They say, I want it to be specific. I want it to have this many bedrooms, this many bathrooms. And so sometimes the person with the vision is able to articulate that, but oftentimes they're not. And so they enlist the help of something like an architect who says, okay, I understand your vision, and I speak the language that the builders speak. And so I can create sort of a plan that is able to meet those two in the middle and marry those two. So on a film production, a storyboard artist, and there's a number of roles that do this, so that's why I threw concept art in there earlier, is that they're one of those people who begin to translate the vision of the director for the builders, the people who are going to be doing the actual production in a language and in a way that they can understand. So here are a couple examples. Some of you may be familiar with Ridley Scott. He is famously very, very good at storyboards. And I think it's helpful when directors are the ones who are able to do their own storyboards because they are the ones who are seeing the vision in their mind. And so, as you can see here, Ridley Scott has a very clear direction for each of these shots. And as you can begin to see in each of them what the essential information is. And that's really one of the core uses of storyboards, is that you're creating like these vignettes of these associations of the information within the shot as a means of telling the story. And one of the best descriptions of cinematography that I've heard is that it's not just what is happening, but how you feel about what is happening. So the job of the cinematographer is to capture the sort of like exchange or whatever information is essential to that shot. Say it's a handshake, but then the way that the shot is composed, what angle, what lens, what the lighting is, and all of that determines how you feel about that. So if you are, if it's a handshake, for an example, if the camera is really up close on that handshake, that's saying something about the exchange, about the information that's happening. If it's really far away, that says something else. If it's low, you get a certain sense. If it's high, you get a different sense. If the lighting is moody, if the lighting is clear, those are all giving different emotional keys or inclinations for how the director, or how the audience is being directed to feel about that shot. So Ridley Scott, oh my gosh, I can't get enough of these words. I don't know how long they take. He went to school as a draftsman, and so he has this sort of like very fine technical knowledge that he's bringing to this, and he's able to actually give a lot of clarity, which can be really helpful for communicating that vision. Because one of the things that I'm going to try to stress kind of throughout this presentation is that it's a tool for communication. And so it's not just sort of like this nice thing that happens in the middle of the process. It's essential for getting from script to finished product, because it's the director saying, I see it like this. Like, this is kind of how I see it going on. And there's room for an exchange there. There's room for the crew to sort of like ask questions that say, when you say you want it to be moody, do you mean moody like sullen or moody like dramatic? And they can use their technical skills to accent whatever the director's vision is. Here's another great example is some of the pre-production work done for some Pixar films, The Incredibles and WALL-E, respectively. And in these, this is actually technically more of a color script than storyboards. It's accomplishing a lot of the same things, but again, what that's doing is through the use of color, it's adding that extra layer, not just of the information that's happening in each scene, but the tone, right? Like what are the movements that this film is going to go through, and how are we going to describe those movements using color and composition. So some of you might be thinking to yourself, but I'm not an artist. I can't draw. I only do stick people. And that is A-okay, because it's a low resolution image. I apologize. But this is Martin Scorsese, his storyboards for Taxi Driver. And these kind of look like junior high, like back of your math test, somebody who was maybe a little concerned about. And that's okay, because as the director, he is going to be able to take these and further articulate them to the crew. As someone who, his cinematographer is going to be able to look at these, have that relationship of trust and communication built up with Martin to know, like, okay, what we want here is a medium close-up shot. And it needs to have this character in the middle, and this is, whatever the essential, he's getting stabbed or something. I haven't actually seen Taxi Driver, but, that's the essential, it's fulfilling its purpose and its function as a communication tool, because he's able, and a lot of times you'll see like arrows drawn on these boards because to insinuate the action. So it's like, this is a pan, or this is tilt, or this character is coming in frame for this direction. So artistic skill, for Ridley Scott's work is definitely present. It definitely adds a lot. It's certainly not an essential ingredient in crafting productive storyboards. So that's kind of like storyboards in general, an overview. Now I work in animation and motion graphics, which is unique and kind of specific, and a lot of that still applies. So I'm going to walk you guys through real quick kind of how I use storyboards. And then I think we'll wrap it up right after that. So this is a project that I worked on a little while ago for Ascension Press. They have a product called the Great Adventure Bible. And they approached me because they wanted to create a social app. One of the challenges kind of at the beginning was that they wanted to be able to run this ad both on Instagram and Facebook, so it needed to be able to be 1920 by 1080 and also lookable format for Instagram. So we had the idea early on to basically just design everything in a square and then have these crops, which were basically going to be title safe, guides, knowing that all of the absolutely essential information had to happen in this center box, and that anything in these corner squares was going to be excluded in any of the cuts that we were going to do. So my process for going about creating storyboards, I'm a very visual person, and I actually very much prefer to start with pencil and paper. Sometimes we'll go into Photoshop and kind of mock that up there, but actually, Zoom to. Yeah. Oh, yeah, this is great. So I'll actually print out the script a lot of times, and what I'll do is I'll break it into sections, and so I'll use a highlighter on one end to kind of mark where we're moving from, this is a section where we're talking about a specific thing, and now we're moving into something else, and this is a new color here. And then I'll go through and I'll highlight kind of whatever the essential actions of each of the scenes are. Let's see if there's an example here. So let's see, property maintenance is a hassle. So this is for an ad where it's talking about an app that's going to basically alleviate that pain. So that's the thesis. So I underlined that, circled it, and as I'm doing that, whenever I'm making marks in a script like that, I'm trying to remember that like these are the points that all of the verbiage in between is trying to tie together. So these are the things that the visuals should hinge on. From there, I'll usually go to a bunch of these printed out, and these are really hard to see, but I'll actually like pencil out ideas for different frames. From there, I'll usually take that into Photoshop. I might add a little bit of color, but I'll definitely want to assemble that in a way where I can then, like we're talking about this being a communication tool, communicate that back to the client to say, here is a visual representation of what you sent. Is that what you imagined? Is that not what you imagined? And from there, we can start to have a conversation because, like, I'm sure you've all experienced the sort of like blank page syndrome or effect or whatever, when it's like you're trying to start a creative project, and before you started anything, like before you've made a mark on the paper, is the most intimidating because like as soon as you start to make that mark, like with defining what it's not, you've now made a mark that can't be retracted. I mean, you probably could retract it, but it's when you begin to define what it is, and you're beginning to make those decisions about what it's not. And so the moving from scripts to visuals, it's really, really helpful, even a garbage draft, to just have something visual to latch onto so that you can begin to understand if things are working and why they're working, and if things aren't working and why they're not. Because it's much more useful to know if something's not working, why it's not working, to give you greater clarity on finding solutions that do work. So here's kind of like a couple steps in. I more than likely did pencil versions of these storyboards. I don't actually remember, this was I think a couple of years ago. And so this is basically a visual progression of where the shapes that I wanted to use to tell the story, the colors that I wanted to use, and basically a visual summary of the script. And the color choices that I made here kind of reinforce different parts of the script and different parts of the prompt. So for instance, this whole first scene is black and white with these kind of hits of color. The idea being that this is kind of life before the Great Adventure Bible. The script went something like, have you ever tried reading the Bible but you always get stuck on Leviticus? And it's like, it's confusing because there's all kinds of symbols or not symbols, but like verbiage that you don't understand, and it all just feels like it's lost on you. Well, don't worry, the Great Adventure Bible gets here to make that better. So problem, solution, hero, goal, obstacle, all that kind of stuff. So in this initial section, the black and white is there to sort of be the desaturation, the way that it's not clicking until you introduce the Great Adventure Bible, and then everything becomes this kind of spectrum rainbow of color. So you get all these cards coming in, and they make up this part of the logo. This was kind of central to the project because it's a color-coded timeline, and so it's kind of foundational to like their product and how they built it. But then you move into this, more colorful, where you're pulling out these colors from the different sections, and it's all over this background where you feel like you're learning a lot. It's kind of scripture opened up and alive, and then you end into this very blue section where everything is feeling cohesive and satisfying and peaceful and calm. And then kind of land on the shot of the Bible. So I sent this to them, and then they had feedback, and then we amended it for a second round. And these were even closer to what the final version is. And I forget what some of the specific. Oh, I think it was that this was going to be playing. Assume that people weren't going to have sound on, and so we needed to have more text on the screen. So that was one of the things we did here was adding more text. But you can see how seeing it the first time gives the client the thought that, oh, we need to be able to see the text in this, but they may not have been able to articulate that before. So that's very useful, like I was saying, for communication. So that's kind of, these are actually very, very close to the final product. I'm surprised, because they don't Next week, then after that, this is actually an ongoing project that we work on at Kimbo. And this is kind of the one that I'm in charge of. This is for a product called, or a movement, I guess, called Real and True, and it's essentially doing what the Bible Project does for the Bible, but for the Catechism of the Catholic Church. So it's making animated videos that help break open this content that is often inaccessible or seen as kind of like a dusty textbook, and making it relevant to people's lives in a digital format that's very familiar to people, where you can get a lot of eyes in front of it. So very colorful. There's very much a style for how this goes, and you go through all kinds of different sort of biblical imagery, very strong color palettes. We've got characters, we've got quotes, we've got it all, people. So the storyboarding for that particular video looks like this. This was the process that I started introducing us to just a couple months ago. So we're actually still in the process of finding this. But typically with client, they'll ask for keyframes, which is basically kind of what I showed you in the script here, going through and pulling out maybe 5 or 6 of the crucial moments, right? It's like these are the pillars that are kind of depicting these different movements, and we're going to build everything on top of that. They want to see, fully built out design frames of what those moments are going to be, so that they can give input. It's like, is everything theologically accurate? Is everything looking visually like we're hoping it will? And then they ask for storyboards after that. And sometimes that's like, they just want to see more keyframes, basically, to kind of help fill in some of those gaps that maybe weren't covered by those first pillars. But to me, this is the most helpful thing to do. And this is actually a really crucial tool moving between the client, the designer, and the animator. Because with the storyboards, the designer is able to fill in, even at a low resolution with just a pencil sketch, what happens in between 2 important moments. Because being in sort of like design mode and then in animation mode are 2 different mindsets. And so it's very difficult as an animator to encounter a section that hasn't been designed as you're kind of animating through, because then you need to switch from having to think about like motion and momentum and color accuracy and fidelity to storyboards to sort of like, now it's in a creative mindset of concepting and coming up with ideas that are capturing the words, and it's such an art flip that usually the solutions that you're coming up with in that mindset are not cohesive with the rest of the video. So I find these particularly helpful for getting as much clarity for as many moments of the film as possible, to make it easier to make judgment calls in animation. So these, I mean, they're pretty similar, I think, across the board. And one of the things here that I'll point out as well is like, this is a video that's going to be talking about the 4 marks of the church, that it's one holy Catholic and stuff. And so I knew from the beginning that we wanted to use color to break that down. So the section here about the church, oneness is blue, its holiness is red, its Catholicity is yellow, and then its apostolic nature is purple. And so those are all colors from the client's color palette for the series, and they all come together in these final frames, each kind of being represented as bringing together the totality of the video. And that's something that, when we're talking about preparation, that I'm able to plot out from a pre-production standpoint before we move into production, because sometimes those things aren't immediately obvious, where you can sort of get to the end of the video, and as you're looking back at the end, you can say, oh man, what would be really great is if these were kind of unified by the different colors, and there were different colors for the different chapters or anything. And that can be a difficult or costly thing to fix looking back, because you're also redoing work that you've already done. So starting with as clear a vision as you can, moving forward, is very helpful for bringing your intentionality, your gifts, your design thinking, and your creativity to the script, and giving it the best chance of succeeding. So sometimes, like this is a keyframe that I designed for one of the videos, and this is the final frame of the video. And that's very close. Sometimes they really are 1-for-1, because the keyframe captured it all, and there wasn't really any reason to change it. Some of the changes here were like these yellow rings were substituted with this extra because this was a pre-existing asset that it was really easy for the artist to just kind of drag in. But sometimes it actually changes a lot, where this is a frame I designed where these characters sort of like touching this huge glowing field, but that wasn't consistent with the way that we had been depicting the Holy Spirit previously in the video, so we opted, the animator actually opted to substitute it with this representation of the Holy Spirit. So it's like moments like that where the storyboards are used as a guide rather than as an absolute is kind of essential for understanding their practicality. Because as Dwight Eisenhower said, plans are useless, but planning is indispensable. And what he meant that as a military commander. So it's like you could survey the field and you could come up with the best plan of attack, but the second that your boots hit the ground, something doesn't go according to plan. Something comes out of left field and throws off, and it makes irrelevant all of the planning that you've done. But in having made a plan, you now understand the lay of the landscape and are able to adapt accordingly. And that's exactly where storyboarding shines. Because words are not absolute. They should be respected in as much as they adhere to the director's vision and should be deviated from when they don't. They're the first idea, but there are always happy accidents, improvements, or compromises found during production, because you're always paying attention to that, right? It's like when you're with the handshake. If you wanted the handshake to be moody and you planned it to be moody a certain way, but then you realized on set it was like, you know what? If we put this light way higher, it's going to achieve this way much better than we had initially planned to do. And the director says, yeah, that's exactly right, and then you're able to make a pivot like that. Or sometimes you plan it to be a certain way, and then resources just don't line up to making that possible, so they need to be able to find a new creative solution or a way to accomplish what was initially captured in that shot. And then in post-production too, does the emotion land the way you had anticipated as it all slots together? Because it very well might not. There's the way that you kind of envision it playing out. And this is where something like an animatic is actually really helpful. It's basically the storyboards, but timed out with voiceover and music. So that's really the first cut of the film. It's where you're able to see it just in its essential components. And understand if the way that you're hoping to shape everything together is actually achieving that effect. Above all else, like I've been harping on for the last hour, they're a tool for visual planning and for communication. And so it's a very important part of the process. It's a way to be prepared. It's a way to bring your best creative gifts to any given project, but it's not the absolute. And that, dear friends, is my presentation. Stop sharing it. And open that up for questions, I guess. I mean, whatever you guys want to talk about. We're really got, looks like 20 minutes or so, but I'm getting a timer thing on my Zoom that says we've got 6. I think I'm gonna. Whoa.
You, Amadeus? I think we're just gonna pick off the laptop audio. Yeah. And then,
What are you
like
gonna
ask questions.
Which laptop?
This laptop. So you can just view all of the speaker.
Yeah.
So, I think we're gonna ask questions off of the laptop, and then we're gonna
so I'll kind of try to speak both broadly, but then also about myself. Like I can know the things that I'm good at doing and can begin to pick up when I rely on certain solutions as a crutch. So if I am unsure what to put in a scene, a lot of times I'll just say, we'll have it be circles. It'll just be little balls floating around, and that's kind of an easy way to do like characters or something like that that maybe lacks the ingenuity that would be deserved by a project. A lot of times the communication with the client, just like if things break down there, if you put the storyboards together and show them, but then they're not able to articulate why something doesn't match their vision, that can be a really challenging part because then you're sort of forced to go back to the drawing board without a lot of information as to what wasn't working, and then be trying to sort of like piece together clues from their personality and the script and like what the initial pitch was. And a lot of that is just sort of worked out of conversation. So we had a project like that recently where the client said, it's got to be like this, it's going to be awesome. And we said, great, we have like a really great idea for how to do that. And so we put together storyboards and we showed them to the client, and they're like, whoa, this is like really aggressive. And we're like, aggressive was literally one of the words that you told us that you wanted us to be. And so we sort of had to have a lot of back and forth with them to understand, like, when you said aggressive, what were you thinking? Like, what did you mean? And how can we represent that better? Because it's easy to sort of get into the spot of, like, ego, of, like, well, they just didn't like my art. Or like, to be, like, offended that they sort of, like, don't see the genius of your solutions for their problems. And to sort of, like, have the, like, if that emotion is occurring, take that, process that, put it to the side and be like, okay, so where was the disconnect, and sort of apply yourself to the new problem of piecing those together. Those are kind of the things that I typically have to deal with. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Any other questions? I think that might be we're just running between two computers, but thank you, Sam, for everything, and you're learning a lot, so thank you.
One thing actually that I realized I forgot to put into the presentation, let me actually share it again. This is a resource that I have found really valuable for practicing. So I think that having the sort of mental library built up of ways to approach problems and creative solutions is really, really, really handy because it expands your way of being able to anticipate needs and understand what's possible. So this is a website called Shotbed, and it's basically just sweet frames from different movies, and they've got all kinds of stuff in here. They recently had to go to a subscription model. It's pretty affordable, and especially if this is something you're interested in, I'd say like definitely check this site out because it makes it really easy. Like you can just sort of collect things and say like, okay, for even beyond storyboarding, like especially if you're a cinematographer or a director, it's like I'm gonna need a moody night scene that's lit, blue, and you can literally enter those keywords and search those things. And so I'll use this to kind of compose like, okay, so this is like center framing, and then this is a great way to practice. So if you're an artist, you can pull these up and basically do studies just to have your hand kind of learn the wisdom of whatever this shot is accomplishing. So that's a fun way to kind of work and improve that skill. But yeah, that's it. Thank you all for listening to me ramble. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
What was that? Oh, yeah. Okay.
they're just muted. Like we have three mics set up.
Yeah, but like this is are they organized like one?
Yeah. See? Okay. Okay, when he's ready, just give that to him. I'm going to be
Unmuted.
soon.
And then I think I figured out
If anything goes like severely wrong, you can call Alan.
yeah. Okay.
Do you need to be you can HDMI just take it out of the Apple TV. And then for sound, Andrew, I'm gonna tell both you and John right now. For the audio for the computer, you gotta press aux 1 through 6. 5 and 6 are for the computer. 5 and 6 on aux 1 through 6. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Because it's just switching out through the inputs. So there's 8, 9,
Yeah.
16.
Very cool.
All you need to worry about is
1 through 8.
1 through 3 is the mics. 5 and 6 is aux.
Aux 5 and 6.
Yeah.
Cool. Which is your computer?
Huh?
The computer?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Oh, and that's live right now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I heard that.
I mean, I would mute the channels right now just in case. You only could press one of them. So actually, these two are linked because it's a stereo. So you just like when you do one,
Nice.
when you do 1 to 1. Yeah.
It is, but can you keep it there? I'm gonna listen to the live.
Okay, got it. Thanks, John. John Vasquez. John Vasquez. This is a microphone test for the live stream. Testing. That's the one?
It works in there.
Okay.
And you just need to swap this one. Can you just keep just a little bit longer?
Okay. Hello. I don't know what to talk into this microphone because it's testing. John's testing the live stream.
This is for lunch. Free lunch.
2, 3 stories. How many? 10. 5. That's a 60%. Testing. Testing. John, is it working?
No, I have a place I need to get to. I have to get there at 1 o'clock. So I'm already kind of late. But it's so tempting though.
much, James. That's. You guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. It's nice to have a mic. I don't have to scream through my mask. Just a little quick disclosure before I start. My oldest daughter, or youngest daughter, tested for COVID positive last night. So I'm going to stay back. She's fine. We're fully vaccinated, so, which is why I'm masked. So is everyone comfortable with that? If I stay way back here and just don't scream? Okay. All right. Let's start. Thank you for having me. My name is Emmanuel Valdez, and I am an art director in the video game industry. My career spans nearly 30 years. I actually started at a company in Carlsbad called Park Place Productions, and it's so old I couldn't find a nice high-res logo to stick up in there. And when I got into the industry, I actually, always loved video games, but I didn't think that was going to be my career. I actually went to the Art Center College of Design and learned to be an industrial designer and an architect. So I really wanted to get into architecture. How did I end up making games? Well, basically, way back when I went to college, I took one 3D application class, which was a very, very early version of Maya called Alias Studio 1.0. So this is 1989, and the world knew that program because The Abyss just came out. Do you guys remember James Cameron, The Abyss, and the water tentacle character? Am I that old? You guys know James Cameron, right? So before he did Avatar, he did this, and way back when he did this movie called The Abyss. And then there he had it was basically, there were aliens that can control water, and they use basically water to communicate with the humans in the story. And there's this one scene where they call it the water tentacle, but it was basically it looked like just a moving tube and arm made of water, and it would morph the endpoint to the faces of the different people it would interact with. That was all done in CG, all done in a very, very, very early version of Maya. This is so early that they didn't have a skeleton rig. So I know James here. So if you guys are animators, typically for a 3D character, you would model it, you would rig it. Rigging consists of what we call bones, but expressions and all that. Back then, they didn't have that. You actually would have to animate. It was almost like stop motion animation. You would actually build a model and animate a cluster of the vertices inch by inch by inch. So there was the only advantage you had at the time was they still had in-betweens done procedurally or automatically, but it was manually intensive. So that's how far back I go with 3D. But these are some of the game companies I've worked with. Pretty much all of these companies were in San Diego. So after leaving the Art Center, which is in Pasadena, I took my first job, as I mentioned before, in Carlsbad at Park Place Production. And 3D didn't exist in 1993 when I started in the industry. This is the days of the 16-bit era consoles, Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo. You guys are familiar with those systems, right? You guys call them retro consoles these days, right? So I started off making games for that. So basically I was pixel pushing, but it was such a huge step back for me because I was doing 3D graphics, right, at its infancy. So, I love games. I didn't think I'd, get it, be in the video game industry as long as I have, let alone have a career in it. But I was a gamer, and I needed a job, and Art Center was pretty expensive, so I needed to pay student loans. So okay, I'll take this job and see where it goes. And loved it immediately. I mean, games haven't really changed in the 30 or so years. It's entertainment, it's play, it's everything that we as humans love to do. We love to play games. So in the form of video games, in the interactive media, it opened up a whole lot of different avenues for me. Coming from an industrial design background, I was more of a concept artist than anything. My training was to be able to design from my imagination, things that don't exist. And what better industry to go into than video games, right? Where pretty much nothing exists, unless you're doing something based on realism. But that skill came a long way for me. So everything I learned in college was related. So if you learn art and design, and I'll go through the philosophy, what the difference is between art and design, you could pretty much make it in this industry. It's all about the artistic spirit, being creative, using your imagination in many different forms. So I wanted to take a quick poll here, just so I understand my audience. Who in here is on the game art side? Okay, great. How about the game design side? Sort of? You dabble? Maybe? So I took a look at a curriculum. So I see some game design and I see some game art. So I would say, is the program mostly centered around game art than anything, or is there a little bit of game design? Okay, good. Yeah, well, I'm an artist, so I could really speak to the art side. But if if there were game designers, I have a whole bunch of slides just for you too, just so if you're curious. Currently, I'm at 2K. I actually work with James, so James has accepted an internship this summer. So he just started, like, what, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago? Yeah, on the animation side. I am working on an unannounced PS5 Xbox X project that I can't talk about, don't talk about it. It probably be announced in January. We've been on this project for 3 years. I can't wait for people to see it. So it's a long time coming. I also co-founded several studios in San Diego. You guys heard of Hyman Studios in Carlsbad? So I was the co-founder, along with the president of Midway. This is early 2000s. We actually formed another studio called Sammy Studios, and then we merged with Sega, and then we went independent, became High Moon. So, and then from there, I got into the mobile industry and started another company called Appy Entertainment, also in Carlsbad, which was then bought by Machine Zone. If you guys remember Machine Zone, Game of War, Mobile Strike, remember the commercials with Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that? Yeah. So I actually worked with those guys. That was a very strange story. That's a 2-hour presentation of craziness. So. These are just some of the games I worked on, spanning 30 years. Probably my brass ring was Ready to Rumble Boxing. So with that game, it was a launch title for the Sega Genesis. Was my first opportunity to do game design. Back then, we didn't have those disciplines. You didn't have your art department, your game design department, your engineering department, your audio department. It was like programmers and artists, basically, and programmers and artists designing games together. So, which was very strange even at that time. There were designers that didn't know it, but they were doing art too, right? You had programmers doing art. You had one-man teams. You had two-man teams, right? So back then, we were pretty resourceful because the technology wasn't quite there. Up until maybe mid-90s, early 90s, it started to pick up a bit where the teams got a little bigger and you started having specialists. So that was a real good opportunity for me, not only to do game design, but also direct an entire team. And that was like a team of 12. Back then, that was like an average team. So I went on and game directed The Bourne Conspiracy at High Moon, which is the one and only game based off of Jason Bourne. And then we did an original property called Dark Watch, and then there's the other two games from Machine Zone. All in all, I probably worked on over 40 different games over my career. Games can take, from a mobile game could take 6 months to a couple years. A console game could take up to 5 to 7 years, depending on the game that you're working on. And there's a lot of canceled projects along the way. There's probably more canceled projects that I worked on than games to release. So we're going to learn really about the roles in the different jobs. Is that something you guys want to know about? Okay. I figured every time I speak to a college, I'm like, I have a whole presentation on, hey, how do you create a game and how do you come up with an idea for a game? Those are all great. I'm going to leave it mostly up to you guys to ask me questions. I'm just going to have a bunch of slides. They're just going to have a bunch of different roles, and I could go into the details. So who in here wants to get into the industry? It's kind of a silly question I ask all the time, but yeah, kind of. Like, not sure, or maybe I could convince you guys, or maybe I might scare you guys. So, okay. So the one question I get asked all the time, this is from elementary school all the way to college, is working in the games industry fun? And I get, it sounds like it's a good question, right? It's like, it's a career. It is a business. And I've been in it for 30 years, so obviously I must like it. And I can honestly say I love this industry. There's no industry like it, where you have right-brainers, left-brainers, programmers, artists, designers, musicians, audio people, producers, QA, I mean, all working together to make a game. I can't tell you how diverse and just different the different groups are and the people within those departments. And within those departments, they're broken down in all these many different disciplines. So, it's definitely an industry of very creative people, a lot of introverts, and a lot of, maybe a handful of extroverts. Definitely a lot of people who love games and play games with a passion, from indie games to like your biggest AAA titles and everything in between. And people just love what they do. But it is a lot of work. It is very risky. It's a risky industry. If you guys have heard of the entertainment business being very unstable, there's some truth to that. Games are probably the most stable of the entertainment business. Entertainment meaning TV animation, movie special effects. It is what's called a hit-driven industry, right? So if a company makes great movies, makes great games, they stay in business. If they don't, they fall out of the business. So you probably heard of a lot of studio closures, and recently Hangar 13 closed their doors, which was kind of a surprise. They're relatively new. But then you have new startups all the time. Netflix just started a giant games division, for instance. I've seen this industry go like this. I mean, it's mostly been pretty recession-proof, even through the Great Recession. I started that mobile company in 2008, like literally a month after the stock market dropped. And my partners and I were like, what are we doing? Like, this is the dumbest decision of our lives. We were working at Activision Blizzard. And we left that. They were the company that bought High Moon at the end of the day. And we're like, do we really want to work with Activision? The running joke is this being video? we were calling Activision Lackavision because we were a group of game developers that love to create our own, original IP, our own ideas. And Activision at the time was, we're going to buy studios. We're going to buy the Guitar Hero guys. We're going to buy the Call of Duty guys. We're going to buy, well, they didn't buy Bungie, but they bought Destiny, right? They don't develop games in-house, right? They literally came and interviewed us and said, it's nice that you do these cool original games, but we have Transformers. We want you to do Transformers. Believe me, I love Transformers, but I didn't want to make my career of just doing licensed title over and over and over again. So anyway, so it's it's fun, right? But it's a lot of work because there's millions of dollars usually poured into games. There's a lot of pressure from your publisher, from your investors, from your team. It's hard to make a game fun, right? And you probably heard it in your classes, like when you work in game development, you hear game developers all the time. They're doing prototypes, they have an idea, they're doing rapid prototyping, and they're trying to find that fun, right? And they're trying to fail fast, right? These are all buzzwords in the industry, but it's true. Someone may have a great idea, a game director, it could be an artist, it could be an engineer. Someone's going to have a great idea, and they're going to have a vision for it. And your job as a game developer is to rapidly try to find the fun, right? And it's hard. Some games can take years. You guys have heard of Duke Nukem Forever? I mean, how long was that? Like a decade or so? And you look at Valve games, right? They're all great. Blizzard games. Those games are developed for 5 to 7, 9 years, right? So they have a path to fun, but it's a very long one. And the reason why it takes so long is fun usually just doesn't come within a few weeks. You could find a base core gameplay, but you're constantly iterating and finding more fun, right? So a game development team, like I mentioned, these are the basic departments, right? Game design, art, producers. Let me go to the next slide. So, game designers, they set the rules. The producers, they're the parents, right? You need producers. If you like coordinating and managing, that's the job for you. And you would not be able to make games without producers. You have programmers that make it work. You got the artists that give it the look, the sound designers, audio designers, give it the sound, QA, find the bugs, and the composer brings music, right? Pretty straightforward, right? But at the end, it takes a team. So if you, in your current classes, how many student projects do you have where you have to work with other people? Most of them, right? There's not one. You might have a few where you get a chance to work by yourself. It takes a team. So one of the big skills that we have to have in graduating college and getting into the games industry is communication and social skills and soft skills, being able to work with people, because this is the industry where you can't go at it alone. And it's just like any sports team, right? Like, when you have a baseball team, they take the field. It's not just the pitcher that's doing all the work. He has everyone in different positions. They all have to work in a coordinated efforts. It's just like games. You need a great manager, a great coach that's a game director or a producer, an executive producer, or a studio head or whatever, to be able to show the way, give everyone a clear vision of what that game is. And that's partly what the success of a game is. The team, clear vision. It's not as easy as that, but those are like the two main things. So, when you look at a structure, something like this, you have like the game director, as I mentioned. This is what I'm calling as a small team. So, expect to be working under this sort of leadership where you have like heads of each department and you have everyone underneath. It gets bigger and bigger, right? Because once the game, depending on the game, if you're working on, say, like a PlayStation 5 title, you're talking about a team, a medium to large team. It could be 75 to 200 plus people. And the reason why it's so many is the games are so big, especially like, let's take Assassin's Creed, all right? An open world sandbox type of game. Or even, I wouldn't even mention GTA here, but like, say it's Assassin's Creed. And you're building a gigantic open world. You guys play that game. It's astounding how big the world is by itself. That environment team, just the artists, is probably 20, 25, 30 people strong, just building that, right? And it's not just the environment artists building the world. You have the props artists. You have the VFX artists that are putting in the environmental effects. You have the sound designers putting this environmental sounds. You have the level designers. You have, just the open world experience alone, we're already talking 50 to 100 people plus. That's not even talking about the characters. That's not even talking about the game mechanics. That's not even talking about a lot, like more than half of the core gameplay. So games, that's why games take so long, and that's why they cost so much, because you're talking about, I'm going to business here, a burn rate of $1 million to $2 million a month just to keep a game in development. Can you imagine a game 4 years in development and you're paying just $1 million a month? That's a whole lot of money. So it gets very risky. So like I said, these are rough numbers about what makes a team. So if you get in the industry, an indie team, being a small team, could be a few people. Have you guys heard of Monica? It's a great indie title by Andy Shast and Clockwork Games. They're in San Diego. And that game was made by 3 people. So, and when it came out, like in 2015, whatever, it won many awards. And they just announced they're making a sequel. And it's a bigger sequel. And that indie team of 3 now is 10. Right? It's still a small team. And they're going to take their time and make it great. And then large teams like High Moon Studios, I think, is around 100 maybe now. I don't know. Right now they're only doing Call of Duty DLC. They're not doing the Destiny DLCs, so I don't really know what they're doing. The team that James and I work on right now, we're considered a high medium team, about 75 people. But I've been in studios where like 200 plus, and it's a lot to manage. It's a lot to manage, and it gets riskier as you make games. So when you're going out in the world, and my first advice to you when you're looking for a job and you want to work for your dream company, I won't even worry about the business side. I won't worry about anything but the opportunity, meaning get your foot in the door. It would be great if you could get on a franchise project, a big game. Like, say, your dream is to go to Blizzard. Anyone want to go work at Blizzard? It's kind of a different time there now, by the way. It's really weird there. That was my dream, to go work at Blizzard, and then all that weird stuff happened. I'm like, ugh, I'm not sure if I want to work here. But they're great, right? Say, Overwatch 2 is going to be a great game, right? So if you wanted to get your foot in the door and say you want to get into character, be a character artist, you go to a game that does great characters. And if you can just get in there at the entry level, work there for a few years if you can, that's great for your resume. You worked on a top game, right? Whereas if you went the indie route, that'd be great too, right? Where it's a small team, you can learn a lot, and you're probably going to wear a lot of hats, because when you work with a small team, you're not going to have specialists. Like when I had my mobile company, I was the art director, but I was making the art myself. I was doing the animation, I was doing the VFX, I was doing like a bit of everything. So if you like to do a bit of everything, a small company or a role like a generalist is where you want to go, right? And I'll go into that a little bit more. So you guys are mostly artists here, so these are just some of the traits. You don't have to know them all. But the big thing about, and something I preach all the time to artists, is you have to know the fundamentals, right? The fundamentals of art being, you understand color theory. You understand if you want to get into character art, especially you want to get into realistic games with humans in it, you want to know anatomy, right? You want to know how to sketch. You want to know how to do concept art. You want to know how to think, in the realms of imagination. There's so many of those core fundamental classes that are going to help you. And in my position, art director, I have to know everything. I have to know every single discipline, that's why there aren't many art directors in the world, because you have to know animation. You have to know, architecture. You have to know how to design realistic and stylized art. You got to be broad in your skill set. That takes time. That didn't happen to me overnight. That took many, many, many years. But if that's a route that you want to go, then there's a path for you, right? If you want to just specialize in realistic art, which some people do, there's plenty of games that go that route. And then there's companies that go down the stylized route. It really depends on what you want to do and what you like to do. In most cases, you might not know what you want to do. So you kind of want to have a broad range of skills so you could dabble in either or, right? But at the end, that second bullet point is, as an artist, you're going to be working under a senior artist, a lead artist, an art director, who's going to they're your clients, right? They're going to say, hey, James, I want stop motion animation. I want all my animations in twos. You're going to work with that direction, right? Which is what you're doing right now, kind of, right? So it's you have to understand it. You have to have clarity in what the art director wants. And if you don't, as an entry-level person, you're working with a team, you grow. You learn that way, right? You probably were throwing things at you that you're like, okay, I know it, but I haven't done it before. You have a mentor in Kevin, who's probably our senior animator, who's working with you. So this industry is great about training up people, because if there's this is advice number 2 to everyone here, this industry is so complex that nobody knows everything, right? So come in with an open mind, knowing that Emmanuel, who has 30 years of experience in the industry, does not know everything about the video game industry. I just don't. I can tell you right now, I don't know how to author a shader, right? But I know what I want, right? It's like, okay, well, I know which application is and I know what the end product is, but I might not know how to do it, right? I know that. I'm very open about that. It's like, on the technical side, I know enough of the jargon to be able to know what I want. But what you're going to find is you're going to be really good at something, right, in this industry. You might start off as an animator, and then all of a sudden you're like, wow, I really love the technical part. I love optimizing assets. I love doing LODs. I love going into the engine and handcrafting the look and having it run at 60 frames a second. you might like that, right? So you never know where you could maybe end up. So one of the positions I love to for artists to start out as is a generalist, right? You might be like the most awesome VFX artist or animator, but if you're a generalist, you kind of dabble in everything, right? What a great way to get into the industry where you get to touch everything in the game, meaning you get to do props, you get to author materials and shaders, you get to do animation, you get to help the environment team, you get to do a lot of different things. That's what a generalist does. I talked about being a team player. I talked about it being a very technical industry, right? If you're not comfortable with how technical working in middleware, a middleware in like Unreal or Unity or something like that, get used to it. it's that's the way we make games, right? I am no math wizard, but I know enough basic math to be able to properly animate and properly be able to problem solve when the game isn't running correctly, right? But I have great technical artists that's all they do, right? I got great engineers that's all they do. They're thinking about those problems. So you're not going at alone. I'm not saying that you need to know, you have to have all these skills, but you have to have an open mind to learn it, to want to learn it, right? I have a daughter in middle school, and I'm trying to get her to get, like, be really excited about getting into the video game industry. She loves playing games. She wants to be like a character artist. And I'm like trying to teach her 3D. It's like pulling teeth. It's like, and she wants to, design her characters and sketch it and paint it and all the traditional ways. I'm like, that's great, honey. Like, you could be a great concept artist. But let's bring this into Photoshop maybe and try a digital painting program. She totally hates it, right? And it's like, well, here's Blender. It's free. Let's build it in 3D. And it's like, no, I'm not going to do it. Anyway, I'm going to say don't be like her. Be a little bit more open-minded. I'm sure something's going to click with her. They got a great digital lab at our high school, so hopefully she takes it. And then lastly, play games, right? Play games. I can't tell you how many artists I run into that don't play games. It's hard for me to direct them because I'm either having to pull a movie reference or a video game reference. Like, again, I'll use James' example. Say I'm giving you animation direction, and I'm like, hey, you remember that scene in Batman Returns when he jumps over and then his cape comes up and he puts his arms in the air, So I'm describing sometimes direction based off of like image reference or video reference. It's either a game or a movie, right? Two great, more interactive and more visual. Or I might refer to working with a lighting artist. I might say, hey, I love this Steve Sargent painting. He has a vanilla sky. It's this piece. I want you to be able to extract what he did in this piece and light the environment that way. So, or I might have to go there and do a paint over and sketch. There's so many different ways I could provide direction. But as an artist, we have a common language, so we have to be able to find that avenue. But if you don't play games, it kind of makes it hard because a lot of what we do is based on what we make in games. So these are most of the art positions you could have to look forward to in the industry. The chief creative officer, that's the big honcho. This is the person that basically runs everything. I was a chief creative officer, and all that meant was I was out of the production loop. All I was doing is making business decisions. But a studio art director and art director is what I do now. I provide the art vision for the game, and I'll go a little bit into it. Art manager is kind of a new thing where, I don't want to, my job is also to manage personnel, make sure everyone's happy, the morale is up, that they're getting training, there's nothing stopping them from doing what they're doing. But we have art managers now. An art manager basically makes sure that the health of their, the mental health, the career opportunities, the career paths are set for our artists. That's a great position now, relatively new. And then down the line, you have a lead artist, you have UI artists, you have animators. Basically everything else on that list, they're all specialties. And so, like I said, the art director provides the vision, and most importantly is they provide feedback. So a lot of what I do, most of my day is 6 hours of Zoom, right? It sounds terrible, but it's what I gotta do. And what I do is I meet with the animators, I meet with the VFX artists, I meet with the world art team, I meet with all the different teams on a daily basis. They show me stuff and I give them feedback. So they're not sitting around waiting forever. And it's not just, I got like leads and seniors below me, but ultimately I'm the final decision. So there's times where people are like, I want to go this direction, or they might be conflict about, what the vision is. It's my job to make sure it's crystal clear. This is what we're doing. This is the direction we're going. And I'm going to use video game references. So you better know what game I'm talking about sometimes. And then, I work closely with the chief technology officer or the lead designers or, all the different departments. So my job is we work as a team, remember? So we're constantly coordinating. If a designer has an idea, say they have a power up for a character. It's like, this character can grab this power up and all of a sudden they could fly, right? So then I'm like, okay, do you need an effect for the power up? Is it a pickup? And when they fly, at what speed do you want it? Like Superman, are they fast? Are they slow? I'm asking all these questions, right, to tie into, what their vision is. So my job is to provide, as an art director, an overall vision of the art, but at the same time, I'm not at it alone. I'm not just telling the game directors, like, I don't care what your idea is, how this game's look. This is my idea, right? I don't work that way. It's like, okay, game director, what is your idea of what this game should look like? I'll provide you with many different looks. And I work with my concept artist, and we're like, okay, maybe it's stylized, maybe it's hyper stylized, maybe it's super realistic, maybe it's totally cartoony, maybe it's like whatever. We're coming up with ideas, and we're working together until we provide something. And this is a funny story, but when you work with non-artists, it's very hard, right? Because they might have something on paper, they might verbally describe what they want, but they don't know what they want. So as an artist, what we do is we provide some sort of visuals for them, or point to our reference. I point to our reference so much these days, it's so much faster. It's like, yeah, it's like that scene in The Batman, like the most recent movie came, or it's this painting, or it's this game. So that's a little bit about what an art director does. You guys are familiar about concept artists, right? So concept artists, from games to movies, they're basically creating paintings and sketches and doing all the initial designs, right, of how everything in a game would look like. And why is that important to have concept artists? Because making art is expensive, right? Especially 3D art, right? Because you have to, say you're building a 3D character, you have to model it, you have to create the textures and materials and shaders. If they have hair, they have to have a hair sim. If they have cloth, they have a cloth sim. You have to rig it, you have to animate it, you have to, like one character, just the model can take 6 weeks alone, 6 to 8 weeks. So imagine someone's spending 6 to 8 weeks on a character and the game director doesn't like it, right? They might, they're like, this isn't the character I asked for. This doesn't fit my description. What are you guys doing, right? So a concept artist can spend the time and come up with many different character designs, right? Literally hundreds. That's way cheaper than spending 6 to 8 weeks and then realize you have to throw it all away, right? We're talking thousands of dollars down the drain. So I'd rather put thousands of dollars into a concept art group and have them like fully explore how something should look before I commit to it. So concept art is very, very valuable, but it's also a luxury. Not every company can have an in-house concept artist. And the reason is because concept art is usually at the beginning stages of a project when you're trying to figure out the look, at least on the art side. But once we're in production, we kind of know how everything looks. What's that artist going to do? They're going to twiddle their thumbs and hopefully have another project to work on. So it's a luxury because you could carry that person's salary when there is no work. Oftentimes like in my particular project, we hire a freelancer. So that's another opportunity. If you're a concept artist, you don't necessarily have to work for a publisher or a game developer. You can work for multiple ones at the same time because they only need you at certain stages. The third bullet point, guide production artists, is a way where we can use concept artists throughout production. And what that means is, say I'm building an environment and say, yeah, I got a lot of different flora. I know the vegetation that's going to be in this world, but I need a concept artist to do what they call turnarounds, right? They provide a sheet of how this mushroom could look in 3/4 view, front and rear. You think like an artist who has fundamental skills has a description, maybe have a real rough drawing, can build in 3D. But you'd be amazed which artists can't do that. Most artists can visualize stuff in 3D, but maybe it'll take a concept artist to provide what we call style guides or production sheets for them to actually build stuff correctly. In the movie industry, it's done down to the millimeter, right? Everything they build is very specced out. In games, we're kind of loose about that. So you have character artists, they build the characters, of course. It could be character artists, it could be NPCs. If it's a realistic game, say you're working on Call of Duty, you should know human anatomy, right? I think we've gone a long way. There's games I can look in the past, I'm like, did you take an anatomy class? I'm like, those deltoids are giant. Like, it's not even supposed to be stylized. And then there's realistic and stylized, right? Make your choice, right? Working on Ratchet & Clank is going to be stylized, right? But you guys remember the early version of this character? It's gone a long way, right? It's gotten much, much more detailed, and a lot more work's gone into this character over time. And then, most importantly, you build animate, right? A lot of people you see these beautiful ZBrush sculpts and everything, and then it's like, okay, I'm going to hand it off to an animator. Now rig it. It's like, well, the shoulders don't bend properly. We got to subdivide these. We don't have enough geo for this. So it's good that a character artist at the end, if it's going to be animated, knows how to build a character to animate. So, isn't that right, James? So, anyone here else an animator? How do you like being an animator? You're bringing life to a character. It is really fun, right? I like to call animators closet actors, right? And environment artists are closet set designers, right? Because every animator I know, they could be the most quiet person or the most extroverted person, but they love performing. And you get to see it come through. They bring life to the characters. And then I've met animators that aren't that, and it shows in the characters. It's like they animate exactly who they are. Like, I met this one guy, he was like the stiffest person I ever met. He's just not flexible. When he walks like a robot. And I see his animations, they're just like him, right? It's this weird expression of performance and who you are. But I find a lot of joy. I learned animation in the industry. I did not learn to be an animator in college. I learned that on the job. So, but yeah, so animation, right? They bring life. And then some animators are required to rig. Not all. Some companies have specialists in the technical art group that all they do is character rigging. It is very hard to rig a character properly. You can spend months on one character, right? So luckily, I'll tell you right now, I have one rigger in my entire company who's also my senior animator, right? So he does both well. And it's like, yeah, I could hire a rigger, but what if I don't have a character? He's going to be twiddling his thumbs for a while. But anyway, there are some games that have hundreds and thousands of characters. It's a full-time job. But it's not just characters, props, right? You guys ever do the exercise, animators, where you're animating like a playing card or like an inanimate object, like a rug or something, right? I mean, yeah, you could I could take this rug and give it a ton of personality. You guys seen Aladdin, right? That's a computer-generated flying carpet. There's a lot you could do with 4 corners, right? And non-proportional scale. That's all you need. You don't need full-on facial expressions and a rig with 1,000 bones and 1,000 set-driven keys and expressions. You could do a lot with a little. So yeah, I work with a lot of people. I'm working on a game right now. It's like I got a propeller on a boat, and I need it to animate a certain way. It's not just spinning 360 degrees. There's some character to it. So, and then with animation, you can work on in-game animations, meaning the gameplay stuff and mechanics, the player character, the NPCs in the world. But there's also opportunities to work on cinematics, which our animator does right now, right? Yeah, cinematics mean the in-game movies. So, So it's a lot of fun. This, I would say, is the most underrated artist position. Like I said, there's a lot of closet actors. There aren't a lot of closet set designers. Like, right, when someone like works on a movie, I don't see a lot of people raising their hands like, oh, I want to build a set. You know, it's like, no, I want to be the actor, right? No one wants to be the set builder. But it is the most important thing, right? Because they are the world, right? Call them world builders. They're environment artists. So these guys, they don't go off on their own and just build a world. They work really closely with our level designers. Our level designs, our worlds are catered for the player experience, right? It could be a realistic world, it could be a fantasy world, whatever that is. They're tied at the hip. So the world team, I like to call it, is a bunch of level designers and artists working together. But you know, they can control the lighting, the set dressing, everything that fits in this world. This is a scene from that Unreal 5 demo. I mean, that's a giant world, even for a demo, right? But imagine you're doing an open world game where you got continents. Like say you're working on World of Warcraft or something, right? I don't know how long it takes to do those worlds, but it takes a long time because every square inch is populated, is designed. There's a lot of thought that goes into it. UI, very underrated, but probably almost the most important position in the art department because these are the gateway to the game, right? The user interface, how you navigate, how you communicate to the players, how do you show tutorials, how do you show which button to press or have a HUD or communicate to the player what they need to do. In the console and the PC industry, the UI artist used to be an afterthought, really. I mean, it's like, hey, we got like 10 buttons on a controller. We'll just map whatever to a button, and we'll have a main menu screen and a pause menu, and that's it, right? And depending on the complexity of the game, you can work on an RPG. They got full-on, like, real complex customization screens and all that. Now, it's become an art. And I think a lot of UI artists have become way more important because mobile's taken over, right? Everyone plays a mobile game. And a mobile device is a touchscreen, has no buttons whatsoever, right? You could easily get lost, right? So it's up to the UI artist to work, and I'll go into a little bit about a UX designer who understands user experience, can create a user interface that's intuitive, that's clear to players, is almost invisible, right? But it's very important to what we do in the games industry. So it's another great avenue to go. Totally. So everything I showed you up to this point, very different, right? Characters, animators, UI. These are totally different disciplines. Props artists, talked a little bit about that, right? They build the objects that the characters interact with. It could be set dressing, but it's all the fundamentals of what we do in all the other disciplines, right? They need to know how to model. They need to know how to author shaders and the materials. They have to actually understand how things animate, right? So yeah, very important. Props artists are usually the gateway to getting in the games industry, right? It's usually an entry-level job, but out of that, they could become an environment artist. They might find that they're really good at making characters. They might find out they're good in UI. You never know, right? But this is the job I was talking about, a generalist. And basically what a generalist is someone that could do a lot of different things, right? I want to say it's a jack of all trades and the master of none, but some of them are masters of what they could do, right? But they are a jack of all trades. They get to touch a lot of different things. And what's really cool is they get to work with different feature teams. And what I mean by that is they might work on cinematics. They might work with the UI team. They might work with the environment team. They might work with all these different people. And sometimes they're working simultaneously with different teams at the same time. And so they get a great overview of everything in the game. And I'm telling you, they got like a really cool portfolio because they have props, they have characters, they have VFX. And imagine when you're job hunting and all you had were the characters, all you could do is apply for a character position. But as a journalist, kind of widens your skill set a little bit more. It also kind of dampens it a little bit too, right? Because some people are looking for specialists, right? So keep that in mind. I always say when you're working on your portfolio, cater to what you want to do first. So have all your best stuff. If you got your ArtStation portal page or whatever, or your website, make sure what you highlight. If you're an animator, show a lot of animation videos, right? Don't put your, the stuff you're weakest at in the beginning. And when you're doing your demo reel, sometimes we get hundreds per position, people applying. As a hiring manager or someone screening, sometimes they could tell from the first 10 seconds if you're going to make it or not. So make sure you put your best stuff at the beginning, right? And always put your best stuff, right? If you don't think it's going to highlight your skill set or what you want to do, don't put it on here, right? Save that for your ArtStation portal later, right? You might have like a buried page. You might have a website that has a hidden website page. Like, hey, I do anatomy sketches. Do you want to see it? And it might not be strongest, but someone might want to see it because they're like, okay, yeah, I want to, get a good understanding of your observation skills, for instance. They could tell from the sketches, right? But you always want to put your best stuff first. So I'm sorry, I'm just like speaking. Any questions so far about some of the different positions? Cinematics, movies, right? So they work with the narrative team, the story team. Cinematics is multidisciplinary, right? You have the people that do so the people who do characters, animation, VFX in the movies, sometimes work on the games and sometimes they don't, because depending on the game, there might be just a ton of movies and that's all they have time to do. It's a totally different way of thinking because it is movie making and all they're concerned about is what you see on camera, right? So in the games industry, we're like, I don't know where the player is going to be, especially in a 3D game. They could be behind me. They could be over here. I got to build that thing to look good, 360 degrees. I got to animate it so it looks good at all angles. So they get a break in movies. They're like, I locked off this shot. I only need this part of the environment. It's like working on a real movie. And then VFX, right? VFX, these poor guys are like the UI artists, but very technical, for one thing. Very important. And, they work in the realm of stylized surrealism, too. What I find really fascinating about the VFX guys is they're always last to know about everything because a designer might come up with an idea that requires the effects in animation. An animator might know more about what this thing does and whatever. The VFX guy, for some reason, is the last to know because they always expect them to be there and to just soak in that information, right? So oftentimes they're thrown to work at the very end. So, and a big part of the VFX stuff, the reason why that's the case is it's intensive. And I mean like performance intensive. So it's almost like these guys' job is to slow the game down. Because if you guys know, on the technical side of effects, they got to worry about fill rate, transparency, like how much of that's on screen. Like when there's an explosion, there's fire, there's smoke, there's a lot of transparent particles, right? Slows the game down, right? So those poor guys, they're constantly like, they can make anything look real, but we're constantly like saying optimize until it's like their job is to be creative with little at the end of the day. So warning, if you want to be a VFX artist, one day PS7, PS8, you might be able to like do like the most incredible looking realistic effects, but until now you got to be very clever about it. And there's games out there like, wow, those are great effects, right? Like a lot of Riot effects are really cool and stylized. I still look at that stuff and I go, wow, that's still performant. Like, how did they do that? So, take skill. All right. So, the rest is just on game design. I want to leave the floor to questions since we don't have a lot of game designers. Well, is there anyone that wants to know anything about game design, any particular type of job? I could talk about that right now. Yes. So, I do somewhere. So a system designer, all right, so very core to the gameplay experience, right? Because mainly what a system designer does is they have to understand a lot about the mechanics of the game. What does the player do, right? And what are the different gameplay features, right? And somehow they have to like not only make it work, but they have to take the rules of the gameplay, what you could do with the interactivity, and then set it to a set of values, an economy system. It could be XP, it could be energy, right? It could be a number of things, and they all have to work together, right? So system designer is super core to making things work. So they're almost like a liaison between an engineer and a game designer, right? Like the lead game designer would say, hey, I want this feature where my character can jump, right? The mechanics goes, okay, I'm going to map it to a button. It's going to be the X button on an Xbox controller. It could be a certain height, whatever. The system designer is like, okay, I'm going to create all the widgets so that you could tune it to like mess with gravity, mess with the jump height, call different animation state machines. I could tie it to what the engineer is trying to do with an event. It could be a sound event. It could be an effects that plays. So the system designer, and then they're like, okay, so with all these, then we could create the rules, right? It's like, okay, I want my player to have heavy gravity in this environment and light gravity in another environment. I'm going to create a volume in this space. So it gets, so you see where they're like the conduit of like how things work and how things are fun and even how things look, right? They're working closely with maybe an animator in this instance and try to dial down the look to make sure that that gameplay feature is properly communicated, it's fun, it's work, and most importantly, that a designer can tune it, right? Because gameplay is all about tuning, right? It's about making something and then it's going to suck at the beginning, and then you iterate till it gets better. It's like art, right? When you start with art, it's not going to always look great right away. You're going to iterate and make it and polish it until it looks really good. Same thing with a game design. What a system designer does, the system designers will provide everything that's required to be able to tune that and effectively and iterate. So there is like a little scripting sometimes with the system design. I'd say a lot, right? Especially like I'm on an Unreal project right now, so a game designer will be doing all the scripting, and it's a lot of work. They're thinking of all the different possibilities. It's almost like programming, right? It's like, here's all the controls, the widgets, all the things we need to do to tune this, to make it fun, and to make it work. It needs to hook into a narrative. It needs to hook into, whatever the gameplay mechanics team is working on, both engineering and on the game design side. So, sounds important, right? I mean, it is. It's and I see system designers also like they do the gameplay, right? Sometimes they cross over. Like a gameplay designer is also the system designer at the same time. In my team, because it's a small design group, they do both. They get to do both. But one, I know that's all he does. He just does all the system designs, right? And so really the main thing going back is they're working on all the features of the game. If you know what I mean by features, like if you're working on like an RPG, a feature is you got a spell system, you got a fast travel system, you got whatever, right? Those are features. These are the different things that players can do in a game. Systems designers making that work, right? So if you're interested in it, you got a job, because everyone needs a system designer all the time. So, any other game design questions? I also teach game design at LCAD, by the way. So I have like I said, I was an artist. I jumped into design a little bit. I love both. Both are great avenues. I would say design is probably the most underrated. There's not enough designers out there because they're just starting to have schools teaching over the past decade. But 10 years ago, no one knew. no one knew. Most game designers we would grab from like the board game industry, right? Board games are all about rules, right? They cross over. Every designer I know plays board games. It's the same discipline, right? Any other questions about the games industry or art while we have, oh my goodness, 2 minutes. Yes, James. Yeah. So it depends, right? So I was art directing an open world RPG game, a fantasy RPG game. I would reference the go-tos first, Lord of the Rings, right? But there are times where I'm trying to create like a whole new look for a world. So I was actually for like the characters in this open world fantasy game, I was actually referencing African tribes. And there are hundreds of African tribes. And they all had their own culture. So I wanted to create like the characters with a history. So when you look at the character, you can look at just their costumes alone and go, oh yeah, they live in a swamp. So they use the fancy animals that live in there. I had a concept of like giant turtles. So they'll take the turtles and take every part of a turtle and create like armor, right? The different types of vegetation would be part of their costumes, and then even like the colors of that environment. They want to be camouflaged. They want to be hidden. So whatever this environment was reflected in the character. So, so yeah, I drew a lot of inspiration from like African tribes, for instance. And for some reason, I got hooked into sculptured fashion. Have you guys ever heard of sculptured fashion? Just look it up on Pinterest. It's pretty cool. But these fashion designers will basically like take a 3D printer and just come up with the craziest outfits. And I thought, wow, that looks super futuristic and just super fantasy-like. So I took a lot of inspiration from sculpted fashion, African tribes for a game. So so it really depends on the game. Like the current game I'm working on right now is a licensed title, so it's easy. It's like, what is the brand? And but it's very colorful. So I pulled, for the architecture, I pulled references from a section of Istanbul, which wanted to bring a lot of color to their city. So there's like skyscrapers and hotels and apartment buildings, different styles and different colors. And I took that inspiration and used that for some of the architecture in our game. So it really depends on the project you're working on and where you find inspiration. I find that the most exciting thing about being an art director is like, can I come up with something that's familiar but new? I'm not going in at it's like, I'm going to recreate the wheel. Never do that because someone's already done it, right? Another saying I like to tell people is you want to build off the shoulders of giants, right? A lot of what we do in the game industry is you copy, right? You start there. You don't want to say, I'm going to create the most unique fighting game in the world. It's going to be way better in Tekken and Street Fighter. It's, and they're going to come up with these ideas, and it's like, okay, well, that's cool. It's going to take a long time to prototype. Just get the basic locomotion, moving back and forth, right? Can you get that speed down? What about the speed of a jab? Can you tune that so it's like super fast and super responsive? Not, I'm going to make it look like super realistic and different, and I'm going to put a lot of different weight into it. And then as an animator, right? And then you're like, wow, that looks super realistic, but man, it's so slow. Right? It doesn't respond, So you got to be, again, that's why you play games, right? It's okay to look at a current game and that does it well. They did it well for a reason. They took their time, right? Like Blizzard's not original. Every one of their games is based off of something else, right? They didn't make first-person shooters, right? They never did before Overwatch, but they studied all the greats and they took the best parts, right? So it's not a bad way to go. And now that it's gonna spark something new and unique. So uniqueness comes from different opportunities. It's not just squarely like, I got this original idea, it's so much different. It's gonna be a hit. Like I said, this is a risky business. Things can go wrong super fast. So it's hard to hang your head on just one vision, right? Have a backup, and things evolve, especially in art, right? Things like maybe my art direction is not going to work. I'd say a lot of times it doesn't. So I got to think on my feet. I got options, So, yes.
How do you recommend you jump onto a product as somebody just starting out in the industry?
Mm-hmm.
Are there specific websites or places where you feel like companies would be posting?
Yeah, so every company has a career portal on their website. And I can tell you right now, everyone's hiring. There's not enough people to make games. The pandemic's been very good to the industry. Everyone's been staying home and playing games. So start with a company that you like and see what kind of job opportunities they have. There are aggregates out there like Indeed and Glassdoor that will like list hundreds of companies that are looking. It's endless. I look at it every day. I'm like, because I got to hire people and I got to compete with the hundreds and thousands of other companies that are trying to find this exact same person. So, so yeah, start with the different career sites. Every company has it. Expand your search. You know, it could be from mobile to console to PC, and see what's out there. Right. You know, it might not be like your first company, for instance. You're going to have a priority of companies you'll love to work with and work for. You know, put them at the top of your list, right? The bigger the company, sometimes, like for instance, Microsoft just bought a ton of companies in Orange County, right? They bought Obsidian, In Exile, you know, you name it. They got a ton of companies, right? And look to them because they got a lot of resources. They got a lot of big projects and stuff like that. And they need a lot of people. And it's a great way to start off your career to work on a big, huge title. So the bigger companies don't necessarily mean they're only looking for experienced person. They're looking for anybody right now. Even companies like Facebook, right, with their Oculus division, right? Netflix, like I just said, they're starting up a games division. Everyone has a game division, right? In both PC and mobile. Mobile is a great place to start because everyone plays mobile games, right? Here in Escondido, there's a big mobile company here. I forgot the name of it, but you know, they're always looking for people. So, but yeah, I mean, start there, and then they usually have a process for submitting an application. It's always good to have a referral. So if you know someone at a company, companies like referrals above anything else, because the one thing we can't determine from someone's resume or their demo reel is their chemistry. Remember I said this is a team, this is a team player type of industry. I can't tell from a resume like how well you work with people, right? Because that's super important. But if someone's worked with that person, maybe they went to school with someone. Like I hired someone that went to school with someone that, you know, like I didn't know, but they worked on a student project together. And I said, did you work well together? That meant a lot more than looking at a resume that's submitted and not knowing that person at all. So a little bit of a referral can help. But that's hard, right? So maybe you don't know. So apply everywhere. Just like throw your reel out there. There's no harm in submitting your application to as many companies as you can. All right? Just do it. Just go for it. But be open too. Like I always say, be open-minded. Don't just like, I only want to work at Blizzard and Valve. That's it. No one else. Like, well, good luck, because about 1 billion other people want to work there, right? So spread yourself out there and show the world that you're interested, and then follow up too. And when they come and knock in, be ready, because they're going to do a phone screen, and they're going to ask you a lot of good questions, a lot of tough questions. Depending on the studio, I can tell you this: if you play, there's an Amazon studio here, I think in Rancho Bernardo. Amazon has the hardest questions, because they're not based on that game company. They're based on the corporate Amazon. And there are questions about character and how you believe in Amazon, way of business and stuff like that. I'm not kidding. There's actually, you go on LinkedIn right now and there's people's job. That's all they do is train you for an Amazon interview. That's how tough it is. It's weird. But I wouldn't consider Amazon like the world's leader in games. But, they're in it, right? It's an opportunity, and everyone's looking. Any other questions? You guys still want to get in the industry? I didn't scare off anybody? Okay. I was trying to be as enthusiastic as possible. I didn't want to be like the jaded, old vet. It's like, oh, man, it's like 16-hour days, and it's a lot of work. I tell you, it's more work working remote right now, because my setup is in my bedroom. So I literally get up and sometimes roll over and just start working. And then when kids are, done with the day and they're going to sleep, then I go back and I start working again. But it's because I love it, right? It's the kind of industry where you can really like what you do, especially if you like being creative. It's the most creative feeling ever to be able to do game art in this industry. All right, good to go. You guys gonna start applying? Anyone graduating like this year? All right, you guys start applying different places or local, wherever. This is such a great time because you can work remotely in most places now. You can. Like that before, it was like, no, you have to actually relocate and work at that company, which is kind of exciting for some people. But San Diego is such a nice place. It's hard to leave here. Like I said, I've been here my whole 30 years. Like my current company is in Orange County. And I did that commute for a year, and then we went to remote. So thank goodness. It's like I don't have to drive an hour to work. But no, it's what a great time. You can work for a company in China right now, or in Europe, and everyone's looking. It's just hard to find qualified people is the thing. So you guys are in a great time. There's a lot of opportunity out there. Good. All right. I don't see any scared faces. All right. Well, thank you very much. You're welcome. Let me. Good. It's like I said, it's endless. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing, but just want to make sure I'm totally logged out of here. Okay, let me just sign out. You have to deal with me here. All right. All right. I can just pull that out. All right. Oh no, you didn't have to do this.
It's a thank you card. That's all it is. I promise. And then we have a little goodie bag whenever you're done,
Okay.
just for like your daughters.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that, especially the one in isolation.
Yeah.
It was nice meeting you.
Maybe if they can pass it around, that might be a good way to do it. Because otherwise there's no way. Does this work or would this one should work? I just don't know which one it is. I can switch those to side. Use this one everywhere. Okay, good. And then we can even get a stand for it. No, there's a stand right over here. Yeah. So I don't know if we want to like just have something to the side or if they just pass it around. Oh, maybe not so far. If you need a laptop or like anything else, I even have your laptop up here.
I didn't make a slideshow. I'm pretty laid back with this. It's gonna be pretty Socratic. I'm probably just gonna talk to the people that come.
Okay, sweet.
It probably will not last the whole hour. So, but just in case they have questions and stuff like that. Yeah, it's on this side. So.
And then you can stand up behind here. And then
got the razor, the carbon fiber razor over here.
Yep.
That's so funny. I also, as a graphic design artist, didn't create any graphics for this because I was like, I really thought that it was all going to be film students. I'm like, they don't want to see me sit and talk about Photoshop. So, I apologize, you guys.
And then this plugs into here and then the microphone will work.
So I have to plug it into here?
Actually, no. You're not doing... Do you have any audio coming from
No, I have nothing.
Yeah,
I literally have nothing planned. But if you guys have questions about, like, the software...
You are all good.
Amazing, right?
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing.
Also testing.
This is a little sensitive. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, I didn't really have anything like super crazy for this, so it should be pretty simple. Should I wait a little longer or should I just go for it? Wait a few minutes? Sick. Hello? Yeah, you guys can all hear me. You probably don't even need this. I'm a loud talker, but no, it's chilling. Yeah, thank you. We're gonna wait a couple more minutes because I think there's some other people that wanted to come. So, but since you guys are here first, is there any topics you guys want me to focus on? I'm gonna be asking you guys questions the whole time. This is gonna be a switch around. Well, because I want to know where you guys are coming from. I kind of taught myself. When I went to school here, I wanted to be a director, so I was actually trying to get into the film industry. And then about third quarter of my freshman year, I was asked to be on a film set and act as a monster for this short film, and I went through like 2.5 hours of film makeup, and it was the sickest thing I'd ever seen. And so I was like, forget directing, I want to be a film makeup artist. And so I spent literally the rest of my time here and money on makeup and film makeup and just learning how to sculpt and cast prosthetics and do all that kind of stuff. And I even went up to LA for a couple times and did some day trading, or day playing is what they call it, as a PA on a couple film sets, which I highly suggest you do if you're in the industry and you're trying to get into that. But went up there and met some of the people in the industry, and they were kind of giving me the rundown on how you're going to, the best way to make a career in the film industry. And I did not like what you had to go through. It was hoops and hoops and hoops. You have to get like a year's worth of hours in LA, and then you have to get a year's worth of hours on location, which is like anywhere but California you have to be on a film set, but you have to get a year's worth of hours. So as like a day player, so it's not even a set job. You just have to kind of be a freelance PA outside of California after getting, like, it was so many hoops. I was like, forget this. Senior year comes around. Halfway through my senior year, I switched to non-emphasis. So it kind of just threw the whole film thing out the window. And my buddy was always seeing me mess around on Photoshop and Illustrator in class, making memes out of the teachers and what they were saying. And so, those would just spread around kind of the school and student life Facebook page and stuff. And I was like, dude, I don't know what I'm gonna do. What am I gonna do? I'm graduating. I have no like goal. I don't want to do film makeup. I don't want to go into the film industry at all. And he's like, dude, start charging people for your graphic design. And I was like, okay, I don't really know anything about graphic design. I just know how to use the software that graphic designers use. And so I spent a year doing editing freelance, and then I moved up to Sacramento because COVID hit. My lease ended down here. Moved up to Sacramento for a year. My brother had a trailer. He's like, look, $250 a month, you can stay in my trailer on my property. I was like, okay, in California, that's cheap rent. I shouldn't go get my regular day job at like a, Applebee's or whatever while I'm practicing graphic design. I wanted to spend a whole year trying to just get the freelance graphic design off the ground. It was rough, and sometimes I was making like $30 a week, or like living off of like $30 a week. But that was fine because I was really doing what I love. And so the most, I guess the direct thing for this talk, the main topic is gonna be self-education and how much free information is out there in your industry, especially in the graphic design industry. YouTube is free college. It really is. And that 1 year in Sacramento, which was literally last year, I moved down here, moved back down in August of last year. So that year I learned more that actually stuck than sitting in any class. And I'm not saying don't go to college. College is great for a lot of people. A lot of people need to be explained by someone who already knows it. They can't just watch a tutorial and pick it up. I get that. That's not everybody works that way. But when you get out of class and you go home and you're like, all right, I did all my homework or whatever, which, come on, we all know that you push that to the last day. But you finish all your homework, you're sitting there, you're like, I'm gonna watch Netflix, I'm gonna play video games, whatever it is that you want to do for your entertainment time, that switch that over into an educational experience. You can still sit back and watch YouTube, but watch something that's going to be you can utilize tomorrow. And so I started doing that when I moved to Sacramento. I was like, all right, I have to fill out at least 3 applications a day on Indeed for freelance gigs, for like the cheap, like $30 freelance gigs. You could try 5 or 2. The best way to learn graphic design is by doing graphic design. You can sit there and watch color theory videos. You can sit there and watch format videos. Should I use RGB or CMYK when I'm creating something? That's all great jargon and great information. And if you're in a high-level position at a company, that might come in super, super handy. But really what's going to be the best teacher for you is finding an artist that you like the look of, trying to mimic their look. If you don't know how they mimic their look, go try and find tutorials about it, and then try and mimic their look. Watch watch a tutorial without trying the tutorial, and then watch it again, and then watch it and try and mimic it. Really use it as a class. Those kinds of things are, when you choose to teach yourself something, it's all gonna stick. When you're sitting in a class and you have somebody speaking at you, kind of how I'm doing right now, a lot of it doesn't stick because it's like only the stuff that you're super, super interested is gonna stick there. But when you choose to go learn something, all of that information is getting processed because it's an active choice. You're no longer just a passive participant and something's happening to you, a class is happening at you. So that's why I'm a huge advocate for self-teaching. Utilize the internet. The internet is just there's so much free information out there, and people, I don't know, they know so much, but they know so much because they're doing it all day, every day. So when it comes to graphic design in the industry, I have kind of my own little side hustle right now that I'm getting about a gig, maybe 2 gigs a month, whether it's album art or stickers. Some people want their own custom stickers, and logo design, brand design. The best way to start getting into that field, come up with a fake company, come up with a color scheme for the fake company, where is that company located, come up with a town for that company, and then like research the other companies in that area, see what they're doing. Do you have competition in that town? What does their logo look like? What does their brand look like? What are they offering? What are the specials and the services that they offer? And how can you, A, undercut them a little bit, but not to the point where you're losing money? Or how can you portray yourself as a more professional business and raise your prices, but still get more clients? That kind of stuff is for me, it's super fun to do. Some people are like, oh God, that sounds horrible. But no, that is how you become a good graphic designer for branding, is by coming up with brands. Teaching yourself to be creative on demand. If you want to have your own little graphic design firm, or if you want to work for a graphic design firm, kind of, or agency or whatever, both of those jobs require, when someone asks you to do something, you do it, A, to the best of your ability, but B, you have to be creative right then and there. When you clock in, it's like, okay, you can't just run into art block. You're not gonna get clients that way. And so teaching yourself to be creative on demand is by, when you get off work or when you get home from class and you're beat and you're tired, you're like, I have 3 hours before I'm probably gonna pass out and go to bed. I don't really wanna do art. I kinda just wanna veg, or I wanna go hang out with my friends. Grab a sketchbook. Grab any kind of art. When you don't wanna do it, that's the most important time to do it. And that, teaching yourself those little, being comfortable in those little discomfortable moments are super important. Those are the moments where you progress the most. At least I did. So if it doesn't work for you, I'm sorry. But yeah. Is this going in and out? I feel like it's going in and out. No, it's fine. Okay, cool. Do you guys have any questions so far? No? Nothing? What softwares do you guys use as far as like graphic design? Illustrator, Photoshop? Nothing? Photoshop? Photoshop's the best. I love. Yes. when you don't want to do anything. Because you're teaching yourself to be creative on demand. And that is literally the point of starting your own graphic design company or working for someone in graphic design, is when they give you something, whether you're in the creative mode or not, you've already trained yourself to at least put something on paper, or put something on your artboard in your computer. Catch yourself scrolling on Reels or anything like that, that's fine. Just go find a graphic design artist and go scroll through their Reels. Like, I'm not saying give up all your entertainment. I'm saying direct your entertainment to better you for tomorrow, make you a little bit more useful. So even if you only catch 4% of that, you see a font you like, something like that, and they labeled, a lot of the graphic designers out there are like labeling the fonts. They're like, yo, I just found this whole font pack, go grab it. It's super sick, and they'll have the link there in the bio. It's like you're just building an asset library for the next job that comes and stuff you get to use for that next library, and then you've also already seen a bunch of different ways that those assets can be used. If I see cool bark on a tree, I'm taking photos of it, and then I'm turning it black and white, and I'm using it as a texture. Like, it's something that it wasn't a nature thing, it was a nurture thing. I was nurtured to start seeing shapes and designs in life as something I could incorporate into my art because of watching people take shapes and designs and incorporate it into your art. But yeah, so does that answer your question? Yeah. That's the most difficult thing in running your own kind of, especially as a freelance graphic design artist. That's who you're going to be at first. And again, you don't have to, I was talking to some of the other people here, you don't have to start with print. Print is, though not dead, dying. Unless you want to be doing the classified ads in a newspaper, or kind of some of the photography maybe in the like housing, I don't know, section of the newspaper where they have a nice picture of a house. Like, print isn't that big. Pamphlets are now QR codes. You know, it's like, oh, you know, right when you walk into a building, they'll have a big QR code. Hey, check out our newsletter. And it gets sent right to your email. It's still good to learn, but yeah. And is anyone here vector-based art, like Illustrator? No one, you know, kind of, not really? As someone who grew up in Photoshop, I have like 11 years in Photoshop. Illustrator is my worst nightmare, but it's like so important because every logo that you create, or a single asset, an image that's supposed to define a company, it's gonna need to be either little business card size, or it's gonna need to be a lot bigger. Learn vector. Take the time. If you know Photoshop well, or you're decent at it, suffer through learning new software. And that's where the self-education really comes in. You had a question, though. What was? Yeah. I was talking to them earlier. Graphic design is now in almost every industry. Graphic design is utilized, which it's now motion graphics, but it still falls under graphic design. Intro sequences for YouTube channels, graphic designer. He's just a graphic designer who's incorporating motion with After Effects. When I found Photoshop, I was like, yo, I can create like a frame of any world I want to create. When I ran into After Effects, I was like, I can now bring that world alive. And so I started doing these kinds of things. See if it sticks up. So my first stuff was less graphic design, more just digital art stuff. But then being able to incorporate that into a moving image and maybe have the clouds floating by, maybe have his arm raising and lowering, just little animation stuff like that. I never thought I would be able to use that, and now I'm creating overlays for Twitch streamers. And so yeah, it's a bunch of shapes, but I'm adding like light moving across them and stuff like that. So even Twitch emotes, you know, pixel art. You can learn pixel art. There's huge demographic out there for those kinds of things. You can make a whole living just doing 28 pixel by 28 pixel emotes for Twitch streamers. If you get good at pixel art, you're still a graphic design artist. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what I'm leaving out here and what might actually be useful for you guys here. Um, I am an ENFP. I don't know how much you guys how much you guys think about personality types. I put a lot of weight into them just because they give you your strengths and your weaknesses, and it's like, okay, that's someplace I can at least try and fix, right? Use something to work on. But my personality type is the most misdiagnosed with ADD because I'll start a million different projects and never complete any of them. Self-teaching has really helped me in those areas because instead of like, okay, I want to start this one project, but I need to know how to draw people in order to do this project. I need to know how to 3D render in order to do this project. And it's like, all right, well, now I have a list of things I want to learn. I don't know how to do them. Well, let's take 1 year, January 1st. I'm going to pick the first thing. I'm going to teach myself that for a year. Then the next year comes around. I can drop that first thing. I've learned a lot about it. Now move on to the next things. And so that giving yourself a goal is it's going to help you a lot. I don't know if that helps you guys, if that information's useful or not. Any other questions? Yes. I use Dimension, Adobe Dimension. I'm trying to teach myself Blender right now. I love FL Studio, which is a sound software. I like to use that for adding sound design to like transition sequences between YouTube videos, or I've even been hired to do the subscribe button and bell notification animation on the back of at the end of a YouTube channel. Just have the little mouse come up and click those two things. Well, they want the click sound, stuff like that. I really want to learn 3D, so Blender is something that I've been diving into. There's so many different things in the Adobe suite that is useful by every designer ever. You try them all, learn them all. You won't be disappointed by. You're never not going to use it in a situation. And I guess that really it just keeps going back to pick one and study it for a year. You still can have fun with it. Like your free time can still be messing around in Photoshop. Like that is absolute therapy for me. I love just grabbing images and just doing a photo collage and just creating a scene. But when it's go time and when I want to go do that, I'm like, I just want to mess around in Photoshop. It's like, okay, yeah, but take 20 minutes and go sit in Illustrator. I hate Illustrator. Vector is such a pain. But yesterday I just sent a second revision of logos to somebody. I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't spend the time when I didn't want to spend the time learning Illustrator. It's setting little disciplines for yourself. You can start. I struggle with just like self-seeking in the present moment. That's definitely something that is like, as a graphic designer, it's a little rough for me. I want to do things my way. I want this color to be green, not blue. The blue looks so bad. Your name of your company sucks. But you can't tell that to a client. You have to give them what they want. And so that's going to be really hard to do if you're already not used to denying yourself what you want in regular everyday life. Give up coffee 1 day a week. Train yourself in the small things, and then when the big things come, it's so much easier to do. And that really does just go back to when you don't want to do art, that's the most important time to do art. It really is. Even if it's not your medium, grab a sketchbook and a pencil, a piece of receipt paper, a napkin, and just draw a little face. Just train yourself to constantly be creating in the moment, and it'll help you a lot. Reach out to friends. One of the biggest things, so I went to school for film. I didn't use any of that, like in my career, because it was like 2 weeks before I graduated that I was like, what am I gonna do? My buddy's like, do graphic design. So it wasn't learned in the classroom. It was all learned on my own. But one thing that this kind of space does give you is other people who are creative, and I'm guessing everyone here is Catholic. I don't know. Yeah, are you guys all Catholic? Yeah. So it's like you have an entire group of people your age who are creative, which means they understand you and your weirdness. Because I mean, let's be honest, the business students, they struggle sometimes to they think we're a little weird. Gigi back there is shaking her head at us. you have a group of people that you have a film. Say you have a film student or a friend who's a film student. You have a friend who's an acting student. It's like all of these people you can use. You can create jobs within that community. That community is super important to have. It's people who believe in the faith the same way that you do. So it's like you guys agree on what's wrong and what's right, just based like at a base level. And having that alone, super important. Because then everything else just comes in stride. It's like, okay, well, I have a friend who's trying to do a film. He's using my acting friend as the actor. Why don't I create the image for the front of the film? Why don't I create the album cover? I don't know what you'd call that. But yeah, it's like the posters for it. Hey, I'll do all of the social media like marketing for it. Let me create cool graphics. Send me stills from set and let me put some cool logos and some cool names and stuff like that on there. Doing that is just building your portfolio. It's doing this. That's doing the same thing as coming up with a fake business and creating logos for it. The bigger your portfolio is of trash art, the better artist you are. Like, it's the person who doesn't have a portfolio. It's like, why would I hire them? Even if somebody has a million icons and they call themselves an iconographer and the weights are all off, I at least know they know how to use the software. Like, it's like you have a bunch of stuff made. When I went up to Hollywood area, and this had to do with when I was looking into the film makeup aspect, but the main point of this story it translates across all industries. I went into the effects house that did like all the effects for The Thing, Alien, like all these old 80s movies that had a lot of practical effects. And I was like, hey, how do I get into the industry? I'm in film school right now. And the dude behind the counter said, look, man, you come in here with a degree and a homeless dude comes in off the street with a portfolio, we're gonna hire the homeless dude. And so that is what gave me like a huge step back of like, okay, what am I doing with my free time? What am I doing in class? Like now I just wanna go sit in my room and just like make as many prosthetics as possible. Because as long as I have the portfolio of dope looks, I'm gonna get hired by someone in the industry. Constantly create. Create bad art that you hate, and just do it, and just keep making it, and put it all online, and then someone's gonna see it, and they're gonna be emotionally moved by it, and you're gonna be like, why I hate that one, that's horrible, and they're like, no, please sell this to me, and you're like, okay, yeah, and it's crazy how that works. Reach out to your musician friends. Musicians need graphic designers. If they're releasing music, album art, if they're trying to get, and taking that, Spotify has this little thing where it's a looping video you can put in front of all of your songs. If you create an artist's album art, and then you also know how to animate that album art, you can now market them twice. You'd be like, yo, album art for you. Also, I can take that album art, bring it to life, and you can also use that. And so it's like returning clientele just based off of learning new skills in the industry, I guess. Any other questions? I feel like I'm just going on a tangent, you guys. I feel like none of this is useful, but hopefully you guys take away 10% of this. Go for it. Yeah. So now day to day, because I actually work in the marketing industry right now, so I'm doing advertising. And when I get off work, or on Saturdays, me and Lucas back there will go to Starbucks and we'll just work on my personal clients. But when I was really running only off of graphic design to pay the bills, I'd wake up, go meet my mom for mass, because she'd chew me out if I didn't. And then I would go to the local coffee shop. I would go on Indeed, go on LinkedIn, and I'd apply to at least 3 like freelance graphic design requests. Like, we just have this one thing we need. You could set up a Fiverr account. Fiverr really has bad stigma in the industry though, because it's so cheap. And so it's artists valuing themselves. Oh, I'll do this for $25, and it's a set thing, and it's always $25, and it's always you always get one extra revision. That's one way to do it if you want to start out. You want to get used to clientele, used to dealing with getting feedback from somebody and doing it correctly, and really communicating with clients. That's one way of doing it. I didn't like that. So I would go to a coffee shop. I'd apply to 3 to 4 freelance gigs. Most of the people never called me back. Then I would sit on YouTube. I'd watch a tutorial about a crazy effect in Photoshop or a simple effect in After Effects or something like that. And then I'd spend the next 3 hours in that coffee shop just knocking that tutorial out. And then that way, I didn't not market myself out there. I didn't not try to get a job, but I also have another art piece in my portfolio at the end of the day. Another thing that comes in really handy, for the month of January in 2021, I did a poster a day for a month. That's super hard. It's not as easy. Coming up with something to come up with a poster about, that alone is a pain in the butt. I just used my favorite music, so I just created posters for my favorite songs. But sitting down, creating something A, that you like, B, that matches the thing that you're doing a poster about, and C, that you want to actually show to other people, it requires a lot. It requires a lot of discipline. You'll have things planned, and you have to get that poster done that day. You've got to do it. Set goals for yourself. It just kind of goes back to that. So that was kind of my year was spent. My year of solely running off of graphic design, not being an employee somewhere, was wake up, get exercise in first thing in the morning. An exercise routine, no matter how small, you'd be surprised what that does for your mental health, what it does for your willpower when you want to go do something versus when you don't want to go do something. There's nothing most people don't want to do than working out. It's a pain, especially first thing in the morning. But if you can wake up and do that first thing in the morning, then any of your other problems look a lot smaller. And so that, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that, but it's just choose discomfort early, and when something uncomfortable comes around, you're like, I don't care, I live in this space. And I live in this by choice. So it's not as big of a problem. And so that'll improve your problem solving skills. Learn how to make fonts, typography. Typography is insane. I'm horrible at it, but Illustrator has this really cool plugin that you can download where if you create a font, you can save it and it can be used on any computer. Grab someone else's font, turn it into shapes in Illustrator, and it's completely editable. All fonts are just vector shapes. Start creating your own fonts. That's a great way to get used to the program and to have fonts that nobody else has. They're all going to look horrible at first, I promise you. It's way harder than it looks to make something unique and new and look good. But you're going to get really good at typography, and then when you see a font, you're going to be able to recognize it. And then you're also going to get good at kind of branding. You're going to be like, oh, well, this is going to go well with that, and this is going to go well with that. Yeah. Questions. Hit me with them. I'm running out of stuff to say. Photoshop. Stolen. There's free places to get images. Pexels is amazing. Pretty much anywhere you find, again, collect textures. Collect textures for everything. Bricks, wood, tiles. You see dust on the floor, take a picture of it. Like, it's especially creating your own textures and stuff like that. Like, create an asset library. Models, if you're friends of photographer, guys, this is a huge thing. You're friends of photographer and you're trying to do an album cover and you're like, oh, I want to do this crazy dope thing. Go set up a photo shoot with your friend who's a photographer. A, they want to take photos. That's what they want to do. They love it. B, you get to kind of direct exactly what you want based off of what you're going to be using in the program afterwards. Like, again, having this, what college gave me was a community of people who are equally as driven in a completely different creative space. And it's like sick. This is so cool. Anything I need as far as work or giving work to other people, it's just, there's no better friend group to have than people who, A, as driven as you, and B, in just creatives. A little bit loopy, doing weird stuff. It's good stuff. Any other questions? No? Yes. Yeah. I mean, I know there's other ones out there, but they're slipping my mind right now. But Indeed. Any place that is going to, Craigslist. Any place that's going to have someone looking for graphic design, someone looking for t-shirt design, merch design, whatever it could be. Oh, even advertising though, because okay, we want to run this ad campaign, and we're doing a 50% off sale for our skincare product or whatever. Well, go on Pexels, find a couple pictures of people with nice smooth skin, bring them into After Effects or Photoshop, and put some fonts on them. Like, mess around with them. Boom, send them in. Hey, you guys wanted to, now you're in the advertising space. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. Cool. Yeah. Awesome. You guys have any questions? No? That's pretty much all I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't prepared to really talk about this. I was expecting to talk to film students. I'm stoked. I'm stoked that you guys are all graphic designers. Is there anything in specific that you guys want to do? I know I kind of asked this earlier, but do you want to be doing album art? Are you trying to do movie title sequences? Are you looking to just do a graphic novel? What's... Yeah. Okay, but it could, Also, one thing that wasn't told to me until I was really deep into it, your first $1,000 job, your first $1,000 logo, your first $1,000 whatever, you will only have that job when you charge $1,000. So don't undervalue yourself. Everyone is going to try and oh, I only have $120. Can you do this? And then they're going to ask for 30 revisions. Don't do it. Figure out your I guess, not privacy policy. Help me out here, Lucas. What is that called when you, a contract? Figure out your contract. Thank you. I figured it out. Thanks for your help, man. Figure out your contract. Send that over. When someone asks you for, hey, I would like this specific graphic design done. Be like, this is what I charge. It comes with one revision, not two. Comes with one revision. Any requested revisions after will be hourly, or however you want to charge after. You could be like, oh, it's $150 extra for every revision after. The client will only have the rights to the final piece, and you reserve the right as the artist to publish the piece on your own platforms. Make sure all of that's in there, because otherwise you're going to do something dope, and they're going to put it up on their website, and you're going to put it on your Instagram or something like, hey, just finished this job, super sick, and they're going to flag your own art. And they technically have the right to it because it was a work for hire. So you technically don't own the copyright to it. And then or you'll run into somebody who's like, you send them a bunch of designs, and they're like, no, we want all this changed, and then you change it, and you send them the revisions, and they're like, yeah, we decided to go with someone else. No. Either get paid up front or take 50% up front. I start at 50% up front just because most of the people I deal with are pretty dope. And you can tell a bad client kind of off the bat if they're not willing to work with you before you even start working. But don't open the program until you have at least half of the final payment in your bank account. That is super important. People will cheat you. It's super common. And they will cheat you more. They will try and cheat you more often the lower your prices are. charge high. Discounts for friends and family? Well, your first couple years, your clients are only your friends and family. So if you're giving discounts to friends and family, who are you charging full price? Nobody. If your family and friends really support you, they're going to pay you for your product. You're not going to ask them to do something for you and just do it for free. You know, it's if you lose a friend over that, they weren't really a friend in the first place, so don't worry about it. Yeah, pricing is very important. Honestly, that is a beautiful thing to go and watch just hours on. Go watch a bunch of different YouTubers on how they price their stuff, on how they market their stuff, on their contracts. Everyone's going to do it different, and you might find someone that does it a little bit more your style than me. I'm pretty up. I've been not paid enough to where I just don't put up with it anymore. Yeah, and don't let people bully you. They're gonna be like, "Oh, I was just trying to get a look. You know, I'm not set on doing this yet. I just wanted to see what you do, and we'll probably hire you." And it's like, yeah, well, if I'm gonna do the art, I'm gonna get paid for it. So, if they tell you you're shyster or whatever, just you don't need them. You're like, look, I don't need you. Yeah, it sucks because sometimes people will be willing to pay lots of money, but then there's just some little red flag. It's better to not take the money. It's better to lose that job than do the work for that job and not get the money. I just recently canceled a full brochure package. This dude wanted like 500 brochures, funny enough, printed, and he didn't want to pay me through like the classic paying, Venmo, PayPal, any of those. He's like, Cash App. He's like, no, it has to be like by check. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. Get some checks bounce. We have technology. Venmo's just fine. Oh, I don't know how to download Venmo. Then watch YouTube about it. Like, it's so simple. Tell your clients you are the professional. They're coming to you not because they know how to do it. They're coming to you because they know you know how to do it, but they're gonna try and take it for free. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope you guys only run into beautiful clients. Any other crazy questions? No, nothing crazy. Cool. Awesome. Well, it was nice to meet you guys. What are your guys' names? What's your name, man? Alex, Maya, Margaret. Nice to meet you guys. I'll forget those names. I'm sorry. But yeah, if you guys have any other questions, I'll give you guys my information. And then I'm so glad to meet other graphic designers because I actually don't know any in my friend group. I'm like the only graphic designer in my friend group. So now if I run into small jobs or stuff that I don't have time for, I have people I can send jobs to. Get you guys kind of some clients here. Yeah, I live in Carlsbad, so I do about one like brand a month. I'll get some just through word of mouth, one brand design a month. But yeah, if I run into anything like fun or whatever, I'll send it over to you. Huckins John EP. I'll give it to you guys after this. I'm gonna get off this microphone. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Cool. I don't know where Andrew's at, but I think we're about to have like lunch out there with I think it's Craft and Taco Lounge. So you guys can just head on outside. Thanks.
Hello? Hello? Oh, that's great. That's some good feedback. Never ideal.
Did you like set up the wink like ready to like if he walks in then
I have two cameras holding it. I can hit start now.
Hello.
But like even with like Ben West,
I long to see the sunlight in your hand. And tell you time and time again how much I care. Sometimes I feel my heart might overflow. Hello, I just got to let you know.
And we should be getting the laptop. The laptop's audio.
oh, I need this one.
Salvaggi.
Doing karaoke. Can we test the audio from the laptop just so I know it's working or?
Hello.
It's plugged in through USB, right? I'll unmute that. And see how it works. Evan.
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 How's it going, bro?
Showed up. Took on more responsibilities and says event photographer. Yeah, is there audio on?
I have a picture
We're gonna hit start.
pinned to my
Just
wall.
like if he joins in randomly.
Yeah, he's just there. It's good.
He'll just be here.
I unmuted. He said the aux. I think that's the USB. But just the laptop.
You like potato.
The aux is
I
separate
like
from the other
potato.
Oh, would that be coming outside?
Dia sierra, dia sierra.
Or
I mean, we could even use the TV audio.
okay.
Whoa. Wah. Dance, 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 dance. Just dance. Put on your red shoes and dance the blues. Just swing under the moonlight. Is he in? Is your camera smudged a little bit, Andrew?
What?
Is your camera smudged? I don't know if it has the right.
It's not great camera quality.
Oh, okay, no worries. Sometimes mine just gets foggy, so I don't know if you want. If that looks normal, then I don't know. I don't. Well, it looks a little. I don't know. Maybe, maybe it's the same. Should we start piling people in? Wooka wooka. Fresh. So if I unmute myself, I'm muted right now, so he won't even hear the microphone. Wow. Okay. Dies irae, dies irae. Hey. Thanks, man. I'm helping the campus life team. That's my shirt. Campus life. There's gonna be he's gonna zoom in. His name is Enzo Salvaggi, I think. Enzo Salvaggi, and he's gonna give a talk on sacred art, the principles of sacred art. So it's basically like different talks at different times. So throughout the day. Really?
Yeah, Alec, are you presenting?
I'm introducing our special guest.
JP Huckins?
My name's JP Huckins, and this is
his the next one though?
JP Huckins? JP Anthony?
JP Huckins.
Your Is that your friend? Yeah, he's the musician.
Yeah.
The musician?
He was bald. He's bald. Or maybe
Oh.
bald with glasses.
I don't think I know him. Hello?
Isn't JP bald still?
Dies irae, dies irae. Tess, did you just win? Did she just win? Attention, everyone. Tess just won the bread. I hope she's not allergic to gluten. Yeah, I have a joke. What's the difference between chopped beef and pea soup? You can chop beef, but you can't pea soup. Thank you. Oh gosh. So what's the deal with all these cars, people driving cars? You know, I was at the car dealership the other day and the guy's like, "You want a car?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "Okay, have a nice day." And I said, "All right, sweet, see you later." It was a short conversation, bittersweet. The Irish one? Oh, yeah. So, Seamus and Derry were sitting in the pub together, right? And so Seamus looks at Derry and he says, "Oh, Derry, we're getting pretty up there in age, but I have a feeling I'm going to be kicking the bucket first. And since you're my best friend, I want you to do something for me." Derry says, "Seamus, I have no idea what you're talking about. But sure, go ahead. What do you want me to do when you die?" So Seamus says, "Derry, I want you to go to the liquor store, and I want you to buy a bottle of Irish Gold." And Derry says, "Oh, Irish Gold, 100-year-old Irish whiskey, the finest in the town. Oh yeah, sure, Seamus, I'll buy the Irish whiskey." He says, "Okay, once you buy the Irish Gold, I want you to pour the entire bottle on me grave. The whole bottle, just dump it out." And Derry says, "Oh, 100-year-old Irish Gold, just pour it straight in the ground. It wastes the whole bottle. Oh, well, Seamus, okay, fine. I can do that. But I hope you understand. You'll have to let me run it through me kidneys first." No one gets it? He's got to run it through his kidneys first. So he's gonna pour the Irish Gold on his grave, but he's got to run it through his kidneys first. The Irish Gold. Kidneys filter liquid, so he's gonna pee on his grave. It's pretty crass. Okay. Sorry. We are still waiting for our guest, Enzo. We're on Zoom. He's going to be giving a presentation on the principles of sacred art. It's going to be awesome. Enzo Salvaggi. Yeah, I know. If you can't take the heat, you got to stay out of the kitchen. That's right. They're going good. I mean, finals week. Pretty crazy. We are waiting on Enzo. Looking for the schedule. Oh, do you have it? Can I see? Yeah. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna have a Eucharistic procession afterwards. Well, we're gonna process out of room M, down Grand, cross Escondido, cross Grand at Escondido Boulevard, and then up this way, and then just back through Maple, and then back to the. So you'll be, how it will go is that the servers will go out, the servers and Father holding the monstrance will go, and then the congregation will row by row follow Father out, and then the choir will be in the back, I think, and they'll be singing hymns the whole time, and so we'll process in that order. Yeah. Ascension, hopefully, yeah. I'm not. Yeah, I think the choir is aware. Hello. It might be a little superfluous. Good question. Whoa, 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 whoa. Great. Okay. So yeah, he doesn't have to. The John and Alec comedy special. Episode 900. Gotta dance, and then it ends. And then I take a drag of my cigarette. Welcome back. Welcome back to the show. Thanks for tuning in. Gotta dance. John's forehead. Testing. Forehead cam. Oremu. I'm leading them to the presentation. It's good theology. Ad orientem. Liturgical East. Right, Marlon? Liturgical East. Here. We're waiting for him. Well, we're waiting for him to beam in. Oremus. Or we could celebrate Mass right now, as we wait. Could celebrate a dry Mass. All right, ready? Start us off.
Can't celebrate.
No, you lead. You did priest roll.
Okay.
Nomi Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Okay, fine. I thought we could do it reverently, but maybe it's just a weird.
That would be weird.
Judica me Deus. After the sacred art, there's going to be a talk by, I think, Catherine Martinez. Welcome back to sunny San Diego. You're listening to Pelican Squawk. The Squawk. Squawk Center. So, do you guys know about the power of silence? The power of silence. The Power of Silence is a book by Cardinal Sarah, former head of the Congregation of Divine Worship for the of the Catholic Church, like one of its departments, I guess. And about the power of silence. And basically it's in which it's impossible for us to enter into ourselves because there's constantly noise around us. And so one way our churches are sanctuaries is that it's silent inside. And so the silence, it's a way for us to enter into our souls, basically. Oh, did he? Yeah, A Quiet Place is a sort of horror suspense movie where you can't speak. You have to be silent because these aliens have super hearing, and so if they hear you speak, then they come and kill you. Basically, they kill everything that makes noise. And so basically, it's this family who learns like sign language. They already know sign language because one of The Zoom will be launching in 1 minute. The talk is Working in the Film Industry by Catherine Martinez de Leon Sanderson. We're going to be welcoming her in 1 minute here. Is it the same? Is it someone just down the street? Okay. All right, everyone, grab your seats. We're going to be starting here. Okay. Let's get this set up here. Let me unmute. Okay. Marlon, you can grab a seat. Oh, thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? Awesome. I'm actually Alec, but this is
Nice to meet you. Hi, nice to meet you, Michaela. Thank you so much for zooming in. Of course, yeah. No, thank you for having me. Yeah. I'm in Colorado. No, no. How is your family? It was great. I had my dad's 70th birthday party last night. Yeah. Wonderful. That's amazing. Happy birthday to him. That's awesome. Okay, well we'll let you kick it off.
Yes. So everyone, this is, let me see, get your full name. You have an awesome full name, a very full name. This is Catherine Martinez de Leon Sanderson. This presentation will be Working in the Film Industry. So Catherine, if you could please give a little introduction about yourself, and then you can just launch right in to your presentation.
Definitely, yeah. So I graduated from JP Catholic in 2016. I was part of the MBA program, which I know is now defunct, but yeah, we were there from 2015 to 2016. And it was funny because my class, we actually had a lot of people end up staying up in LA and working in LA. But before that, I'd gone to Santa Clara University up in Northern California, and I majored in English. And I hadn't really realized what I wanted to do once I finished my English major. And I was really glad I found JP Catholic, because I think it kind of just was like a God moment when I realized that, like, oh wait, like film and television is such a great way to work in media, to work in story. And I knew that was where my strength lied. So I ended up going there, graduated, and then I moved up to LA. And it took a while to land somewhere in LA. I think because we, you know, as a school, we hadn't built that many connections yet. So I just networked a lot, and I ended up getting a job eventually at the Jim Henson Company. Actually, it was more of an internship job. I was no longer a student, but they let me intern for about a year there while they were working on the Dark Crystal prequel series, which you guys might have seen on Netflix. So I was there while they were building all those puppets for that series, which was a really cool experience, and kind of ignited my interest in kids and family entertainment, which I'll get back to in a second. But I ended up not getting hired there because they didn't have the budget to bring me on. So yet again, was looking for a job, then moved into consumer products. Weirdly, I got a job at Universal working for their consumer products division. And they worked on a lot of the animated series, not animated series, animated film franchises from Illumination and DreamWorks. So that's like How to Train Your Dragon from DreamWorks. I think The Croods, that last movie was coming out. What else? Illumination, just Minions, Despicable Me, all of those kind of great franchises and great brands to work on. So that yet again, I was kind of just like fascinated by animation and by kind of like creature creation. I think that's why I learned at the Jim Henson Company, was just this idea that you could create these characters out of nowhere. And they didn't have to even be human. They were just completely created by someone's art, someone's mind. So I ended up getting hired there. Unfortunately, actually a week into that job at Universal, my boss was laid off.
Oh, wow.
So welcome to Hollywood, guys. Let's see. I was there about a year. My other boss got a promotion, but I was laid off in turn. And then I was at Walt Disney for about a year working in their theme parks division, which was a great experience, really cool. Worked with the Imagineers who design all the theme park attractions, all the resorts. But unfortunately, I had that job at the beginning of the COVID pandemic and all the theme parks shut down and I lost my job. So I came home to this very room I'm sitting in right now in March of 2020. Didn't have a job. It was, I think I was, 28 at that time. And it was a bummer, guys, because I was, 4 years out of school, didn't have a job, but I ended up writing a bunch of scripts. I interviewed at a bunch of animation studios like Walt Disney Animation, DreamWorks Animation, Illumination, every Nickelodeon, Sony Pictures. And I just couldn't land a job. This was about like a year and a half of me interviewing remotely. Couldn't land anything. Got to final round, was runner-up multiple times, couldn't get anything. And it ended up that right before my 29th birthday last year, so about a year ago, it was kind of a God moment because I was about to leave the industry. No joke, guys. I was about this close to leaving and I went to daily mass one day and I was just like, God, if I'm supposed to be here, like it doesn't feel like they want me here. Doesn't feel like I'm succeeding. I'm unemployed for a year and a half. Just give me a sign. And the next day, I'm not kidding, it was the next day, I got a call from one of my temp agencies. And temp agencies are basically, they're almost like talent agencies, but they're for temp assistants, temp workers. So they're going to give you like a contracted position, which isn't like, you're not officially hired, but you get to work, in an awesome position and get paid for it. And they were looking for an assistant at MGM for a president there. And they said, hey, it's so random. I just came across your resume in our database. Would you be interested in being put forward for this? And I said, of course, I'm unemployed. Put me forward. And it turns out that the president, his daughter had gone to Santa Clara, and was an English major at Santa Clara, just like I was. And he's Catholic. One of the few major Hollywood executives who are Catholic. And he then hired me to be his assistant. And that's where I'm at right now. I'm his coordinator. And he is president of the, if you can see back there, Epics. The premium network Epics, which it's a small network. So if you haven't heard of it, it's okay. But it's kind of like Starz, HBO. We do just premium content. And then he is also president of the scripted television division for MGM. And we do shows like Handmaid's Tale at Hulu, Fargo for FX. We have a show at Amazon right now. We're doing a Wednesday Addams show at Netflix. So it's a great position. I get to learn a lot. I get to interact with a lot of cool people, a lot of different departments. And so, yeah, that's me in a nutshell. But yeah, do you guys have any questions? Let me know. Yeah, but let me know how you guys want to go with this.
Mute here. Yeah, we have a question here from Michael Richardson. He's a theology and philosophy student here.
Definitely.
Hi. Yes, as Alec was saying, I'm a theology philosophy student, but I did take a film class last quarter, and I just realized how you really can take theology and philosophy, and you really can put it into media, and how that has like an impact. I was wondering for you, what got you to really just like film or this is just this industry of media? What really got you into doing that? Like, how did you know like that's what you want to do out of all the other things that maybe you could have possibly been doing for a living? Like, what really got you into it?
I mean, that's a good question. 'Cause, I mean, I think to break it into like, I guess, two parts. I think there's a lot of people in the world who are creative. I think in that, actually for my undergraduate thesis project, my thesis was basically studying why humans in general are attracted to story. And almost all humans, except for like a few like minor cases of like different psychological things, you're going to be attracted to story. And so I think that's where people get messed up is they're like, oh, I love story, so I want to work in film or television because I love watching film and television. And that's not necessarily like what should lead you to that. So kind of what led me to it was kind of the realization that I saw things a little bit differently than other people. I had like a certain take. People enjoyed my stories. Actually, I wrote a book when I was 9. I made my first like little tiny film when I was like in middle school, and people always enjoyed it. And I think that was kind of like a sign to me that like I kind of had a talent at it. I could kind of like identify what makes a compelling story, what draws people in, what's gonna get through to people. So I think that was kind of like, that was why I think I decided to pursue a career, to kind of be honest, is that I knew that like I could actually do relatively well in it. And I didn't have any connections in it. You know, I'm from Colorado here. I didn't know really anyone in LA, but I just knew that I wanted to, coming from a Catholic background, I wanted to kind of, you know, have that moral sense and bring that to Hollywood, because that's not always, as we know, present there. But also I just loved film and television. I was really into art, specifically, if you can't tell, a lot of color right there, growing up. So that's part of the reason actually I'm trying to get back into like kids family animation, because I love that side of it too. But yeah, I think it's just kind of, it's really hard to work in this industry because it's so competitive. There's a lot of nepotism. There's a lot of people who just get jobs because they know someone. So you really have to just not be able to see doing anything else besides that. And that's what the realization I came to, is like, I can't see myself really doing anything besides working in film and television.
You have a question? Yeah. Here, let me unmute. There's another question from Alexander Barreo.
Awesome.
Good afternoon, Ms. Martinez. I was just wondering, what is the most important prerequisite to get into the film industry?
I mean, there's a lot of things. Like I just said, unfortunately, it's really comes down to who you know. I would say almost, you know, in the last like 2 years, I've interviewed a lot of like big places. I only got there because I connected with recruiters. I connected with someone who worked at that studio or that company. So that's one thing that I would really emphasize, is just start networking, start doing informational calls with people and meet people, because that's really like the true currency in Hollywood, unfortunately, is like who you know. And even I can say people I work with, you know, they're consistently networking, they're still meeting new people. And so it's just kind of like knowing the landscape. But it depends on, yet again, if you want to work in Hollywood, that's an entirely different thing. If you just want to be an independent filmmaker, it's obviously like honing on your craft, making sure, you know, and that's also part of what I do too. But then again, like if you're going to try to aim for like mass distribution, you still gonna have to work at like, you know, how you present yourself, how you brand yourself is another big thing. Is like, what kind of content do you make? Like, do you like certain kind of genres? Like, what kind of is like the log line of your career, like what you're aiming for? And that's something I think that's really important and really good to like hone in on, is to, like, if you're going to pursue something creative, is knowing who you are and like what you're gonna stand for, and being able to kind of understand that like not everyone's going to take to that too. Being able to kind of wait and be patient and be like, okay, this person turned me down, but maybe this next person will, and like kind of having a perseverance about it. Yeah. Hopefully that helps.
Okay, any other questions here so far? Still thinking. Gotcha, Tommy. I guess one question I have for you, Catherine, is do you know anyone else from your time at JP Catholic who's also in the film industry? Has anyone like that you met at that time sort of like reemerged in your later endeavors in the industry?
Well, what's fun actually with my class, I'd say half of them decided to not pursue careers in film and television, which is totally fine. It's hard. But then the other half, two specifically I'm thinking of, they were older. They had careers before they came to JP Catholic. And like my best friend, Anne, from my grad program, she was 40 when she finished at JP Catholic. I think 41 actually, when she graduated. And so she's, 47, I think, turning 47. And she is an assistant to the producers at Family Theater, which is a Catholic production company in Hollywood. And they do a lot of, they're starting to do some really fun stuff there. So she's working. My friend David, who was also little younger than Anne, but still had a whole career before this. He also is still in Hollywood. He's working at SAG-AFTRA, where he reviews contracts, and he actually got a master's in entertainment law after he went to JP Catholic. So he was already an attorney, but now he has a master's in entertainment law. So he's there. I don't know if you guys were at the JP Catholic Day this past weekend. Angelica Gonzalez is in LA. She just was doing an editor kind of job. I think she was an assistant to an editor for one of the shows at NBC, one of the reality shows at NBC. So yeah, and we have Nessa, why am I saying Jimenez? She's working at Netflix, I think, as an accountant. which is another kind of interesting turn. She decided to kind of go into film accounting. So yeah, and actually quite a few people. And then there's a couple other who are working on the East Coast in like smaller roles. Like one of our grads, Gabriella, who's my roommate, she's working for a company that does like podcasting really. So yeah, we actually had quite a few that kind of like ended up sticking around. But I mean, it was a long road. You can ask any of us. And it's still a long road. It's expensive, it's hard. But we all love that we get to work in content. So.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from you guys? If not, then I have another. I'd be interested, Catherine, to hear a little bit more about your, I guess your day-to-day or any like extensive projects maybe that you're working on in your current role, and because you said you're assistant director to the.
So I'm a coordinator. Yeah.
Coordinator.
So
Okay.
it's like in corporate speak, basically you're an assistant, and then you're a coordinator, then you're a manager, then you're a director, then you're a VP, senior vice president, executive vice president, and that's kind of like how the ladder goes, and then
Gotcha.
president after VP.
Assistant coordinator.
So I'm one step up from an assistant, but not really, because I'm still kind of an assistant in the fact I support my boss. So I still manage his calendar. So I schedule all his meetings. I work with other assistants to kind of like figure out when their bosses are available and my boss is available, and find times to like schedule meetings, which takes up a lot of time. That's the main thing you do as an assistant, is scheduling. You run their expenses, so anything they get on like trips. You also arrange their travel. But the benefit of that is that I get to sit in on all his calls, all his meetings. And some of those meetings, are with major writers, major actors, major directors, major executives, talent agents. And I get to see how they interact and how they talk about the projects they're working on, and how I get to sit on the pitches. So I get to see how writers pitch their projects, whether they do that well or not. So it's kind of up to them. But yeah, so in return for kind of like supporting him as an admin, basically, I get to get experience. I get to interact with these other executives. Like on the MGM scripted side of my boss's job, it's funny because we have two different teams. So the MGM scripted side, like I said, we do Handmaid's Tale, we do like Fargo. We're working on the show. You'll see things about this new Wednesday show for Netflix. It's going to be coming out in the fall, but it was directed mostly by Tim Burton. So it's a very high budget show. So it's going to be, I think it's hopefully going to be a hit. I like it. I think it's fun. It's kind of like Wednesday Addams meets Hogwarts. So we're working on that right now on that side, along with, we have like about 200 projects in some form of development. A few projects in production. We were in Vikings Valhalla too for Netflix. That's one of our shows. But we're the studio for it. So that in that case, with MGM Scripted, we're a studio. So we have to go out and pitch our projects. We have things in development, but we, aren't a network. So we have to go pitch things to Hulu, to Netflix, to Amazon. But then on the Epic side, we are actually a network. We have our own actually like linear channel. So we will hear pitches for that network. And then we'll kind of decide what our slate is each year, what we're going to be putting on the channel. We have unscripted projects as well, so a lot of like docu-series, along with premium scripted television. And so I think in total, in between those two, I think there's over 300 projects that we have in development at any one time. So lots of reading scripts, lots of watching cuts of shows that we have in production. And yeah, it's fun. It's kind of, I get to see all different sides of it. I get to see like the marketing and PR side, how we're marketing these shows. I get to see how things are distributed on Epics. I get to meet with like the distribution executives. What else? The finance side, even though that's not as interesting, it's still really important. So I get to sit in on those meetings. So I was just kind of learning how a studio works and how a network works. Day by day. So, I'm still like, I'm on the bottom of the totem pole, but I'm getting to get visibility to what these top executive vice presidents, top producers, directors are doing, which is really kind of a great experience. And no matter which way I go, I can kind of use that information to move along in my career. Yeah.
Awesome. And you'd say you're generally enjoying your day-to-day at working for Epics and MGM. It's a good good role
I mean,
for
I
you?
won't sugarcoat it. Being an assistant isn't like the most glamorous thing, but it's fun. It's like I have my own office, which is unheard of for assistants. But so my boss has a huge suite, so I have my own office. Like I work in the middle of Beverly Hills. It's you know, as far as jobs go, it's very stable. That's one thing I'll say about taking an executive route. There's stability with that. You get a certain amount of money each week. You're not looking for project after project to work on, like some of the production jobs. So I know how much I'm going to make each year. But that being said, it's like you are stuck in an office a lot of the time. So, but yeah, I'd say it's enjoyable. I think it's a great job to have.
Great. Yeah, I think that's, I don't know, from my discussions, I'm also a theology and philosophy major, but I'm friends with a lot of people going into film and who are talented, have an eye for film, and or just love the industry. And I think that's very attractive to them. They realize like it is a tough industry to get into if you don't really have the networking. I think we're trying to like create that relationship more, so there are places for our graduates to go into, but I think finding something stable is like the first step for a lot of students who go from here into the film industry.
Definitely, yeah.
Oh, go ahead if you had a thought after that. Oh, Michael? Yeah, sure.
So hi, it's me. So I had another thought. So what I was thinking of doing with my theology and philosophy career or degree is I really wanted to get into like media, like YouTube or whatever, or like even have my own little podcast / whatever you want to call it. Because I think that's like the best way to do theology and philosophy these days. It's the best way to like get a lot of like support, a lot of like just a lot of like getting yourself out there, especially through media. So I really want to do that, but I don't really know a whole lot about media. I know a lot about philosophy, but I don't know anything about media. So what is like your best strategy for getting into something like that, if you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I think I understand what you're saying. You don't really have the media background, but you want to still do something in media. I mean, you're at the right place at JP Catholic because it's the intersection of media and theology people. So I would say, because it's not your strength, you bring with you that knowledge of theology and philosophy, and find some media students who, because I was just thinking of now I'm forgetting what her last name is, Mary Palchat. She was an undergrad when I was a grad student, and she did, I think, Foxtrot, if you guys have heard of that podcast series. She just finished doing that with a bunch of people she met at JP Catholic. So, I mean, I think it would just be kind of, finding the correct people who are going to be able to work on that media with you, people who know how to make YouTube videos, who know how to make podcasts, know the proper like equipment to use. But I think, I would say honestly start with a podcast maybe first, because I think that's the easiest for production. And then you can move into, if once you establish an audience with a podcast, then move into a YouTube. But I totally agree with you, because I mean, for us, we just got acquired by Amazon. So Amazon is huge, but they own Wondery, and they do podcasts. That's their business, is they have a bunch of different podcasts. And we look a lot of times at podcasts for like shows and stuff. But as we all know, it's a great form of media to kind of get out there. People love listening to podcasts. And then I think, once you kind of establish an audience with that, you could move into more like video kind of media. But that'd be my take. That's not really the area I'm in, but that would be, I think, probably the best track.
Yeah. We have one more question from Alexander.
Yeah.
Miss Martinez, what are some of the biggest challenges going into the film industry and working in the film industry?
Definitely. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I would say first off, the biggest thing I can think is just finance, just financial issues with your own kind of budgets. Because what I see a lot, and this always kind of breaks my heart, is that a lot of JP Catholic kids, don't necessarily come from money. They don't have, this was like a big jump for them to make to JP Catholic, and they get up to LA, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's so expensive. I can't find a job. I'm living all together. Like, there'll be like 4 people in like a 2-bedroom apartment. And it takes budgeting. It takes like, you might have to take a day job, and that's totally fine. But like I said before, the key is going to be meeting people. So even if you have to, I think a couple of them were working at Jamba Juice, a couple of the undergrads I'm thinking of at JP Catholic. And I was like, that's totally fine, guys. Like, you know, take a day job. Like tons of people do it in Hollywood. And just make sure that you can kind of like stay afloat there while you look for like projects, while you're doing your own creative stuff. Because I think that's the biggest barrier is people kind of think like, oh, I'll get there and I'm just going to find a job. And unfortunately, like a lot of times that's not going to be the case. So I think like that's the biggest barrier to kind of overcome. But then also realizing it's a long-term journey. That's something I always try to instill in people is that as much as like your first year is going to be hard, so is your first 5 years or your first like 10 years even, because you're establishing yourself, you're working on more and more content, you're meeting more and more people. So I think like those are the two weirdly things, you know, you can come into Hollywood and actually be like very talented. But if you don't know how to kind of get your stuff out there to make the right connections, maybe get like an agent if you're a director or writer or something, get an agent or manager or a lawyer even. That's going to kind of like stand in your way weirdly. But like we were saying, like YouTube, you can get your stuff out there, and that's like a great way to like get audiences. Because even once you like have a YouTube channel and you get people watching, then talent agents are looking at you like, oh, look at this person has however many followers. So I think remembering that there's not one way in, but it helps to, one, be smart with your money. Yeah, like also don't feel the pressure to move to LA if you don't need to. If you don't need to and you can live somewhere more cheaply and you can make content, go for it. LA is really only for like if you're really pursuing that like mass media thing. And then two, just keeping your head up. I feel like Scoggins was saying something like that kind of last weekend, that it's really easy to get down on yourself, to be honest, to be like, nobody likes me, you know, like there's a lot of rejection in any kind of content because everything's subjective. You know, you might like something, but the person you're pitching to might not like it, or because it's all collaborative, like somebody working on your project might not like something. So realizing kind of like where you want to draw the line, where you want to like let your creative liberties go. I think that's kind of like where you're going to find whether you want to be kind of like an artist who just makes whatever they want to make, or if you want to make something that like a bunch of people kind of come around, finance. It's kind of like making that decision and making and yeah, just deciding like what you want to do, because I know a lot of people actually left Hollywood because it's so expensive and it's corrupt. There is a lot of issues with like working in that industry. So I wouldn't like say like it's all roses here, but at the same time it's really rewarding to kind of like work on those big projects. So, but it's going to come down to what you want to do with your career, to be honest. Whether you want to like do indie films, which is totally fine. I have tons of friends who like live in other states besides California, work on indie films, they love it. Or if you want to be kind of more in the main industry, or maybe you'll work on indie films and end up kind of in the main industry. You just never know. Or work on more like, you know, Christian faith-based films. And I feel like that can be almost anywhere. There's a lot of practicants in like the South and stuff. So yes, that was like a long way, but I'm just saying like there's a lot of ways to be involved. So I think don't become overwhelmed and make your own kind of like life decisions about like, you know, like what you want out of it, you know, how involved do you want to be, like how many hours do you want to spend working, you know, in your career versus spending time with your family or your loved ones. So hopefully that helps. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Okay. We have another question from Joshua. He's over here in the corner.
Hi, Joshua. It's kind of a simple question, but like, what's the culture like at the workplace? Like, how are the people there? Like, how do you get along with them?
That's a good question. So my workplace is kind of funny. I will warn you all that like I know that many of you will probably lean conservative. It's a very liberal place to be in Hollywood. There's not as many conservatives, but that being said, I was going to mention my boss in his MGM scripter position reports to Mark Burnett, who, if you know who Mark Burnett is like one of the most notorious conservatives in Hollywood. Love Mark. But my boss and I actually we're Catholics, but we're liberal. So, but that being said, we love Mark. Mark is a very smart man. He did the Bible series with his wife, Roma. They're both lovely. They're really respected both in Hollywood and obviously they are really great people of faith, and they've found successful careers. So I think it's just balancing kind of like your business mind with your faith life. Because I think, you know, people just don't want to be preached to no matter like what side you're on. So yeah, I just be myself. I don't really necessarily bring up my faith too much unless somebody asks. You know, on Ash Wednesday, people like see ashes on my head and they might ask. And they're pretty, honestly, most people are pretty nice, but no matter what side you're on, no matter whether you're atheist or a person of faith, not everyone is awful. I think in general, Hollywood is actually getting better in the sense that there was a lot of really like awful, corrupt people like in the early days of Hollywood. And you can't be an asshole really anymore, to put it plainly. My boss often says this because he's a nice guy. He's a smooth talker, but he's a Catholic man. He has morals, and people like working with him. Like before this, he was actually the CEO of Steven Spielberg's production company. He was at Amblin. Before that, he was the head of all the Turner broadcast networks, so TBS, TNT. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just kind of going to be what you make of it. You know, I know a lot of actually faithful Catholics who work on like major shows, and you know, they might just not bring it up, but you see it then in their work though. And that's what I always love to see. I have a couple of friends who work on like major shows, and I know who are practicing Catholics. And I don't know, you know, there's probably like a few people who know they're Catholic who work with them, but a lot of times they might not know, but they'll like sneak these things in that are like beautiful Catholic themes. So yeah, in short, it's not always great. You work with there's a lot of ego in Hollywood. So I definitely see that a lot with people we work with. A lot of like not so moral people. But at the end of the day, you know, it also, like I said before, you have to find people you want to work with and people who are gonna like stuff you like. And that's actually part of the reason I like animation and kids and family. It's because I found they're just generally like more moral people because they're working on kids content. So that's part of the reason I kind of want to get back into that space. It's just I enjoyed it more. Yeah. But hopefully that answers your question. It's not always great, but there's a lot of really great people from a lot of walks of life.
Thank you. Yeah, I've noticed. I was talking to my friend who's a filmmaker, and he's from Minnesota, which is funny. There's a lot of people from JP Catholic that are from Minnesota. I don't know why. But
a lot of Catholics from Minnesota and I think Louisiana.
Okay, yeah. There you go. Okay, so you know too.
Yeah.
He's from Indiana over there, so yeah.
Just
to prove it. But he noticed. He's like, you know, from like, you know, my neck of the woods, like people are pretty set, I guess, just like in, you know, their convictions and whatnot. Whereas in California, I feel like there is just a general like openness where like even if you disagree with someone on like certain ideas or like on moral issues, there is like a general openness to ideas where people are like pretty interested in you as a person and like what you have to say. So like even if there is like sort of like a battleground as to like what is being put into films, like you can definitely like if you have the right medium, like sort of put your foot forward. I don't know. I think with so many industries that are out there as well, like you just sort of you find your industry that is sort of what you're about, and then you sort of find your way into there. But so my favorite animated movie is Surf's Up. It's a surfing penguin movie. I think it captures life really well, and it's like something like Lord of the Rings, where like you find humanity in it, even though it's about surfing penguins. And so I would like to know your favorite animated feature, and then also, if you don't mind, sort of like your plans. Like what you're sort of waiting for to get into that industry, because it sounds like that's where you want to end up.
Totally, yeah. So that's so funny that you like that movie. I remember it didn't go over well with critics, but people actually love that movie. It's a great movie because it's in a mockumentary. I've forgotten that. Yeah. So I'm a little bit older than you guys, but my favorite animated film was probably Beauty and the Beast, which came out. I think it came out the year I was born, or I think the year after. And it was nominated for the Academy Award. And I think I just was so fascinated by like the artwork of that, and also just the storytelling involved, the music. I was actually almost a music major. So a big part of, I think, what drew me to animation was originally like in the 90s, they were really big into music along with that. So it's kind of like a musical in animated form. But yeah, I think I always just love the idea of what you can do with animation, to be honest, is that you can take people to different time periods, you can take people to different places that you couldn't necessarily film like in live action in real life. It would cost more money, but with animation you can sit somewhere and like use your different programs to create that. And so that's just like the freedom of animation and the way it can kind of like twist and tell a story. So with that being said, I think my goal right now is to I'm kind of straddling the space between like live action, like adult content and like kids and family. I know a lot of people in like actually rather high up people in kids and family. And I was talking actually with a guy who used to be one of the lead executives at Walt Disney Animation last week. And he was saying, you know, you're 30. I get why you don't really want to be an assistant anymore. So he was kind of giving me some like life advice and encouraging me to kind of go off on my own and kind of like start maybe like working as a producer, pitching my own stuff. Because I know enough development executives, I can maybe start getting pitches in, work with different writers I know. So my goal, I think at this point, I was aiming to be an executive because yet again, stability, but I think I'm going to aim more for being a producer and bringing like my different like little slate of projects and kind of start pitching those out to people. And my favorite genres are like animation and like mystery and crime, and then like historical stuff. So ideally, I would have my own production company that does those three things, I think, in the future. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see where I end up. You never know kind of like where life will lead you in the entertainment industry. You kind of like go with the flow. But I think ideally that's what I'd love to do. I'd love to kind of be a producer behind everything. I love writing, but not enough where I think I want to be a writer. Maybe I did direct the short film we did for our thesis film at JP Catholic. So like directing, I'm like, okay, but yet again, it's not necessarily my strength. So I think like, it's an important question to ask is like, what exactly is your strength area? And I think I've realized after being up here for 6 years, that my strength kind of lies in like organizing people, bringing people together, and kind of overseeing both the business and the creative side of like a project. So I think that's why I'm going to pursue producing. You get to be a little more hands-on than you do as an executive. An executive, you're overseeing a lot of projects, but with producing, you're really focused on one or two. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Beauty and the Beast. That's a good one. I think my favorite Disney is Sleeping Beauty. I'll go a little further back, but that's
one too.
Yeah, good music as well. That one's Tchaikovsky, so it's more classical. But I think we have time for one more question for our Zoom expires. If anyone would like a burning question. Tommy? Tommy still got nothing? Michael, is it a quick one? Yeah. Okay. Well, we have one more question for you.
All right.
It's interesting you say you bring up music because I'm a big music fan. I write my own songs and music, and I am a big piano player, guitar player. I just love that and how it kind of coordinates with kind of what I'm studying. And so it's interesting you said, oh, you know, I had this first love to music, and that's kind of what drew me into, or what drew you into like pursuing a career in media. And that's really interesting how that music brings us into like kind of finding ourselves, if you will, and it's just really awesome. And how do you go about in doing that and, you know, finding yourself? And I know by taking a film class last quarter, I'm not the film guy. I'm the creative guy that would love to write the script, write the story, but I'm not the one that would be the one behind the camera. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, music is also a form of storytelling. So I think a lot of people who are into film and television and writing also love music. I think yet again, I think everyone around the world in some way connects to music. So I think that's kind of the great part of like film is you can combine, you know, storytelling with music, with the visual arts. And so I think it all kind of plays an important part. And especially with, I think it was actually one of my classes at JB Catholic, hearing is like one of the senses that you're immediately going to be able to catch them with. Like you think about if you're seeing it like a black screen in a theater and you hear a certain score, musical score, that can take you to a certain place. So I think it's very important. And I think I work with a lot of people who do composition too. And it's a great, it takes all types with film and television. So music is also, very important.
Okay. Well, Catherine, we're about out on time here. I want to thank you so much for presenting to us here today. And we've recorded it as well, so we're going to be sending out all our talks here to the student body. But I want to thank you again for sharing your experience. We'll be looking for your mystery, crime, family animation in the future here. We'll look out for your name, and we wish you success in your field and where you're taken.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, everyone, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Say goodbye. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Just thinking that he's.
I'm a film person. I make YouTube skits. So
That's okay.
So I learned I have to make YouTube skit promotions with other YouTubers. And it's a ruthless skit, so I'm gonna cut you if you.
I feel like I wanted to ask more questions, but I would have wanted to like base it off of her introduction, which I missed some of it.
Have you seen Surf's Up?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Isn't it good?
Yes. It was written and directed by Ash Brandon. He also worked at Pixar. He was one of the writers for Toy Story 2.
Really?
Along with John Lasseter.
You're kidding.
And Pete Docter.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
I did not know that. That's probably why it's so good. He's got some good exposure.
Yeah, he's writer, animation experience.
I don't think it's
And director. I know about him because I was doing research for Media Survey. Nice.
Yeah, you can have one. Yes. Cool. Thanks so much for hosting and covering the dead hour.
Yeah, no.
Okay, thank you so much for everyone listening to Catherine. So we're actually going to have Enzo Salvaggi, a sacred artist. He's going to give a talk on the principles of sacred art. That's going to be at 4 o'clock. So stick around.
You see this app right here? It's called Audible. Using just this little app on my phone,
The sky turns to a different shade of blue after the rain. My mind turns to a different point of view after the rain. Ooh, my mind. I know, like the ocean needs the moon to take the tides away. All we need's a little time to chase the blues away. Sun is out and it feels like it's always gonna stay. Let this last forever, turn tomorrow into yesterday. Now all those clouds have nothing left to do after the rain. And all those doubts have drifted out of you after the rain. Ooh, my mind. Ooh, my mind. I know, like the ocean needs the moon to take the tides away. All we need's a little time to chase the blues away. Sun is out and it feels like it's always gonna stay. Let this last forever, turn tomorrow into yesterday. ocean needs the moon to take the tides away. All we need's a little time to chase the blues away. Sun is out and it feels like it's always gonna stay. Let this last forever, turn tomorrow into yesterday. Into yesterday.
The Groove Mattress in a Box delivers revitalizing sleep right to your door for a dreamy low price. Buy it online or try it today at your local Ashley.
Well, I've been coughing fire. Well, I've been caught in fire. I've been caught in fire. Oh. Well, I've been caught in fire. I've been caught in fire. I've been caught in fire. What comes prior to? I've been caught in fire. I stayed down the other night. I've been caught in fire. I stayed down. Well,
Yo me estaba reposando, durmiendo como solía, soñaba con mis amores, que mi... Yo me estaba...
Did you try OfferUp first to see if someone nearby is selling it for less?
Try OfferUp first and save up to a lot.
Divino, glorioso Antonio, suplícale a Dios inmenso que con su gracia divina alumbre mi entendimiento, para que mi lengua refiera el milagro que en el huerto obraste de edad de 8 años. Su padre era un caballero cristiano honrado y prudente que mantenía su casa con el sudor de su frente y tenía un huerto donde recogía cosechas del fruto que el tiempo traía. Y una mañana, un domingo, como siempre acostumbraba, se marchó su padre a misa diciéndole estas palabras: Antonio querido, ven aquí, hijo amado, escucha que tengo que darte un recado. Mientras tanto yo esté en misa, gran cuidado has de tener. Mira que los pajarcitos todo lo echan a perder. Entran en el huerto, pican el sembrado, por eso te pido que tengas cuidado. El padre se fue a la iglesia a oír misa con devoción. Antonio quedó cuidando y a los pájaros llamó: venid pajarcitos, dejad el sembrado, que mi padre ha dicho que tenga cuidado. Por aquella cercanía ningún pájaro quedó, porque todos acudieron donde Antonio los llamó. Lleno de alegría San Antonio estaba y los pajarcitos alegres cantaban. Al ver venir a su padre luego los mandó callar. Llegó su padre a la puerta y le empezó a preguntar: dime tu hijo amado, dime tu Antoñito, ¿tuviste cuidado con los pajarcitos? El hijo le contestó: padre, no esté preocupado, que para que no hagan daño todos los tengo encerrados. El padre que vio milagro tan grande al señor obispo trató de avisarle. Acudió el señor obispo con grande acompañamiento, quedaron todos confusos al ver tan grande portento. Abrieron ventanas, puertas a la par, por ver si las aves querían marchar. Antonio les dijo a todos: señores, nadie se alarme, los pajarcitos no salen mientras yo no se lo mande. Se puso a la puerta y les dijo así: volad pajarcitos, ya podéis salir. Salgan cigüeñas con orden, águilas, grullas y garzas, gavilanes y mochuelos, verderones y abutardas. Salgan las urracas, tórtolas, perdices, palomas, gorriones y las garzas, gavilanes y mochuelos, verderones y abutardas. Salgan las urracas, tórtolas, perdices, palomas, gorriones y las codornices. Cuando acaban de salir todos juntitos se ponen aguardando a San Antonio para ver lo que dispone. Y Antonio les dice: no entréis en sembrado, iros por los montes y los ricos prados. Al tiempo de alzar el vuelo cantan con dulce alegría, despidiéndose de Antonio y toda la compañía. El señor obispo, al ver tal milagro, por todas las partes mandó publicarlo. Árbol de grandiosidades, fuente de la caridad, depósito de bondades, Padre de inmensa piedad. Antonio divino, por tu intercesión, merezcamos todos la eterna mansión.
Well, I've been coughing fire. Well, I've been caught in fire. I've been caught in fire. Oh. Well, I.
Recording in progress.
Okay, okay. There we go.
I was just wondering if the speakers are so they're just hearing through the laptop.
Yeah, they are.
Cool.
And since this is loud enough, it'll just sound like it's coming from.
As long as they hear
I can be
us.
St. John and you can be Our Lady. We can be on like different sides.
I'll never prepare. But thank you. That's so nice.
Yeah, I won't become St. John.
Well, yeah, you'll become St. Caleb.
You can try it successfully. I sure hope so. Saint Michaela. What do you want your like second word to be? You want to have like something at the end? You just want to be Saint Michaela.
Michaela what? Oh, like of the.
Sometimes like Saint John Chrysostom is like Saint John Golden Pound.
Whoa.
Do you want like something at the end of your name or?
I just want to go there.
How about Saint Michaela Vixenitas?
Oh my gosh.
Like Saint
Like
Anthony of Padua.
like Saint Michaela of like Saint Michaela like Jude 2.0. Like impossible cause. You know what I mean?
Saint Michaela the Impossible Cause.
the impossible cause. Like seriously.
Like
That's how you
words.
I'm telling you, it's like, okay, Father Andy, then what is it?
Yeah.
Sorry, getting on a tangent with Father Andy.
Should I
You're
give
gonna call
him
him
a call?
afterwards, be like, hey man.
Yeah, explain this to me. What's your logic?
With calls or with
With calls and texts.
Does he have a PhD in philosophy? What? Does he have a PhD
Okay.
in philosophy? Yes, he does.
We're gonna question Saint Luke, right?
Marlon, you question other professors of philosophy's logic?
I've never met one.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Father Andy, they do be
Do you wanna welcome him?
Oh, I've heard of this guy.
We might be testing audio first.
Okay.
What? Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming, John.
Hello.
Hello. Let me see. I was thinking of joining in by presentation on this one, and then by
Recording in progress.
oh gosh. Excuse me.
No problem. Take your time. Thanks so much for being here.
All right. Does this work a little better? Or is it? How are you?
Good. Oh, what a beautiful cross in the background.
Thank you. Do you hear an echo?
A little bit. Is that just come from your house?
How do I do this?
That might be coming from us. Let's just mute ourselves real quick.
Okay, we'll go on mute.
Well, because I need to share the screen on one of them. On the first one I joined in with. Unless maybe I just, hold on, leave here. How about that? Is that better? Okay. So I'm going to close this one. Oh no, I can't close it because those are my notes. What am I saying? I've never done this on Zoom before, so apologize for Okay, there we go. So am I able to share my screen here?
Yes, let me make sure that that's activated.
All right. You must be Andrew.
Yes, I am.
And I'm
Okay, great.
Thank you so much for doing this. This is awesome.
Thank you. I apologize for the misfire there on the timing.
No problem. No problem. We're ready.
Thank you.
I think you can share now.
Okay, great. And if you hear screaming, those are the children who are supposed to be quiet.
No problem. That's fine.
Okay. And are you able to see this?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Okay, you let me know when you're ready and we'll go from there. I mean, at least I will.
Okay, I think we're good to go. Yeah, go ahead and get started.
All right, great. Okay, so my name is Enzo Salvaggi and my company is called Heritage Liturgical. We're a sacred art and design firm. We concentrate on ecclesiastical design and that is what we are publicly known for, although we do a lot of residential as well, but we've just never advertised that, even though it's a good portion of our business. Is what we're known for is a liturgical and sacred art. So let me just dive in and say thank you, Michaela and the university, for this invitation. I'm very honored by it, and I hope that there's some benefit to this hour that we're going to spend together. So today I want to communicate a few concepts to you. And number one is that sacred art reflects a deeply human and primordial need and desire to unite to God beyond even our own religion and our own understanding. And if I may actually, here we go. Number two, that authentic sacred art speaks a language with a structure, a grammar, and a vocabulary. Three, that the war against sacred art is a spiritual rebellion. And four, that our calling is to fight back and intelligently counter the enemy and overtake them at every opportunity. That's my approach. It's not everyone's approach. It happens to be mine. So I think a few concepts then are in order to go over these 4 points. Can we identify or quantify that thing that makes a place feel holy? And is there a place for human hands and human hearts to reflect and glorify God's order and his commandments? How do we craft things, literally objects, to express his love and his generosity? And if we can do that, then is it a duty to do so? So to these questions, my answer is yes. Recent studies confirmed what we already knew was likely. For example, even these cave paintings are religious in nature. They present paradise-like fields of bounty, sacrifices, and they use symbolic language. The animal remnants in those caves also attest to sacrificial offerings. The Harvard Gazette talked about these particular paintings here. Depictions of animals in the paintings were not merely decoration or representational depictions of life, but instead reflected a religious iconography and conception of the world. Every religion for which we have a record has registered this gap between the sacred, the realm of the gods, and the profane, our everyday world. And so this urging to fill the gap between us and our source is coeval with the human race. Sacred sites everywhere, caves, forests, buildings, have had their sacred character guarded and transformed from one civilization to another. For example, here, the Roman Pantheon becomes St. Mary of the Martyrs. Here, the complex of Cholula, it's a church complex. It's on top of the largest pyramid in Mexico. It's the largest pyramid in the world, actually. And it was already thousands of years old when the Spanish first arrived to the New World. Another case study, if you would, this is the Cathedral of Syracuse in Sicily. And this was built within the shell of an ancient Greek temple. You see these beautiful Doric columns. And that Greek temple itself was built on an even older site. And we actually do not know how far back that goes or how old that is. But as far as, basically as far back as it goes, it was always a sacred site. In Rome, these are the bronze columns, which used to be in the Temple of Jupiter. And now they are in the Holy of Holies. They flank this. This is an edicule of the tabernacle in the Cathedral of Cathedrals, basically of, you know, the mother church of the entire church. So irrespective of the method, and even when the elements of one religion become the trophies of another, human history is studied by magnificent spaces, expressions of supreme values, which physically and spiritually mobilized entire nations over generations. The awareness of the sacred realm is universal to humanity, and mapping heaven on earth and making the architecture represent all of earth and setting it in motion to interact with the celestial bodies is a constant as well. For example, this is the Cathedral of Mallorca in Spain. It's the second tallest nave of all the Gothic cathedrals. People don't think about it, but it's on an island in Spain. The rose window channels sunlight from both sides of the church. And on February 2nd, that channeled light aligns perfectly and symmetrically with the window at the foot of the church that's here on the right. So when people go to Mallorca, for example, the tour guides will tell them that this is a wonderful coincidence. They call it the miracle of the eight, and they call it haphazard. But February 2nd in the Christian calendar, as most people know, has always been considered the closing of Christmastide. And so it commemorates the Jewish custom of the purification, which in this case is 40 days after Christmas. So it's not a coincidence at all. And like music, the sacred isn't an invention, it's a discovery. The past gives witness to this need for intimacy with the transcendent. And the longing born of this divide between the spiritual world that we sense and the physical world that we inhabit, that gives fruit to one of humanity's greatest achievements, sacred art and architecture. And if we lean into this human desire to unite with God, well, we see it within ourselves. And it's through our human experience that we can look back in time and sense the poetry of a figure such as this. Here we have a guardian, almost like an adoring angel, if you would, like a seraph, right? It stands outside the coffin of the pharaoh, who was seen as a god incarnate. This figure adores the divinity of the pharaoh through the walls of the shrine, which enclose the remains of this body, of this divinized body. So do you sense in this great desire in the pagan mind, long before the incarnation itself, a desire for the incarnation, for that unity of the two worlds that we inhabit? I would say yes. If we look back into history, we unavoidably engage with sacred art and architecture. It's what we have going for us in terms of looking back. We peer into that realm of the divine by entering into a grand observatory, and that observatory is our own human heart. So what are the objectives of sacred art and architecture writ large? We kind of went over it in a general way. One, to represent what is in heaven or in the heavens and bring the heavens down to earth. Number two, to make the sacred space that we define or consecrate on earth a mirror or a map of heaven. And we accomplish this best, and you as artists would recognize this, by employing laws and ratios evident in nature as a pathway for design. So let's look at some architectural examples. We're not at all obliged to look into antiquity or prehistory to understand what we're talking about. Here is Chartres Cathedral in France. And like virtually all of the cathedrals, it maps an astronomical reality on the surface of the earth. The building serves as a calendar, which traces the course of the earth through space, around the sun, and the moon cycle around the earth. And such a plan is what we call a cosmogram, a map of the physical cosmos. Here is another cosmogram of the calendar of Saturn, actually, on the facade of the Cologne Cathedral. If we seek to affirm a value which is universal, then we inevitably attempt to integrate it with the universe. Even the plan of the Kaaba in Mecca seems to reference an astronomical union between heaven and earth, as its facades face the moon's lunar standstills, which is, beautiful. If we seek to affirm, again, a value which is universal, we attempt to integrate it with the universe. Some say the Temple of Jerusalem was built on a solar model. But what's certain is that the temple was built around the concept of oneness, of reconciliation with God, of a repatriation with the long-lost Eden. So scholars in scripture tell us that the Garden of Eden was the thematic core of the temple architecture. And you kind of see this representation here. Flowers, fronds, trees, animal motifs, gold overlays, precious stones and carvings all spoke to the original state of our human race. Through symbols and an architecture designed around the perfect order, the stars, for example, the point driven home was that in God we find our original innocence and our inheritance of eternal happiness. And it seems the prophets too understood the Temple of Jerusalem to be a garden of God, and that worshiping there was a way to get back to the garden. So this again speaks of this uniting back to wholeness, the return to order, and a covenant of peace with God. So how does a building's layout make it a map of heaven? Well, just like this mural does. Like we saw briefly with the cathedral facades, it's the composition that unites heaven and earth by mirroring and relating symbols from one realm to the other. So again, here we have the fresco. Does anyone know what this is? Let's see. Nobody knows? My goodness. This is the Dispute of the Blessed Sacrament by Raphael. So through this layout, the doctrine espoused here becomes very clear. It's a treatise in 2 shots of an eye. So this too is a cosmogram in the manner that the church building itself is a larger scale, fuller cosmogram, but this one, like the temple, maps out a revealed heaven, in a mystical heaven, not just a natural one. So since we all understand these terms, you see basically the mirroring here of what's happening with the Blessed Sacrament and the doctors of the church. You have Thomas Aquinas, the various popes and theologians on the bottom. But then look at how the composition mirrors almost, well, beautifully, but almost, symmetrically what is above. So you see Christ and the Eucharist. What unites them there is the Holy Spirit. You have the saints and the prophets and the apostles on top. And you have the doctors below. So there's a correspondence. And so in this sense, this is what we have here is a cosmogram. It's mapping out a revealed heaven. So the objective of sacred art is to unite the 2 realms of heaven and earth. But how do we read all this? If that's the objective, what's the language? Well, I propose it's by the means of 3 main characteristics, and they all have to be read together. So sometimes, for example, you'll have one that is more or less than the other, but the other ones have to kind of make up for it. It's a balance. And I'm still working this out in my own head, but this is what I'm proposing. Sacred art, to be really called so, has to be 3 things: legible, intentional, and pure or unequivocal. Legible answers the question, what? What's going on in the scene? Face value. Intentional is the motivation. Why is it here? What's your point or your purpose for this? Pure or unequivocal. If I were in a non-Catholic environment, I would say unequivocal, but here I think my preferred word is pure, as in doctrine, pure doctrine. And it speaks of who. It answers the questions who. Who you are speaking of, or what doctrine are you espousing? If you paint a picture of Christ, the way you paint him will tell me almost everything about what you believe in him, frankly. So let's give some examples. And by the way, this is not without controversy. Legible. Face value, gesture, color, composition. An example here is the Thorvaldsen Christ in the Lutheran Cathedral in Copenhagen. Oh, so sorry. A little technical. There we go. What's illegible? So this is a recently installed resurrection at the University of Biola, actually. So both of these pieces say they represent the same exact thing, the resurrection. It isn't to say that the one on the right is not art or that it's not artistically valuable. I happen to believe that it actually is, but I am speaking of sacred art in the context of a sacred space, not gallery art or something that seeks to sort of tease us or cause a discussion. Actual sacred art in a sacred space. In a legible work of art, gesture and composition tells you what's physically happening. A man who is otherwise dead, he has mortal wounds showing on his hands and his side. He is alive. Whoever this man is it's an important figure. He's great, and he's looking towards the viewer in this sort of non-threatening, with his loving gesture. In an illegible work, the interpretation has to be handed to us with the famous artist statements that we always hear of. We have to accept it based on the text of what is given to us. Why is this true? Well, in theology, we'd say quia dixit, because he said so. And that's it. Intentional answers the question why. You should be able to ask, why is this here? And the answer should somehow be forthcoming. For example, why is St. Peter's Basilica where it is? Well, because that's where St. Peter was buried, right? Why did you build this monument? This happens to be the Lincoln Monument. Why did you go through this expense, this complexity? I mean, this is an incredible undertaking by any standard. Well, it's because we believe in these values to this degree that we would go and do this, right? When Constantine mowed over basically the cemetery that had been there for hundreds of years to build the other end of St. Peter's Basilica, it was not without, again, controversy. But the value of what they were building was so supreme that that intentional act meant something about how important it was to do what they were doing, to build a shrine that they were building, in this case, St. Peter's. The more unrepeatable a work, the greater the intention, the more supreme the value that we espouse. This, by the way, is why magnificent works of sacred art, like the Angkor Wat, like St. Peter's, like the famous cathedrals, compel us to ask, why is this here? What could possibly have motivated somebody to do something like this? This is the Sainte-Chapelle in Paris. This was built for no other reason than to be, in a sense, the reliquary of the crown of thorns, which was brought back from the Holy Land by King Louis. Pure or unequivocal, it answers who. Now, this building is not finished yet, but can anybody suppose what this is? And maybe this crowd actually does know. No? That is the Cathedral of Oakland. So what about this one? The answer has to be as clear as possible without this artist statement. When you ask what is the object of the work or who was the art speaking of, it has to be clear. It's not a question of style, it's a question of substance. In this case, we know that whatever this is, it's probably a church, but in any case, it has a sacred character to it. This could very well be a courthouse or a magistrate's seat, but it certainly has a sacred character. By the way, the Capitol buildings of essentially all of our capitals have this sacred character. And that's because the state borrows from the sacred character of temple architecture to say of itself what the temple says of itself, that the values are supreme, that it's an important place to be, that it is something about values which are objective. So everything about the sacred work of art should support the right ordering of our response to the divine and call us to this intimacy and unity with God. So in crossing a threshold into the church, let's say, the space needs to communicate that spirit of intimacy immediately. And at every turn, everywhere you look, every horizon, nothing in the space should be arbitrary or left to chance. And so this is something that Thomas Merton says about sacred art. Art speaks in its own terms. I think we all know this. And what it says cannot be said by any other medium. Art seeks to make the mystery of Christ and his church not understandable, but visible and imaginable. In a way, it's a higher calling, I would say, because it speaks to everyone. The drama of that immediate infusion of spiritual truths that resonate and satisfy, again, are hardwired. It's a hardwired longing that has an effect on us, and it's often emotional. But this effect isn't some emotional trickery, it's a moral achievement. Whether graphic arts or architecture or music, the sacred always evokes the idea of something extraordinary. Listen to any of the great masses composed over the past several hundred years. It's always speaking of something beyond normal. I mean, look at this piece. There's nothing normal about any of this, right? And that's why curating the sacred space is a thoughtful and expert process to be undertaken with care, because nothing can be left to chance, or it's not the subjectivity of taste. When it's all about, I wanted to do it this way, you stray from the concept of what is the point of sacred art. The job of the designer or the artist is to use pigment, furnishings, finishes, shapes, height, sound, spatial volumes, lighting, dimensions to more fully reveal the truths which are most true, the truths which are most true. A building, a sculpture, a meal we cook will always say something about how we value the ones that we craft it for. Incidentally, it's why, in my recollection, I've never heard anybody, talk about prison food and how wonderful it was. So by contrast, many people, will remember their mother's meals, right? With a great fondness and nostalgia. So to germinate the narrative of a sacred work of art is to answer the question, what do you want to say? Who do you want to speak of? And that who is very important. John Ruskin wrote, great nations write their autobiographies in 3 manuscripts, the book of their deeds, the book of their words, and the book of their art. Not one of them can be understood without reading the others. But of the 3, the only trustworthy one is the last. In case you were not paying attention, the book of art. So before we talk about, I'm going to bring up a particular one of our projects up to kind of just talk about it. We have to be aware and awake sons of our own age. And we have to look at some uncomfortable truths. And what is it about our time that allows us in general to be, just fine, not only living, but worshiping beneath exposed cabling and air conditioning ducts, spaces intentionally built to resemble, basically expensive warehouses? What's changed about our entries into the book of art? Well, I would say that, love it or hate it, we live in an era of rupture and revolution. And if we understand better the nature of the rupture, then we can more clearly understand the opportunity at hand to kindle a serious renewal of Christian culture and to ransom the culture at large. So I'm going to try to dive in real quick unless there's any questions, and we'll try not to suffocate in the process. Any questions from you? Okay. So if the exercise of the modern era is to redefine human nature without God and relegate our spiritual nature to the category of pathology, or in what they call it today, domestic terrorism, one of the first means employed is the arts. music first, but right along with it, architecture and all of the visual arts. So here, by the way, and you know, you're even younger than me, so we don't remember this because we are not told these things. You really have to kind of look for them. But this is phase one of a new civic plan by Le Corbusier, the father of modern architecture. And it called for raising over 2 square miles of the ancient heart of Paris. Raise it to the ground. You could be shocked, you could laugh, but this, again, is the father of contemporary architecture, the patron saint of every high-rise and government housing block that was ever built. So before you change a single law, you have to change the spirit and the heart of the people. That happens through customs, habits. It happens through the culture. This is Penn Station. Again, this is not ancient history. This is in 1965, and it was one of the greatest buildings that Americans had ever built. This was the gateway to New York City. This existed within your parents', my parents' lifetime. But in this rupture, we turned against these poetic achievements. And so we erased entire chapters, line after line, from our civilization's manuscript of art. Below to the right, you see what this was turned into after its demolition in '65. So do buildings, does art reflect values? You've heard me throughout this thing talk about values the whole time. Just a little quick blurb about Penn Station. Through Penn Station, one entered the city like a god. This is a Vincent Scully that wrote this. Perhaps it was really too much. Again, these are actual images. One scuttles in now like a rat. And by the way, I've been there. I didn't know any of this when I went in there. And I thought, what is this ugliest thing that I'm walking through? And then to have discovered many years later that what had stood there in its place was a magnificent, Roman basilica, basically. It's really mind-boggling. So is what we build and how we build arbitrary? It's not. It's always connected to values. If how we build and what we build have value, how can we then destroy and how we destroy it not represent a set of values? And I might have said that in a language that's not English, but I'll say it again and paraphrase it. If what we build has values, what we destroy also reveals a value. By the way, this is a piece of Penn Station thrown into a marsh in New Jersey, which is where they threw all of the sculptures and all of the architectural embellishments. So without missing a beat, and again, I go back to this time in history because we have to understand the nature of rupture, and it's really very close to our lifetime. We are living in the result of all this. We have to know what happened. Without missing a beat, the same culture that wanted to level Paris, that was in the 1950s, by the way, that same spirit was aimed at our church life. Even the name church turned into center in the 1970s with a disdain for the cultic event or for the worship event, for the disdain of its ecclesiastical character. This is what they said. We should no longer build places specifically devoted to the worship event or structures which have what is thought of as an ecclesiastical character. There can be no more church building in the sense that is meant when we talk about houses of God, shrines, temples, naves, chancels, sacred edifices need to return to the non-church. This was actual architectural talk about church building in the 70s. And by the way, this spirit continues very well into our day. The movement called us to returning to a non-church, but this wasn't a mishap in archaeology because there was never a non-church. It wasn't a flawed study. It was weaponized primitivism, okay? They talk about the house church. It's a lie. We could get into it if you want to ask a question about that, but there was never a time, at least in Christian history, where you have a non-church. It just never happened. And so we have spaces built not for souls, but for technology. This is the inside of a church building, which unfortunately, even for Catholics, seems eerily familiar. By the way, I love that during the time that this photo was shot, they have a picture of Adam and Eve and being cast out of the garden from the Sistine Chapel. So in this space here, we actually have a picture of actual artwork. So such a space isn't just anonymous, it's chronically electronic. And by the way, I went to visit this place. It's as awful as it looks. It's actually much better in picture. This is the outside of that same building. So you can say there's perhaps a poetic justice when man's plans become an obvious punchline. I couldn't resist kind of putting this together here. The risk of belaboring the point is obvious, but I think we want to just kind of keep going for a second. The spirit of rupture or revolution isn't just we want to build buildings, paint things in a different way. It's not a proposition, people. It's a forceful imposition which turns violent and kinetic whenever it's allowed to do so. Okay? So it's bad enough that we have, for example, this freestanding altar that's kind of placed into the sanctuary, but still kind of, melds, because these are Austrians, of course, and we want to be sensitive to art when we want to be. But look at what happens to the church building itself. This is a huge sweater that was put up for Lent, okay, because it's purple. So again, it turns violent and it turns kinetic. Rupture is not an idea which won't affect you. You can't run from it because sin is at its root, and we're all infected by it, by sin. We are all susceptible on some level to resist, to rebel, to revolt, and ultimately to destroy. It's just how we're made. If you're tethered to God on any level, the spirit of revolution will attack you at each of those levels. Monte Cassino, or Dresden in this case, the ruins of those places are not a reality divorced from the spirit of rupture just because we said war was a premise. It's the logical conclusion. Millennia of art and culture turned into dust in the same victim as the same victim of rupture as liturgy is a victim of rupture at, for example, the LA Religious Education Congress. Again, neither one of these is haphazard. Both events have a genealogy, a parentage, and a design. Modern architects and thought leaders in Tiffin, Ohio, for example, like in so many other cities, which we already saw, this is what, 20 years ago, not even, told us to erase traditions which are meaningful to us. That's not a montage, that's an actual picture of the demolition taking place, right? Of the one good thing they had in this town of Seneca, in Tiffin, they destroyed. And it's always for spurious reasons. In Paris, France, what they give us in return is in conflict with the human psyche. It's irreconcilable with our spiritual nature. I believe that by thoughtful evolution and not by radical revolution, we can build sacred spaces designed by the human heart, because the material world can begin to reveal the divine to us. These are all churches, by the way. How do you know this? Well, I may have to tell you that these images are churches for you to imagine it. And I definitely have to tell you that this Eye of Amun-Ra is a church for you to believe in. But the truth of the matter is that you all know what this is. And that's the thing that works. So, if I may inflate and drop down a little life raft of good news in this ocean of horrors, it's 2022. There's a way up and a way out, maybe. This is all brand new construction. Every time we build conscientiously and intentionally against the culture, it's an act of war against the war. This is a rendering for a future project in Chicago. To me, this is a harpoon right at the heart of the revolution. They hate this. This is a gorgeous neo-Gothic tower. This was built in 2010, okay? It's a triumph. It's a battle that was absolutely won. Hillsdale College Chapel, inaugurated, I think it was last year or 2 years ago. It's a Protestant chapel which proposes the best values of Western culture. And yes, go ahead.
Our sent you in the comments a part 2 meeting link. So once, maybe we could even just end it briefly and then restart on that new link so we have an extra 30 minutes.
Okay, great. And you're okay with that? I'm not boring you to tears?
No, not at all.
We're enjoying this.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me then, so I guess what I do now is I Zoom, right? Let's see, I stop sharing. And so I leave it and then I go back to your link, right?
There's a new link to in the chat if you go down to like your main bar where like the share screen.
Gotcha. I click on that. Okay. Leave and
Recording in progress.
That didn't happen earlier though, huh?
Yeah, it's because we had to switch around the schedule.
See you, Marlon. I'll let you know how it goes.
You guys gonna record it and put it up, right?
Yeah.
okay, we're back?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Did Michaela leave?
She will be back. She will be back. She had to leave to compassion real quick. She's heading back.
I think,
We were muted. She will be back. She had to go run and get something and then.
all right. Okay, I'll pick right back up from Hillsdale. How does that sound? Oh, I have to share my screen. Sorry, 1 second. Keynote. Okay, thank you for your patience on this. Okay, so this is Hillsdale, and I think many of you know this chapel. So just a few hours north of you in Ojai is, again, using just some language of the battlefield here, it's a catapult shot over the walls of the infernal city. And in this case, it's basically a direct hit. So my claim is this. Sorry? This is Thomas Aquinas College.
Yeah.
So my claim is this: the justification today for building beautiful churches, for making great art, is not the past. My justification, and I believe the justification, is that we live in a time of the resurrection. When a sacred building doesn't apologize for being what it is, it communicates courage to those who are inside it, to those who inhabit it. This is St. Michael's Abbey under construction a few years ago in Silverado. This is my latest project, and so I wanted to kind of showcase a little bit of it to you here in the next few slides and talk to you about, a little bit of this artwork and, just inspire you that it's possible. In small ways and in big ways, we don't have to be straddled by the limitations of modernism and the grammar and tenets of spiritual rupture. We're always told we have to. We don't. A rupture which is not simply in conflict with the gospel, but fundamentally incompatible with it. Sacred art and sacred space has a tangible role. We can look to the past and our own age for inspiration and to craft relevant art. Great and powerful spaces inform us, form us, and they change us. And by the way, they know this, which is why they've done what they've done. If the undertaking is to praise, to form, and to witness, if we see how sacred art is rooted in the deepest fiber of the human condition, we can appreciate the mission of the fathers of St. Michael's Abbey. Again, a project that I recently worked on as creative director on a different level. So I'm going to very quickly go through some of the details and symbols of the Abbey cycle, just to introduce this to you, give you a sort of intimate look at it, and hopefully you'll find it interesting. As with many works of art, and all you as artists can appreciate this, the art at St. Michael's in Silverado begins with an idea. And so in this case, this is my first sketch. Drawn during a phone call as the fathers are talking about what they're wanting on these murals. The narrative for the artwork was roughly laid out. So this is a zygote of the imagery, if you would, of the triumphal arch. And so you see even here, there's a compositional attempt, right, to be symbolic in the language, to be almost using geometry, but more for this, for the clarity of the symbol. So it's hard for most people to read architecture. I've been talking about a lot about architecture, but that's because architecture is so important. But when I say art, I mean architecture, I mean painting, I mean sculpting, and of course, I mean music. So it's hard to read architecture, but it's less hard to read symbols, to read colors, figures, and gestures through visual art. So this is the triumphal arch, which, without ever speaking, heralds the triumph of Christ and the saints, the supremacy of light over darkness, of truth over lies, and the great intentionality of the work, 70 feet up and 40 feet across, it's not something small to have undertaken, speaks of our absolute dependence on God, while the work's richness confirms the promises and the generosity of God. Those who believe in this triumph will find comfort in this powerful gesture and lack of hesitation. I just wish we could have done more. So I'll tell you that. If it's legible, as we said sacred art should be, then, what does it say? Here, for example, a woman is the centerpiece in the upper narrative, described by the scriptures as, behold, a great sign appeared in the heavens, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and a crown of 12 stars. Who is she? We identify this woman further with another layer of symbol, placing her between two large cherubim, like those which flang to the Ark of the Covenant in the Temple of Jerusalem. So we affirm this woman is in some way the tabernacle. She's the ark. With another layer yet, we see two familiar angels, Gabriel, who appears at the beginning of the New Testament, and Michael, who appears at the end. You love my animation, I hope? To reinforce the identification of this ark as Mary, the mother of our Lord, her child then is both law and manner. And indeed, Christ himself reigns over the entire scene, bestowing a crown to her. So all these elements point to who she is in various ways. The mandorla and its layers tell us we are peering into deep time, kind of looking into the archetype. For not only is this a person, but it is a person who also fulfills our hardwired need for that archetype. We own the archetype. We don't need to be afraid of talking about our sacred art as fulfillment of archetype or as an exposition of the archetype. That Christ fulfills the archetype. It's what we were hardwired for. So this is the mother who protects her child from the snake. And you don't have to be a Christian at heart to understand that, right? We know this image is also a symbol for the church herself. And yet the overlapping of symbol does not, as the modernists claim it does, confuse us. Rather, it enlivens and enriches our reading. You'll hear it over and over. Oh, we don't want many things because we don't want to confuse people. We have to separate, the elements of the sanctuary, and because we don't want them to overlap. No, we want them to layer. The layering has to be smart, obviously. You don't just create a clumsy space or a clumsy composition, but layering is good. The last day is also the culmination of time. And so the new sky is unfurled. This is on the lower left of the mosaic, while the trumpet sounds calling all creation before the throne of judgment. So here you have a beautiful example of how through iconography, you have the trumpet sounding and the new sky being unfurled. Again, always in symbolic form. There, still in the lower left, the resurrection of the dead, the tombstones are overturned, and the flesh at last is reunited to the soul. And again, this is doctrine. So we're expounding on actual Catholic doctrines. This is what you saw was the painting, this is the finished piece. On the lower right, the blessed are led to heaven by the angels through the merits of the blood of Christ, which is what this cartouche, or the scroll rather, is saying, while the damned suffer their just and eternal torments. Both in evil and in good, we find an angelic presence. We are enmeshed and intertwined with the spiritual world. Demons drag us, angels elevate us. It's not a complicated composition, but all these become part of a narrative that is obvious at face value, but can also be explained. And so that we don't get accused of clericalism, by the way, I wanted to let you know I threw a couple of clergymen in there in the lake of fire. So any resemblance to real persons that are alive is purely coincidental. So there are 10 columns which sustain the entire work, the pillars of the commandments of the law, and they emerge from the marble as ethics emerge from nature and through our nature. So the fact that the columns are there is obvious. Of course, we can build on the narrative by speaking to it, but they're there, and you can read them and number them. And in the apse's upper register, the cupola, we find a prominent crux gemmata, jeweled cross, symbol of the Lord's resurrection. And it's the single point from which the vine springs out, bearing foliage and sustenance and shade and fruit for nutrition and for joy. And by the way, in this, there's a little, as priests and shepherds, this was for the abbey, there's a Norbertine there that's tending to the vine, speaking of the call of the clergy. 4 patriarchs featured in the lower register of the apse, including Aaron and Abel. With Abel, we go back into deep time, into prehistory, identifying that root cause of our longing for unity with God, for peace with God, was the rift of sin and chaos. And by the way, in medieval theology, you always pair Adam and Eve to Cain and Abel. You don't separate those. And by the way, the martyrdom of Abel was because Abel was offering a just sacrifice in the proper manner, which was pleasing to God. So at the very beginning, you see prefigured the attack on proper worship, on right worship. All these are priestly figures of sacrifice and the liturgy. Beneath the arch, if you were to look into the depth or the thickness of the wall, you'll find this magnificent wreath, abundant with flowers and fruits, figs, pomegranates, lilies. And then at the pinnacle, you have Christ and the 12 apostles to his left and to his right. A few I've taken out here just to show you. These are the paintings. The one on the left is a sketch, the first sketch that was given to the fathers to accept. And then these are the finished paintings from which the mosaic was then made. The paintings had to be prepared to fill in and flesh out that sketch, which we've been talking about. And here you see this couple doing that. Painstaking studies and painting of every detail, every color, drapery, flesh, eyebrows. So here I have basically almost counterclockwise, if you would, the sketch, the mock-up, and then some of the final painting on the top right. Anybody does mosaics here at all? Has anybody ever done that? No? Well, the mosaics are millions of handmade, hand-cut tesserae or tiles, which are prepared to match those paintings. I'm going to show a little video here, and you see this first cutting process of the gold leaf tessera. A blue-green pizza, they call it, is made in the kiln, and then the gold leaf is placed on it. Then a thin balloon of glass is blown, extremely thin, and broken into pieces. And then that shard is placed on top of the gold leaf that was put on the glass. And that's put back into the kiln and then encapsulates the gold into the 2 layers of glass. So then each of these pizzas, as they call them, has to be pre-cut, which is what you're seeing here. So you see how much labor and time goes into that. This is something that people don't generally see, so I wanted to show that today. That was in Venice, by the way. And I'm going to show you another little video here, just real quick. The larger pieces are then cut, that are cut from the larger pizzas, if you would, or slabs, are taken by the mosaicist, along with all the other colors, one by one. And so here you see the face of the Christ and the mosaic being composed, which is, rather fascinating. And you see kind of how slow it goes. So while the work at the Abbey is extremely symbolic, the work is not abstract. It's to be read in a mystical key, of course. These are the days of creation that go on the ceilings of all the side chapels. But even if you knew nothing about this faith or this art form, it is on its face legible, and it is most certainly intentional, if for nothing else, for the sheer size of it. And as far as its ability to communicate pure doctrine, the canons of iconography are indisputably the ideal means for an untarnished proclamation of faith. Symbols and figurative art are valid means of writing a narrative. This, again, is all art we produced for St. Michael's Abbey. This is the great crucifix, which you're going to see soon. There are means, the symbols and figurative art are a means to address the spiritual and physical needs of worshipers to live in a space which supports, affirms, and builds up our faith journey. We have the opportunity through sacred art to say what would otherwise be difficult to say. How do you say here that the heresy against the Mass and the Eucharist was dashed, if you would, by St. Norbert in this case? Well, in this artwork, you see it right away. To affirm the glory of Christ crucified ultimately is the aim of this art. And to welcome people of all faiths and of all, as we say today, journeys into a conversation away from the rebellion and the revolution, away from chaos, away from the chaos of the culture, and into Christ's culture. Speak and compose in a Christian language, not just for the Christian audience, but to engage with a non-Christian audience to understand the Christian message. We cannot love someone or something who we do not know. We can and we must keep writing great deeds into the manuscript of art, because as we bring heaven down to earth and make our earth a map of heaven, we will recognize ourselves more as children of God in the world and less as creatures of the world. Oh, sorry, I'm hearing some. Sacred art preaches when we cannot, and in a way that we cannot. While we cannot control the world, its leaders, and its ways, we can take the time, the treasure, and the talent of this brief lifetime to build monuments of remembrance of our dependence on God, of our affirmation that despite every challenge, He holds the universe in the palm of His hand. Can we witness beyond our days to present and to the future? Yes. And in doing so, we will have made earth a little bit more like heaven and redeemed our children's past. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, and if we still have time, I'm very happy to take them.
We're hopefully going to have a chapel built in the coming years, and this made us very excited for that.
So I have heard.
So, God willing, ideas like this will end up in it. So I think my big question, unless anyone else wants to start. No, okay, cool. So, and then the Norbertines. My brother wants to be a Norbertine. He's here right now at JP, but he wants to go up to St. Michael's once he graduates. So, it's sort of a pleasant surprise to see that y'all worked on that. I got to see some of the behind the scenes.
Yes.
But my big question is, we live in the modern day is one that has an emphasis on preference, right? And there's so many different styles that people prefer, and there's so much opportunity for choice and how people do art, etc. And I think it's difficult to persuade people into agreeing that there are some forms of art for some sorts of things, and then some forms of art for other sorts of things. And so you had your threefold argument at the beginning as to what art should be, and I think other people would be able to sort of say, well, that's not the way I see it, and I find more beauty in other forms of art, and I think it's difficult to argue with those people. Do you have any comments on like that discussion?
Yes. I speak strictly of sacred art.
Yeah.
And sacred art in a sacred context. Not my private chapel in my house where I have the abstraction of the resurrection and I know what it means and it's wonderful and beautiful to me. Or a closed circuit chapel, in a college or something where I know we're always going to know what that is, and that's kind of how we do it. I mean, the bigger you go in terms of an audience, the less justification I think you have to just do your own thing. Nike did it for the world, but I don't think that's a slogan for the church. So the point is, it's the difference between why do I go to church? Do I go work? What is the meaning of worship? Is worship the prayer that I do to make me feel good? Or is it the prayer that I offer because I am called to do so? So there's both, obviously. We have a prayer that I give, but worship in the worship event of public worship, because a church or a sacred space is a public space. And I think with Catholics, we can be more explicit. The church isn't just a meeting hall, right? And it's not just a prayer chapel. The church is a place for the public worship, for the public sacrifice. And so the space has to speak of someone other than the artist. And the artist will always have his hand in it because that's inevitable and that's beautiful. But the space is not made for the artist. I mean, the space is not made for the artist to express himself, or even the person, writing the commission to express themselves. It's to express the truths of the church, period. Now, you can do that in various ways. And yes, we've seen all kinds of styles throughout the ages. Not everything has to be an icon. But my proposal for today is that we live so far outside of a culture which is truly able to create great representational art, that we need to be humble about the fact that we live in this time. We don't live in the exceptional times when we have an entire culture spending money and talent and treasure on forming incredible artists to do things like even the Mannerists did or thereafter. That's just my personal opinion. We need to be humble about that. And so art today, in an age where we live in a visual age where the visuals are confusing and they're constant. We have them on our telephones. We have them at the gas station when you put in the pump. This is what I'm competing with at the end of the day for attention. So the art inside the church has to be something which breaks, I think, with and speaks counter to the some would say no, you go with the flow. And my point is, you have to find the happy medium where you're countering the culture at the point where it needs to be countered. And so my vision for, or my proposal rather, for sacred art in the church context is that it has to be legible, it has to be done at a high level, it has to be artistically masterful, because it has to be authentic. It has to be able to catch someone who is completely, because we are, all of us, you know, focused on the visuals, because we live in the visual age, and say, this is different. What is this? It has to be great. It can't just be mediocre. At that point, have white walls. But if you're gonna put art into a church, it just has to be great, whatever it is. And I think that attitude, and I hope I'm answering your question, I think that the attitude of really wanting to do the great thing, I think there's that call there, that there's a call to sacrifice and to generosity, which is not negligible. That's what I've seen with my clients, by the way, that when they might ask you for this much, but if you really peer in and find out what they're really wanting, I have found that they will actually want to go as, you know, far more than what they asked you for. But you have to be able to educate their eyes, educate their understanding, show them great art that was done, to show them the spirit of what we're talking about. You have to understand the liturgy and what it really means. You have to understand the worship, the act of worship and what that means, and be able to communicate how what you are proposing is an extension of worship. And that's kind of, I think, the difference. What the work that I propose for churches is not, oh, that's a great artist, it's a great name, it's prestige. That you hear that all the time. When they did the Orange Cathedral, Christ Cathedral in Orange, the big narrative was, oh, the tabernacle from German so-and-so, prestige, prestige, architect, prestige. But you wouldn't know that that's a church unless somebody told you. So I think there's a humility lacking there, and there's an elitism, which great art speaks to everyone at every level. Anyone can walk in to, I'm just going to use a banal example of the Sistine Chapel, or not banal because it's banal, but because everybody talks about it. You know, I'm thinking of many other places, but they might not be well known. Anybody can go in there and see that this is incredible, right? You don't have to be an art scholar. You don't have to be a theologian. But when you really start looking at some of the symbolism in the theology, you realize it's really wonderful. It's at a high level. And even the way that the prophets and their messages are interspersed through that, clearly there was a theologian behind that, and we actually know who that was. But I think that art executed at a high level, at an excruciatingly high level, the highest level possible that can be achieved, is what we should call for and what we should ask for. And art as an extension of worship. I think if those are the bases that you're wanting to talk about God, then the individual expression will follow, of course. But if the focus is to expand on the act of worship, to expand on the sacred space as part of the sacred realm, then you can have different styles. You could even go into some abstraction, by the way. But the other points have to still be relevant: intentionality, and not being equivocal, and just knowing exactly what you're speaking of. I think pure abstraction at a certain level, you just lose. You just lose it. You just lose the thread. But yes, I believe in various styles. I don't think we are a church of a style, but I do think we are a church of principles. And so if the principles are right, then that will be the editor that edits what the style is. Because if you don't have the good artist to do Baroque, or Rococo, well, you're not going to do that, because if the point is not to be ridiculous, then you're going to want and do the thing that you can do. Again, and I'll close. I think today we have much better iconographers than we do figurative painters. That's been my experience. We still have great sculptors, not in marble, by the way, mostly in wood and bronze. So that's kind of, I think we just have to be humble about that. And style, yes, whatever style you want, but show me what you can do.
I think I've been trying to articulate like why like the clarity of art like at St. Michael's is so desirable, and I think a lot of it's just sort of like it doesn't need to explain itself. I think it's self-evident, I feel like, on some level. But I really like the idea of like public. Like if it's going to be public, it needs to be discernible for those that aren't catechized, but also those that are coming into the church, that sort of thing. But yeah, there's like an essence to it. Like I don't know why I want to pray in front of like a more Spanish crucifix, like something that's bloodied and clear and obvious, than some abstract crucifix. And I think there's just maybe something to like the spirit that speaks to that, but I think also for the reasons that you had mentioned. So just trying to better
And look,
that.
and we are an incarnational religion, so we are saved by persons, not by ideas, not by concepts. There's a person, okay? And so God is a person, right? Not a human. He's a person, the persons of the Trinity. So you have to be able to identify that personhood, and you don't do that through an abstraction. You can do it through a symbol, but a symbol is not abstraction. And that's the difference. And symbols are powerful. And to be able to then manage your symbolic output is huge, because then you don't even have to be figurative at all, but you must be symbolic on some level. And another thing that perhaps what you're touching on, which is wonderful, is the hieratic quality of art. Just like liturgy has a liturgical language, even though we act like we don't know that anymore. Liturgy, even for the Romans, they didn't use Latin, they used ancient Etruscan, okay? So liturgy has a language. And so art, a liturgical language. And so art has a liturgical language too. After the Council of Trent, there were a lot of the people that were assigned by the church to go out and essentially not just recruit, but basically train artists on how to paint for a religious space. It's not obvious that this is just something you do. There is a mind behind it, which you're touching on, which makes you able to focus and pray in front of an image, and that's fundamentally important. Not just that it's devotional, but that it has a sacral, hieratic aspect to it.
I'd be able to talk for hours. We have mass though, so I think
Perfect. I've taken you.
Right now, but
thank you.
We hope to have you back.
Well, absolutely. I'm originally from California, so I'd like to come back.
Good deal. All right, thank you so
Ciao,
much.
ciao.
Have a blessed one.
You too.
Thank you so much, Enzo. And
Bye, good night.
We're going to be sending off the recording to a bunch of the other like art students, and so a lot of them wanted to come to this, but finals and there's a conflict in their schedules. But they're really appreciative of this. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. Talk to you soon. Bye bye. Good night.
Oh, for sure, man. What? Bro, I'm scared, man. Like, I'm scared that it'll, like, not be good. I hope it's good.
Augustine Institute, you heard of that? Yeah, strictly theology, distance line, distance education.
I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, I remember. He was your partner in crime at the debate. Yeah.
But I felt
Mark?
vaguely calm.
Glad you to be here. Well, it's good to see you again.
And I walked down like on the bottom of the bus.
So there's housing at the college around here? Or? Okay. Okay. Just y'all two, or do you have some others?
Like while that was going on,
Okay.
Five total. It's weird because the majority of the students here are communications media, which means all film students and you know, like stuff linked to the media. But and then most of the rooms are going to be majority film students. But our room is kind of like a weird one where our majority philosophy students. He's the only one who's not, but yeah, it's still pretty focused on.
Yeah, that leads me to my next question. How many of us
Then they recognize that
in theology, philosophy?
Yeah, it's a good question. I know there are 300 students, give or take, total.
Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know it was that big. I mean, it's not big relatives, but relatives to what I was thinking.
Yeah, it started off with only 30 when it was founded, and then now it's 300 total students. But I think philosophy and theology students, there would be maybe 30 of us.
So yeah, that one is
basically what you're asking what we do is that is permitted fasting brings something lower than the whole grand scheme of contributing to goodness, to the good, and that God's going to bring greater good from that. We don't know what that is. All we can hold on to is
I think this would be a good event, like in my opinion, this would be
and that whatever disorder is introduced into this whole way will be right in order in God's ultimate. And that's as far as we can go with that.
But it was a great idea.
And then we know from Christian revelation that this permitted Israel will be ultimately redeemed. And in time, all evil will be taken care of, basically vanquished, and all suffering will be redeemed in the glory of God. And that's about as far as we can do. Now, if the question is,
yeah, I saw this yesterday.
this
well, sort of. They went down for my sister's graduation.
So the first question is, why have you done it?
No, the baccalaureate maths was.
But if your real struggle is, I think this teacher is God, well then we can engage in the philosophical discussion of whether this
It's as well because it was outside.
and we would have to
It was at
the bottom line is that no,
I used to be a student.
God is not power, justice to the Son in us to fulfill.
Which is different.
So if God were to prevent
It's usually in our
that would be a miracle. It would be something over and above due to
So the familiar evil is a not familiar and evil is not exist. So that would be sort of philosophical. So it's a matter of assessing what's the real problem that's being presented that will determine the response. So if it's just woundedness, emotional distress, you don't know. It's humility. It's really more that there is some good that God will order to, and that does require trust in God's wisdom and committing this way. And look to our Lord for grace to ultimately live out that. So that's what I would say. And it's a lot easier said than done. So the intellectual response is different than the emotional response. The intellectual response is about ready? Yeah, I'm game. I'm ready to go all night long. So doesn't make me. Sure, sounds good.
Hey guys, thank you so much for coming. We're so excited to have Carlo Broussard from Catholic Answers come and talk to us on religion. Why should I care? He has a much better introduction for himself and for his topic than I do, so I'm going to hand it over to him. Thank you so much for being here, Carlo.
Well, thank you, Michaela. All right, so is the microphone plugged in for the cameras to where I need to be speaking directly into the microphone, or is it sufficient if I put the mic? Well, yep, I saw the face, so I'll keep it. All right, so as Michaela said, my name is Carlo Broussard. I am a full-time staff apologist and speaker for Catholic Answers. I assume many of you know what Catholic Answers is. If you do not, please check us out at Catholic.com. It is a great honor and a privilege, and I'm super excited to be sharing with you tonight here at JP2 the Great. Amen? All right, good. So we're doing a little philosophy, but also theology, so we can say amen every now and then. All right. So the title of my presentation tonight is Religion, Why Should I Care? This particular talk was prompted or inspired by what a friend of mine back in Louisiana had shared with me. He was trying to get me to speak at their Catholic high school down in southern Louisiana, which is where I'm from, grew up and raised there, been out of there about 12 years now. But he was presenting my profile to, I guess, the chair of the theology department at the high school and trying to get me to go and speak. And he was like, yeah, Carlo, he does this philosophy stuff, and we could bring him in to talk about Aquinas' 5 ways for God's existence, which I would have loved to do because that's my bread and butter. That's what I love to study. To which the chair of the theology department responded with something very interesting and said, you know, Corey, you know, our students, they don't need Aquinas' 5 ways. They just need to know why to care in the first place, right? And so it was that sort of response that prompted the idea of trying to answer the question, why should I even care about religion? And as we're going to see in a few moments, this question actually collapses into the question of why should I even care about God, or at least pursuing the evidence of whether God exists. Because as we're going to see, religion and God are logically connected with one another. You can't have one without the other. So this topic is sort of a preamble to the consideration of the 5 ways of St. Thomas Aquinas for proving God's existence. And I will say that I'm still thinking through this topic of trying to answer this question of why should I even care, which I think is the most prominent or prevalent problem that we face in evangelization. Obviously, the answer to this, the evidence here of why I should care about religion, or that we should care about religion, you already know. I'm assuming this because you attend here at JP2. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide you with some ideas to share with you, and then hopefully even get some feedback from you, because I'm still working through this stuff, to share with you some ideas on how we can present reasons why we should care about religion, why we should care about the pursuit of religious knowledge, of coming to know that God exists and things about God. because indifferentism is the most fundamental problem, I think, that we face, and perhaps even the most challenging problem. And so, again, I'm still working through on this topic. Hopefully it's the beginnings of a book, a future book. We'll see how it goes. So I've divided it into 3 sections. Before we can even begin to answer the question of why we should care about religion, we have to first understand what religion is, or at least how we're referring to religion, or what is it that which we're referring to with the label religion. That's most fundamental. And then we can begin to proceed as to why we should care about religion. So we're going to start with answering the question, what is religion? That'll be section 1 of tonight's reflection. Section 2 will be looking at the reasons why we should care about religion, and I'll give you 4 of them. And then finally, in the last section of tonight's presentation, and by the way, I don't know how long I'm supposed to go here, so we'll see how far I get. So just give me like a 10-minute heads up or something like that. The 3rd section will be looking at reasons why people might not care about religion. So it's one thing to take the positive approach and give reasons why we should care about religion, but it's also important that we take sort of the defensive approach or the negative approach and look at reasons why people might not care about religion. What sort of obstacles do people have to religion? And then think through as to how we might help people overcome those obstacles. Does that make sense? So that's sort of the lay of the land. Now what you see here is a handout that I threw together based upon my notes here, that if you're interested in getting, you can see Michaela, she has the PDF file, she can just forward it to you, okay? My intention was to get them printed out for you guys this evening, but that just simply didn't work out because it was a last minute thing and kind of the topic changed at the last minute as well. Okay, now just to sort of circle back to why this is important, a 2020 Gallup poll came out that showed the importance of religion among Americans is at a record low, 48%. This is a drop from 75% in 1952 when Gallup first asked Americans about the importance of religion in their lives. So the importance of religion indeed has dropped. And so we find ourselves in the midst of indifferentism. And so hence the reason for the topic tonight. So what is religion? Well, I'd like to use St. Thomas Aquinas as our guide here. I think he sums it up nicely. He captures the essence of religion nicely. In defining it as such, religion denotes properly a relation or order to God. The Latin there is ordinem ad Deum, an order to God. That's what religion properly notes. That's at the core of our understanding of religion. A proper relation or order to God, for it is He to whom we ought to be bound, coming from the Latin religare, which means to bind together. For it is He to whom we ought to be bound as to our unfailing principle, and to whom also our choice should be resolutely directed as to our last end. This is coming from the Secunda Secundae, question 81, article 1. So notice how Aquinas is teaching us that religion relates us to God on account of 2 things. He is our principle of existence, in other words, the source of our very being, without which we would lapse into nothingness, we would not be. And He is our life's ultimate goal, purpose, end, telos, coming from the Greek word telos meaning end or goal, right? If you've ever heard of teleology, the study of ends, the study of goals, that's what it's referring to. So God is that from which we come and that to which we are ordered and find our perfection in. The beginning and the end, the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega. Amen? Amen? And you should have heard that in today's reading from the book of Revelation. actually referring to Isaiah chapter 44, where Yahweh says, I am the first and the last. There are no other gods before me. And here John is having a vision, or actually, yeah, John is having a vision of Jesus saying, I am the first and the last, Alpha and Omega, beginning and end. Therefore, Jesus is claiming to be God in this vision that John is having. Little side note there for some biblical apologetics. Okay, now, inasmuch as religion relates us to God, inasmuch as religion consists in having this proper relation or order to God as our life's ultimate goal or end, in other words, to be suitably proportioned to God as our end, as Aquinas defines it, religion is a virtue. So here's just a little syllogism for you to lay it out in clear fashion as to why religion is a virtue. So premise one, religion consists in a proper relational order to God as our ultimate goal, our end, suitable proportion to Him as our end. That's by way of the very definition of religion. Premise two, having a proper relation or order to God as our end constitutes our good. And that's the key premise right there for understanding a virtue. Having a proper relational order to God as our life's ultimate end constitutes our good. And the reason is, as Aquinas teaches, is that proportionate order to the other, having this suitable proportionality to the other, this order falls under the aspect of the good. And the reason is that the ratio of the good, the very essence, the very idea, the very concept of what the good is, has the is that which perfects as an end, as a goal, as that to which something is naturally directed. Whatever that is, that's the good for the thing. Oak tree is naturally directed to sinking roots deep into the ground to provide stability and take in nutrients from the soil for nourishment of the tree. That's a natural end. Inasmuch as it is a natural end for the tree, it is good for the tree. So that when the tree does that and achieves that natural end, it is a good tree. Inasmuch as the tree does not achieve that natural end or is thwarted from that natural end, it is bad tree. Right, very good. So notice how the ratio of the good is the very end of a thing. We even see this with what we call artifacts, where we impose this sort of order for the very purpose and the end of the microphone is to amplify the voice. Is it a good microphone? Yes. Why? Because it is achieving its end, its purpose. Granted, it's not natural to the material itself to amplify my voice. This is a purpose or an order that we've imposed on the material stuff, right? But inasmuch as it achieves its end, it is good. Why? Because the ratio of the good is the end. That which perfects a thing as end. So, having a proper relation or order to God as our end constitutes our good. Premise 3, virtue consists in a habitual disposition to what is good for us. Having a proper relation or order to what is good for us. Therefore, we can conclude religion is a virtue. And Aquinas says, if you check it out, in question 81 of the Secunda Secundae, Aquinas says that religion is the most excellent of moral virtues. Talking about moral virtues, prescinding from the theological virtues of faith, hope, and charity, charity being the highest. Charity is going to involve the moral virtue of religion, but the moral virtue of religion is the most excellent of the virtues. And the reason why is because, as we see in a moment here, the acts that the virtue of religion commands are directly related to God as our end, as opposed to other moral virtues, which are indirectly or have to be directed by ourselves through our choices to God as our end. Whether we're taking care of the poor people on the street or wiping dirty bottoms and changing diapers when you get there, when you get married, unless you're already married with children, okay? I got 5 of them, so I've had a lot of practice. So, like all virtues, the virtue of religion involves certain activities, certain behaviors, certain human acts, but actions that fit within the order to God as our ultimate life's goal, or the end of my very nature as a human being. Okay? Now, here's where God, as the source of our existence, comes into play. Recall, Aquinas defined religion as denoting a proper order to God, a relation to God, inasmuch as God is our ultimate end. But he also said that religion denotes a proper order to God, inasmuch as God is the source of our being, the principle of our existence. So within this order, given the fact that God is the source of our very being, the infinite God, the creator of heaven and earth, there is a certain reverence, honor, or worship, pick your choice of words, due to God as the source of my very being. Activities that would be ordered to God to give him the due worship as the creator, and also to express gratitude for the very existence that we have here and now, without which we would be absolutely nothing. And these are properly acts of religion. That is, acts that render the due worship, honor, reverence to God as the source of all being and the giver of all good things. Now, these acts of religion can be both interior and exterior. Spiritual adoration, bodily devotion, right? So within the interior acts, Aquinas defines as acts of devotion and prayer. Devotion he defines as the will to give oneself readily to things concerning God, to be devoted to submit to the other. Devotion to God is to be interiorly disposed and ready to submit to any and all things that pertain directly to God, such as the service of God, the very worship of God itself. And then, of course, prayer, as St. Therese would say, the lifting of the heart and the mind up to God. Exterior actions involve public rituals of adoration, sacrifice, tithes, vows. These are the exterior acts of religion that Aquinas defines, all of which are meant to express visibly the interior act of religion, of submitting ourselves, our mind, and our heart, our intellect, and our will to God as our ultimate end and the source of our being. The visible is meant to express the invisible. Why? Because any of you studying Thomas, you know we're hylomorphic beings, body-soul composites. What we do in the body is meant to express what we have, what is going on in our heart and our mind. And this is where it's sort of the basis and the fundamental root of JP2's whole theology of the body, right? And how all of this plays out into the sexual arena is fascinating stuff. In fact, one of the other topics that was suggested for me to present on today was sexual ethics, or sexual sanity, a voice of reason in a sex-crazed culture. But I chose to go this route because I want to save the next topic for some other time, all right? Because this is more fundamental. But the idea that the body expresses what we have interiorly plays out in all areas of our lives, particularly in our relation with God. Now, here's something interesting. Aquinas also teaches that acts of religion involve acts toward neighbor and acts toward self. Not only those acts that are directly related to God, such as worshiping God, interiorly and exteriorly, but acts related to neighbor. So Aquinas gives the example, oh, here I'm pointing, yes, there we go. Aquinas gives the example of, with regard to acts toward neighbor, I don't think I have it on your handout, the fatherless and widows, visiting the fatherless and widows in their tribulation. And Aquinas is very interesting here because he points out that this act it becomes an act of religion by virtue of it being commanded by the virtue of religion, but it's an act of mercy proceeding from the very command itself. So inasmuch as it's commanded by our relationship to God, I'm going to be properly related to God. I need to be taking care of the fatherless and the widow. And that's commanded by the proper order to God. It becomes an act of religion. Prescinding from the command aspect, it's an act of mercy. Now, with regard to ourselves, Aquinas uses the example of keeping oneself unspotted from this world, not being defiled by the things of this world. Inasmuch as having a proper order to God as my ultimate end involves commands, demands that I keep myself undefiled from the poison of the world, from sin and corruption and acts that are contrary to reason, it's an act of religion. So even the pursuit of holiness becomes an act of religion, right? Of keeping myself undefiled from sin. But in as prescinding from the command of the virtue of religion, it becomes an act of temperance. So it's all sorts of beautiful nuances here and how all of these things come into play and weave together into this beautiful tapestry of the virtue of religion, the highest of the moral virtues. Religion in its essence, at its core, is moral excellence. The virtuous life involves religion, the religious life. Not religious life in the sense of consecrated religious, but being a religious being, in as much as we're properly ordered to God. Now, you can already begin to see where the trajectory, just with this definition of religion, is that if religion denotes having a proper order to God as the source of my being and the principal end to which I am directed naturally as my ultimate end, we could say that inasmuch as we are human beings, inasmuch as we are rational animals, we are religious beings. Because by nature, we are bound to God as the source of our very being, and bound to God as the ultimate end to which I am naturally directed. So anybody who ever says, oh, I'm not even a religious being, I don't like religion stuff, actually, you are. Now the question is whether we're going to live in accord with that natural design or not, whether we're going to live in a way that's consistent with that order or deviate from that order in our human activities. And then the last is drawing a distinction between acts of religion by reason and revelation. Aquinas talks about how acts of religion that we come to know by reason is very ambiguous, very gray. We can know that we need to worship the Creator. We can know and even come to the conclusion that there must be sacrifice. For Aquinas, offering sacrifice to God as an act of worship to God as the source of our being can come to be known by reason, that we must do so. But with regard to precisely what we need to sacrifice and determinations of actions of religion, this is where Aquinas says it gets a bit difficult for us as humans by reason alone. So we need either human law or divine law to determine these acts of religion. And so we need to distinguish between acts of religion that we might come to know by reason alone, looking to human law to determine how we're going to worship God, which day we're going to worship God, and then acts of religion by revelation. Jesus Christ coming and revealing to us at the Last Supper that the holy sacrifice of the Mass is the highest and most perfect form of worship of the Almighty, of offering up the very Son of the living God, his flesh and blood, to the Father. That one sacrifice on the cross made present under the appearance of bread and wine at every Mass, every valid Mass we attend. So that's by way of revelation, and thus we know that this is the most perfect act of religion, worshiping the Father through the sacrifice, offering the sacrifice of Christ, but that's by way of revelation, something that we cannot come to know by reason alone, okay? All right, so that constitutes what religion is. We could define it as this, a specific moral virtue by which we direct certain activities to God to express our reverence and submission to him as the source of all being and good gifts. Bottom line, specific moral virtue, moral excellence, properly relating us to God as our ultimate end and the source of our being. Reasons to care about religion. With this foundation set now as to what religion is, we now can begin to unpack it or build upon that foundation the reasons why we should care about religion. Now, granted, in this presentation, I'm giving it to you in a very systematic way trying to be as clear as possible so that you can assimilate it into your own mental framework. And then it's going to be up to you to meditate on this mental framework and these ideas to be able to translate the ideas depending upon the person whom you're evangelizing, right? The person with whom you're having a conversation who is indifferent to religion and belief in God or the God question. And so with your own individual talents and skills and the graces that God has given you, you'll be able to translate this in ways that I, frankly, cannot. And so I'm just giving you the mental framework, okay, and the ideas, and then it'll be up to you in evangelistic endeavors to translate it. 4 reasons why we should care about religion, all of which flow from this understanding of religion as a proper relation or order to God as the end of our lives and the source of our being. Number 1, we should care about religion because we want to relate properly to what is real. If God exists, then we ought to care about religion. Why? Because religion itself entails having a proper relation to God. So notice how religion presupposes the very existence of God. So the question of whether we should care about religion collapses into the question of whether we should care about whether God exists. Because if God exists, then we should care about religion, because religion has to do with relating to Him as the ultimate reality. Religion involves having a proper relation to what is real. Should we care about having a proper relation to what is real? Well, I would say yes. And I think we could, think of all sorts of examples where people are not relating properly to what is real and see how, we desire to relate to what is real, right? So, Sophia, got your name right. So, what's your name, sister? Margaret. All right, so Sophia and Margaret are friends. And Sophia is dating this dude who's just an absolute jerk, right? He's emotionally abusing her, psychologically abusing her, physically abusing her. And every time she gets with Margaret, just bear with me, brother, okay? It's an obvious example, okay? Just hang with me here, okay? He's giving me some looks here. All right, so Sophia is in this relationship, and the dude is like totally abusing her. And every time she gets together with Margaret, she expresses to Margaret, I'm doing that right, Margaret, right? That's your name? Okay. She expresses to Margaret how much he loves her. Well, he just loves me so much. And Margaret's like, sister, that ain't right. You ain't relating to reality in the right way, amen? Because that dude does not love you. If he loved you, he would not be doing these things. He's doing these things, therefore he does not love you. Beautiful syllogism there, premise 1, premise 2, conclusion, okay? There's your syllogism there. Amen, brother. It permeates every aspect of our existence, okay? Now, that's just a simple example to illustrate how when one does not relate to reality properly, we try to invite them back to reality, right? Well, if God exists, then I should care about relating properly to Him and thus care about religion, because I care about relating to what is real, properly relating to what is real. So one at least ought to be concerned about beginning the investigation as to whether there is sufficient evidence to affirm the proposition God exists, because we want to be able to relate to what is real. So that's just the first reason. To channel kind of Frank J. Sheed here, and I use that word quote-unquote lightly. Please don't think I'm like some New Age guru or something. But in the spirit of Frank Sheed, we care about sanity. You ever read his book, Theology and Sanity? Okay, y'all got to read Frank J. Sheed's book, Theology and Sanity. Then he wrote a sequel to that called Society and Sanity. But his whole idea is sanity has to do with relating to what is real, properly relating to what is real. And this is the ground of everything we learn through philosophy and through theology. because we're learning about things that are real, right? All of the dogmas of our faith, all of the propositions that we affirm as Catholics, the very creed that we profess today at Mass are all propositions directed to realities. That's the whole point, is to order the mind to what is real, to be sane, sanity, right? So we should care about religion because we care about sanity. Why do we care about sanity? Because we care about relating to what is real. And religion presupposes the very existence of God. It logically entails it. Second reason why we should care about religion, because we care about living life intelligently. Or, to state it differently, because we care about living life rationally. I mean, we are rational animals, after all. So why should we care about religion if we care about living life intelligently or rationally? Well, the first principle, or the principle of intelligent use of anything, is to know the purpose of the thing. Very simple example, we come back to the microphone here. If I initially come upon the microphone and discover it, and I say, wow, that might serve my purpose of hammering the nail into the wood, and I start hammering the nail into the wood with the microphone, it's very likely I'm going to, first of all, not achieve the end of hammering the nail into the wood. Secondly, I may very well destroy the microphone. And if I were to start doing that, you would look at me and say, Carlo, you're stupid, dude, right? I mean, come on, man. That's not how you're supposed to use the microphone. Get with it, dude. Why? Because I would not know the purpose of the microphone. Consequently, I would not relate to it in a proper way. There would be a disproportion between me and the microphone and how I'm using it. So the first principle of the intelligent use of anything is to know its purpose. The same principle applies to relating to human beings. If I don't know the purpose of you as a human being, qua human being, then it is impossible for me to properly relate to you. And without knowledge of your purpose, qua human being, I may very well destroy you as I begin to relate to you. Without knowledge of the purpose of the thing, we end up profaning the thing, destroying it, relating to it in a disordered way such that we violate its dignity or violate its design, conflict with its design, go against its design. So knowledge of the purpose of the thing is the first principle of the intelligent use of anything, even including relation to human beings and relation to ourselves, right? If I don't know the purpose of myself, well, I'm not going to relate to myself in the proper way, and I may behave in certain human activities that will end up destroying me psychologically, emotionally, and ultimately spiritually, and thus not achieve authentic, perfect human happiness. Because I'm not relating to myself in according with the purpose for which I am made, qua human being. Now, how does this apply to religion? Religion involves knowledge about the meaning and purpose of being a human being. What is the meaning and purpose of being a human being? Giving due reverence and honor to God as the source of our being and directing our choices to God as our ultimate end. That's what religion is. Knowledge of the meaning and purpose of my life qua human being. Giving due reverence and honor to God as the source of my being. Directing my choices in a way that's directing my life to God as my ultimate end. Therefore, religion helps us to intelligently live our lives, which belongs to our rationality. So notice the first reason was to relate to what is real in the proper way. The second reason is to live life rationally or intelligently, to live life in a way that is consistent with the very thing that separates us from all the other animals in the animal kingdom. That which is proper to us, the very species, right? The defining difference within the genus of animal, that which specifies us in the genus of animal is rationality. So religion, I care about religion because I care about being rational, living life intelligently. Third reason because we care about being a good human being. Well, we sort of already talked about this. We know how religion is going to involve being a good human being because we said already that the ratio of the good is that which perfects us as an end. So for anything to be good, it must achieve that for which it is made. It must achieve and be directed to what it's naturally ordered to have a proper relational order to that which is its natural end. That's the ratio of the good. Proper order to the end, good. Disorder, not having a proper order to the end, the natural end, bad. We gave the example of the oak tree. We could go on and just fill in the blank. To be a good basketball player, you got to be able to put the ball in the hoop. If I start going on the court, punting the basketball, that ain't going to work. I am not a good basketball player. Why? Because I am not acting in a way that fits within the order for the game of basketball to achieve its ultimate purpose, which is to put the ball in the hoop. If I go on the football field and I take the football and I start trying to bounce it, I am not a good football player. Why? Because I am behaving in a way that's inconsistent with the activities within that are appropriate and fitting within the order of the game of football. So now we come to human life. What is the proper order of human life? Being directed to God as our ultimate end. That's the goal line, football example. That's the hoop, basketball example. That's taking down your opponent, jiu-jitsu, and on and on and on. God is my ultimate end. Properly related to him as such, worshiping God as the source of my being. That's the proper order that I must have to him as creator. And so what's good for me as a human being entails me having the proper order to God as my ultimate end, which involves human activities that express that, namely worshiping him as the source of my being. And what is that? Directing my choices to God as my ultimate life's end and worshiping him as the source of my being, that's the essence of religion. Why should I care about religion? Because I care about being a good human being. Now, another way to look at this understanding of being a good human being is to understand it through the lens of flourishing as a human being. Getting back to the oak tree that's achieving its natural ends of sinking its roots deep into the ground to provide stability and taking nutrients from the earth for all of the stuff it does as an oak tree, we say it's a good tree, but what we really mean is it's flourishing, given the kind of thing that it is. And if it's not achieving those natural ends, we say it's not flourishing, given the kind of thing that it is. So for us as human beings, to be properly ordered to God as our ultimate end, directing our choices to him as our end, and worshiping him, giving him the due reverence as the source of our being, which involves a proper order to him, that constitutes our very human flourishing. Not oak tree flourishing, not Fido flourishing, or Tabby Cat flourishing. You ever read Mr. Putter and Tabby Cat? Mr. Putter? Good, Mr. Putter. Love Mr. Putter. Tabby Cat, right? Not the flourishing of Tabby Cat, but the flourishing of human being. I care about religion because I care about being a good human being. Finally, I care about religion because I care about being happy. And there's a philosophical approach and also a sociological approach that we could take here. The philosophical approach would be looking at what entails happiness, namely the acquisition or the possession of that which is good for me. And we all naturally desire to be happy. We cannot help but desire to be happy. Anything that we do because we perceive, we make a judgment, that in some way, somehow, that which I'm pursuing in the activity I'm engaging in is going to make me happy in some way. To state it differently, anything that I do because I perceive something to be a good for me. Something that's going to perfect me. Now, I might be wrong in my judgment. Case in point, He loves me so much, therefore I need to be in a relationship with him. Erroneous judgment of the intellect, because it is a misperception of what is good for you and non-perfective of you, right? So sometimes the judgment can be wrong, but nevertheless, you can only act insofar as you judge there's some perceived good to acquire that I think will make me happy. God is the ultimate good than which no greater good can be desired. That's what we mean by God being infinite good, unlimited goodness itself, because there is no good greater that can be desired. There is no further good to be desired beyond God. I might desire education at JP2 the Great. Why? So that I can influence the culture. Why do I want to influence the culture? So that I can get people to love Jesus. Why do you want to get people to love Jesus? Because that's going to make them happy. Why do you want to make them happy? Because that's going to make me happy. Right? There's always some good beyond that which I pursue within my creaturely existence. The only good beyond which there is no greater good to be desired is God himself. So how does religion come into play here? Well, remember, religion relates us to God as our proper end. Our proper end is that which is good for us. Therefore, religion properly relates us to what is good for us. To be properly related to what is good for us will make us happy. Therefore, religion, we should care about religion because we care about being happy. Does that make sense? Is that clear enough? Kind of going through it? Okay. Now, the sociological approach is a matter of just looking at studies that have been done to show a correlation between religion and happiness. I'm not one to put all my eggs in that basket. I think it can be helpful possibly in evangelistic endeavors. The philosophical approach is the bedrock, but it could help with regard to getting people to begin thinking at least of the question of religion and belief in God. So we could appeal to some psychological studies that are done. These are just two that I'm referencing here. I have in my notes like 6 different studies from academic journals. Father Robert Spitzer, whom I work with, he's doing some work on this, and he's going to be publishing this, or he may have already published it in some work that he does. So in 2016, there was a study done by the Pew Research Center, found that 40% of highly religious adults in America describe themselves as very happy, compared with 29% of those who are less religious. So you see a disparity there. 2015 American Journal of Epidemiology. In 2015, researchers at the London School of Economics and Erasmus University Medical Center in the Netherlands. The study involved 9,000 adults and reported that the secret to sustained happiness lies in participation in religion. So, relating to reality, living life intelligently or rationally, flourishing as a human being, pursuing happiness, these are all aspects of human existence. And so why should I care about religion? Ultimately, because I care about being human. So you see that connection there? Now, granted, again, this is the mental framework. And then possibly with your expertise and your skills, whether it be in advertisement or animation or whatever media outlet that you guys are being formed in, and as well as the theology and philosophy guys who are going to be teachers and sharing this stuff in the classroom, you have your own individual talents and skills to translate these ideas into the best way possible to communicate it to a popular audience, which I'll admit I ain't got, all right? So hopefully it's worth something. Now, I don't know how much time I have here, because this actually took a lot longer than I expected. It's the first time I've given this presentation in a formal setting besides 6th through 8th graders. So how much time do I have? 25 more minutes before Q&A, or that includes, that Q&A is after that? Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what I can do here. Reasons why people do not care about religion. I have quite a few here. Unfortunately, I probably will not be able to get to them all. However, the reasons that I have presented here in the handout that you can get from Michaela, I've written on. If you go to Catholic.com, look up my name and all the articles that I've written, you'll find these pieces on these objections here. Objections that atheists pose to religion. Number one, yes. Okay. And if you need to leave, I won't be offended if you leave, all right? Here we go. Religion because thinking is hard. You've ever seen that one? Maybe you're at a pro-life protest or something with some signs, and on the other side of the street, you have some dude with a sign that says religion because thinking is hard, right? This is a common mantra among atheists, and unfortunately, many young adults, I think, experience this within Catholic circles. Case in point, or many cases in point, I can't tell you how many times I've given an apologetics talk at a parish. Then some old mama, papa, right, grandma, grandpa comes up to me and says, "Oh, Sonny, that was great stuff. I wish my college student, young adult were here," right? Or even a mother of a son, right? Somebody's mom comes up and says, "I wish my son was here. You know, he's off in college. He's lost faith." This is great stuff. I don't need this apologetics. I just have faith. But man, this stuff would be great for my son. Well, I think that sort of manifests in some degrees this idea that, well, I'm not going to be thinking about all this stuff, so I'm just going to believe, I'm going to have faith. Now, there's a half-truth there, right? But the way young adults perceive that is non-intellectual crowd, believers, intellectual crowd, non-believers. I don't want to be among the non-intellectual crowd, anti-intellectual crowd. Therefore, I want to be among the intellectual crowd, which happens to be non-believers. And so therefore, I'm a member of the non-believer class. And I lose faith, and I start rejecting religion, whole 9 yards. And so it's important that we reclaim the intellectual tradition of our Catholic faith to show, especially young adults such as yourselves, the intellectual robustness that grounds not only Christian belief in general, but specifically Catholic Christian faith. Now, a couple of answers in response here. Number one, we could turn the tables and respond to a particular type of atheist who might pose this objection and sort of show the mirror to them. That is, those atheists who define their atheism as a lack of belief. So if you go on the American Atheist website, they define atheism as not an affirmative belief that there is no God, but a lack of belief in God, which is a very interesting idea, because if atheism is a lack of belief in God, then of course infants would be atheists because they lack belief in God. Dogs would be atheists because they lack belief in God. The Wizard of Oz would be an atheist. Well, not the Wizard of Oz, the Scarecrow in the Wizard of Oz would be an atheist because he lacked the brain in order to believe in God. So we can already begin to sniff out something wrong with this definition of atheism. But it seems as if we could translate that into, I don't want to think about these things, so I'm an atheist. So we can turn the tables and show themselves in the mirror and say, hey, if you're defining your atheism as a lack of belief in God, is basically atheism because thinking is hard. If you really are all about being of the intellectual, sophisticated class, then let's bring it on. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Let's tango, right? Because we got a whole 2,000 years of intellectual tradition to bring to the table if you're willing to roll up the sleeves and go at it. Some will. You're going to have honest inquirers out there who are atheists, who are willing to get on the mat and go toe-to-toe intellectually. But some will cop out. Why? Because thinking is hard. And it is hard. Going through the philosophical arguments for God's existence does entail some difficulty. So that's the first answer. Now, the second answer, most important, is that what's really going on with this objection is the idea that belief itself is irrational. The idea that I am going to assent to a proposition based upon the testimony of another without verifying it for myself is irrational. Richard Dawkins expressed this in a 2013 Cambridge University Union Society debate with Rowan Williams. With regard to religion, he said, it's a betrayal of the intellect, peddling false explanations where real explanations could have been given. Now, in response to this idea that belief itself is irrational, we have to first back up and say, well, what does it mean to believe? What does it mean to have faith? In general, to have faith or to believe something without demonstrating it, either metaphysically or empirically, is to assent to a proposition based upon the testimony of another. You do not know at this moment, by empirical verification, that I have a wife and 5 kids. My wife is named Jacqueline, and my 5 kids range from 17 to 4. In order for you to assent to that proposition, you have to trust me. You will have knowledge of it based on my testimony, right? Is that irrational? Well, given the fact that I would hope I'm a credible testimony and that there's a sufficient enough evidence to trust my testimony, it would be rational for you to assent to the proposition that I have a wife, 19 and a half years married, and 5 kids. Even our atheist friends, I'm sure, have driven over bridges before without empirically verifying for themselves that the bridge was safe to drive over. And maybe perhaps they contacted the contractor and the architects who actually built the bridge in order to verify that the bridge was safe to drive over. But even then, they would be basing their knowledge on testimony, faith, belief. And then perhaps they drove over the bridge to the grocery store to buy a can of mixed nuts, after which they put it into the grocery basket. And then, upon opening the can of nuts at home, I doubt, as he's about to open it, our atheist friend says, "Oh gosh darn, I'm betraying my intellect by believing the testimony of the company that put the label of the mixed nuts on the can because I cannot empirically verify at this very moment that there are actually mixed nuts as opposed to no mixed nuts and just peanuts or cashews or what have you." You get the point. There is a belief here that there are mixed nuts based upon the testimony of the company that put the label on the can. And that belief is not irrational. Belief based upon the testimony of others is a part of our very human experience. Religious belief, specifically, is belief based upon the testimony, ultimately, of God and those who received that truth that God revealed and communicated it to others. That's all religious belief or faith is on the natural level, is believing based upon the testimony of others. Now, granted, we do have to analyze whether the testimony is credible, given our rationality, the rational aspect of our animality, that we are rational beings. We need to assess whether the testimony is true and credible. Because we can't just believe any Joe Blow who comes on the scene of history and says, "Hey, believe me," right? "I saw Jesus, baby." I don't know about that, right? You're giving me quite a bit of evidence here that leads me to conclude, no, you did not. So, is the testimony of the early Christians credible, that would allow rational justification to believe their claim that Jesus claimed to be God and rose from the dead to vindicate that claim? Now, that's a whole project that we would have to undertake and go with. But at least we can see that Christian belief is not irrational in itself. And in fact, whenever if you have done apologetics and have studied theology, you know that that whole process of looking into the evidence to justify Christian claims of Christ and his followers, and even looking into the philosophical evidence for God's existence, there's a lot of thinking going on. And this whole business of thinking, religion because thinking is hard, is simply a manifestation of gross ignorance of the tradition that we have that grounds our Christian faith in the supernatural truths revealed to us by Christ, but even in knowledge of the natural truths that we can know through philosophical reasoning. Second reason why people don't think religion is important, because they think religion is just wish fulfillment. We all have our coping mechanisms, so it's said, to deal with reality. Some are true, some are false. Sometimes I go to human relationships to help me deal with problems in my life. And that's something real, right? That's a real source of comfort in dealing with things in my life. Sometimes they're false. I might try to deal with my problems with the beer bottle or something, right? That's a false reality. Well, as many will say, people appeal to religion. They go to religion to try to cope with the problems in their lives, and that's not a real coping mechanism. That's not a good source because it's not real. It's not true. It's just wish fulfillment. Because I fear death, I posit God. Because I have a desire for fatherly protection, I posit the idea of God. Therefore, religion is simply wish fulfillment. We find this in contemporary atheism, but it has, of course, its roots in Sigmund Freud in The Future of an Illusion, where he says religion is basically just an illusion, fulfillment of the oldest, strongest, and most urgent wishes of mankind. The terrifying impression of helplessness in childhood aroused the need for protection through love, which was provided by the Father, and the recognition that his helplessness lasts throughout life made it necessary to cling to the existence of a Father, but this time a more powerful one. Thus, the benevolent rule of a divine providence allays our fear of the dangers of life. First response, okay, Mr. Freud, that's simply an assertion, and every assertion only demands a counter-assertion, so religion is not wish fulfillment. Often when this objection is posed, it's posed simply as an assertion without argumentation, without justification. And keep that in mind in evangelization. Many times objections will be posed without sufficient evidence, without argumentation, without premises upon which they're basing their conclusions, mere assertions. And a mere assertion just requires a counter-assertion. So you say religion is a wish fulfillment, all I have to say is, no, it's not. Now, provide for me a reason why you think it's wish fulfillment, then we can have a conversation. So that's the first response. Now, secondly, the objection makes two problematic assumptions. Number one, it assumes there are no rational grounds for belief in God. So it's simply begging the question against the theist who has investigated the philosophical arguments for God's existence. Because a psychological explanation or analysis for belief in God would only be necessary if there are no rational arguments for God's existence. Notice the wish fulfillment objection is simply appealing to your psychological motives for belief in God. But for the classical theist who's investigated the philosophical evidence, that's just bypassing the whole entire question, right? It's a distraction saying, wait a minute. You don't need to, for a lot of theists, you don't need to appeal to psychological motivations for belief in God. They believe in God or know that God exists based upon the philosophical argumentation that they've investigated. You see? So it makes this problematic assumption that there are no rational arguments for God's existence, which we would challenge and say, do you have a few hours? Let's go through them. Second problematic assumption, it assumes that we should reject what brings us comfort. Mr. Freud, you seem to be rejecting religion because we think religion brings us comfort. Well, why should we reject something just because it brings us comfort? Do human relationships, friendships, loving relationships, properly ordered, bring us comfort? Yes. Should we reject those human properly ordered relationships because they bring us comfort? No. You see the point? So the objection is making two problematic assumptions that we can challenge. Third, the principle of the objection can be turned on itself. Well, wait a minute. If religious belief is in response to fear of death and need for protection in life, well, then maybe your atheism is simply a response to fear of being subject to a moral authority over and above you. Maybe your atheism is simply a response out of fear of having to change your moral behaviors. Hint, hint. So the objection can be turned on itself. We tease out the principle and apply it to atheism itself, and the atheist has to pull the rug out from underneath his own feet if he is to apply the principle of the objection to his own atheism. Answer number 4 fails to consider the unpleasant aspects of religious beliefs and practices. Well, wait a minute. If religious beliefs are just wish fulfillment, then why in the heck are we going around as Christians saying, I could possibly go to hell and burn forever? That's not a comforting thought. And the fact that I have to actually abstain from certain foods and curb my appetites at particular seasons of the year and on Fridays throughout the year, I don't like that. That's an unpleasant thing. Now, why in the world would I be making that stuff up simply for wish fulfillment? Because that ain't fulfilling no wishes. You see the point? And this is not just Christianity or Catholicism. This, involves other religions as well, involving unpleasant beliefs and practices, which conflicts with the wish fulfillment thesis. Answer number 5, last one, desire for God is actually evidence for God. Freud got it wrong. Now, we don't have time to go into the philosophical investigation or justification for this, but I would submit to you that Freud and many atheists who pose this objection actually get it wrong. Rather than the desire for God being evidence against God, it's actually evidence for God. And the reason is because the desire for God, the desire to know the ultimate truth or ultimate knowledge. Like, whenever we come to know something, there's always a further question that we can ask. Why would we even ask the question unless we were not totally satisfied with the answer that we got? We recognize its limitation and we desire to know more. So we ask a question to go further. Carlo, you're not making clear enough sense. So therefore, I'm going to go to Professor so-and-so, Father Andy, and Father Keys, and I'm going to ask them these questions that I have swirling around in my mind because your answers are not sufficient, they're limited, and I'm going to go beyond. And we're never completely satisfied with the answers to our questions. Why? Because we desire the complete set of answers to the complete set of questions. We desire infinite, unlimited goodness. All the goods of this life are finite, always leaving us to desire more good. I might have a beautiful, nice car, but guess what? I'm always going to be worried that it's going to get scratched. And I'm going to lose my happiness because it's going to get scratched, which it has because I got 5 kids and they always scratch my new car, okay? Or I might pursue this education. Why do I pursue this education? For some further good. Why do I pursue that good? For some further good. The goods of this life are always limited. I recognize the limitedness, and it thus elicits a desire for more. Why? Because I desire ultimate good, unlimited good, infinite good. Now, once we go through that philosophical investigation of self-knowledge and self-reflection, we recognize that this desire for infinite good and infinite knowledge or infinite truth, this is something that's innate within us. It's not imposed on us like I see on TV, this new iPhone. Oh, I desire to have it, right? No, this desire is something that we reflect upon and come to discover within ourselves. So it's a natural desire. Well, wait a minute. If it's a natural desire directed to some object, well then it's perfectly reasonable to conclude that that object exists. I have a natural desire for food. It's called hunger. Does food exist? Well, given our current circumstances of supply chain issues, the answer might very well be no in some circumstances. The natural desire for food, food exists. The natural desire for drink, drink exists. We have a natural desire for the infinite, for God. In order, lest nature be in vain, God must exist. This is a classical philosophical argument for God's existence from the desire for happiness or the good. All right. So rather than the desire for God being evidence against God, against religious belief, it can actually be turned around and shown to be evidence for God. Okay, a few more reasons why people do not think we should care about religion. Third, religious convictions are nothing but a product of social factors, right? If you grew up somewhere else, you would believe whatever the predominant religion was in that area, right? We grew up here in the West, in the United States. It was kind of like predominantly Christian and grew up in a Christian home. I only adopt those beliefs because I'm influenced or conditioned by my social factors. So how do we respond to this? Very briefly, number one, it's not true that all believe because of circumstances of upbringing. There are many people who believe in God because they have done the work. They have gone through the philosophical evidence to conclude that God exists. And that is, in fact, conflicting with the circumstances in which they were brought up, if they were brought up atheists, as many are. So it's just simply not true that everybody believes because of social factors. Secondly, it's an arbitrary principle. It's never applied to moral views. We could turn the table on our atheist friend who's posing this objection and saying, well, wait a minute. Okay, so you mean to tell me if you grew up in a society where that culture believed that women were inferior to men and they couldn't vote, they couldn't do this, they couldn't do that, would it be irrational for you should you continue that belief that women are inferior to men in dignity simply because of social factors? Of course not, right? You ought to oppose that view because it's simply not true. Which leads to the third answer. This only explains motivations for belief, and it doesn't bear on whether the belief is true or not. It's kind of like the wish fulfillment objection. Only look into psychological motivations for the belief. So too this objection, it's only trying to appeal to a possible motivation for someone's belief, but it has no bearing on whether the belief is true or not. We're not interested in your motivations for the belief. We're interested in whether the belief is true. Now, they might counter and say, there might be a cultural relativist and say, well, there is no possibility to know that it is truth because whatever we believe is necessarily conditioned by the culture. To which we respond and say, was that belief necessarily conditioned by the culture in which you grow up in? Which shows the self-refuting nature of cultural relativism. Because if you say that it is not socially conditioned, well, then you've just asserted one principle, one truth that's not socially conditioned, and thus cultural relativism is false. If you say that it is only socially conditioned, namely the belief that whatever believe as true is socially conditioned, well, then why should I believe it? Because that's just a social conditioning from your particular group of people that you hang out with, but not mine. And that, of course, gets into the whole issue of what constitutes a society, what constitutes social conditioning, and on down the gamut of cultural relativism. All right, finally, or two more. I got two more here. I know I should be wrapping it up here. Religion causes violence, right? That's a common one. Many people reject religion because they think religion is nothing but a source of violence and conflict. And the first response there is that it's a non sequitur, right? The conclusion, religion is bad, does not follow from the premise, religion is a source of conflict. So why is that? Why is it a non sequitur? Why does the conclusion not follow from the premise? Well, we can begin to see just by intuition. I mean, do people fight over land? Is land a source of conflict? Yeah. Does that mean we should get rid of private property completely? Does that mean private property is bad? No. I think we can intuitively see that this is fallacious reasoning here. But we can go even further. The problem of the violence that comes from religion, or the name of religion, the problem could be with a religion and not religion per se. The violence that is inflicted could be a part of the religion itself, and assuming this is unjust violence, it could be a part of a religion, but there might be some other religion that would condemn the unjust violence. So it's not religion per se. It might be a religion that's a source of the unjust violence, assuming that it is unjust. Secondly, the problem could be with a perversion of the religion. So you might have some inflicting the unjust violence in the name of a religion, but that inflicting of unjust violence could be a perversion of what the religion entails or teaches. And so it would be the fault of the individual members of the religion who are failing to live up to the standard of teaching of the religion itself. So the problem would be with the members of the religion perverting the religion rather than the religion itself. So we shouldn't reject the religion itself because the members are failing to live out according to the principles of the religion. Again, assuming that it is unjust violence. Also, the problem could be that the people fail to realize that you can disagree without violence, right? So the violence that's inflicted because of the disagreement over religious beliefs might be due to the individuals themselves just being stupid, right? Like in our contemporary culture, where people have no ability whatsoever to rationally disagree with each other, reasonably disagree, with calmness, serenity, respect, and without violence. It's just a shouting match nowadays because we've lost the ability, lost the actualization of reasoning skills, right? And respecting the other individual. Even though you think they're wrong in their intellectual judgments, we've lost that ability to engage in rational discourse without hate, right? We always resort to hate whenever there's disagreement. So the unjust violence could just simply be a failure of the people and the parties participating, failing to be able to disagree without violence and without hatred. And finally, the violence in the name of the religion could be just violence. That's one of the fundamental flaws of this objection, is it fails to distinguish between unjust and just violence. So it could belong to the religion to command its members to go and defend those who are being slaughtered, the innocent. That could be a part of the religion itself. It's a part of reason, natural moral law, but it could be a part of the religion itself. That natural moral law principle could be adopted by the religion, commanding the participants in the religion to go and defend the innocent and those who are being slaughtered unjustly. So that would be just violence as opposed to unjust violence. But if it's unjust violence, then you have reasonable answers to explain the unjust violence rather than religion itself. And so this argument, religion is bad because religion is a source of conflict, is a non sequitur. There are other reasons why there might be unjust violence as opposed to religion itself. All right, finally, religion is for stupid people, right? Religion is for the ignorant. And this gets back to what we were talking about earlier about religion because thinking is hard. Many young adults at least perceive that religion is only for the non-intellectually sophisticated folk. Grandma, grandpa, mom, dad. A lot of times, bunch of airheads. They believe all this God stuff. And when I grow up and become intellectually sophisticated, I want nothing to do with such an non-intellectual crowd. And so when I look at a community of atheists and agnostics, they seem to be the more intellectually sophisticated. And so I gravitate, as a young adult, naturally to that direction because my perception is flawed. And it might be my own fault, or it just might be the fault of the community, the Christian community that I've been brought up in that may be anti-intellectual. And always dismissing reason and the intellect and the intellectual foundations of faith. And so that young adult who's going to gravitate to the non-believing crowd, you know, when God looks upon that individual and that young adult and judges, he might not be all that culpable. And when you take into consideration that 93% in the U.S. National Academy of Sciences deny God's existence, it's like, whoa, 93% of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences, they don't believe that God exists. That's some pretty smart people. And they haven't arrived that God exists. Well, I see mom over here, dad, and they ain't nearly as intellectually sophisticated as these scientists over here. They believe God exists. These guys don't. I think I might be inclined to go with these guys over here. Or when you consider that 73% of professional philosophers are atheists. Whoa, those dudes ought to know better. They're the philosophers, and they're atheists. They're smart dudes. They got PhDs. Mom and dad over here, grandma and grandpa, man, they ain't got any PhDs. They believe in God. These guys don't. I might be inclined to go over here. Get the picture? So how do we respond? Number one, the expert in one discipline doesn't make him an expert in other disciplines. Keep that in mind. I don't care how brilliant Albert Einstein was or how brilliant the late Stephen Hawking, God rest his soul, was. They did not have the tools necessary to equip them to pontificate on matters outside of their discipline. You do not go to a car mechanic, qua car mechanic, to settle disputes in quantum mechanics. Because what the car mechanic learned in car mechanic class or from his grandpa doesn't equip him to settle disputes in quantum mechanics. Now, he may be studied in quantum mechanics and have rational justification for his answers to certain disputes, but it wouldn't be qua car mechanic, it would be qua one who studies quantum mechanics, right? He might even have a degree, who knows? The point is that being an expert in one area of discipline does not equip the person to settle disputes or to settle matters in other areas of discipline. So, 93% in U.S. National Academy of Sciences, I don't care if they all deny God's existence. They may not have looked at the evidence, like I have looked at the philosophical evidence for God's existence. I'm sure they've studied a heck of a lot, and they know a lot about their discipline. But that doesn't give them the credibility or the justification to settle disputes in philosophy concerning God's existence, in particular the philosophy of religion. Now, even the philosophers of religion, keep in mind, even philosophers in general, keep in mind, does not give them the competence to be able to settle disputes on the God question. Because even in philosophy, you have your different branches of philosophy. And somebody who is steeped in philosophy of mind might not know the nuances in the philosophy of religion that actually deals with the arguments for God's existence. So even among philosophers in general, we have to be careful to think that they ought to know better about the question of God's existence just because they're philosophers. Does that make sense? Which leads me to the second response. If you look at the real stats, the National Academy of Sciences only consists of 2,000 members versus 2 million scientists in the U.S. And according to a 2009 Pew study, 51% of scientists in the U.S. believe in God or in a higher power. Only 17% are atheists. So the scientists that are members of the U.S. National Academy of Sciences is just a small representation of the actual number of scientists in the United States. And then even with the philosophers, when you look at the philosophers of religion, those who actually study for a living the arguments for God's existence, 72% believe in God, affirm God's existence. These are the guys who ought to know better because they study it for a living, and 72%. So, I am not one to base my belief based upon the authority of others in these matters, but if one is so inclined to kind of be swayed by the testimony of those who ought to know better and the testimony of authority, this would be a powerful argument to show that the majority of scientists in the U.S. actually affirm belief in God or a higher power. The way majority, 73%, of philosophers of religion, those philosophers who ought to know better and study the arguments for God's existence, they affirm God's existence. So that might be helpful for somebody. And finally, we can just share the litany of examples of very, very smart people, even scientists, the giants upon the shoulders of whom modern scientists stand or sit, however you wish to do it, who affirm God's existence. Nicholas Copernicus, father of the heliocentric theory of the solar system, the universe has been wrought for us by a supremely good and orderly creator. Max Planck, originator of quantum theory. Religion is the link that binds man to God. Hey, he got it right. He must have read Thomas Aquinas. Resulting from the respectful humility before a supernatural power to which all human life is subject and which controls our will and woe. Johannes Kepler, German mathematician and astronomer, known for Kepler's laws of planetary motion. Praise and glorify with me the wisdom and greatness of the Creator, which I have revealed in a deeper explication of the form of the universe, in an investigation of the causes, and in my detection of the deceptiveness of sight. May God, who is the most admirable in his works, deign to grant us the grace to bring to light and illuminate the profundity of his wisdom in the visible and accordingly intelligible creation of this world. Isaac Newton, Robert Grosseteste, Bishop of Lincoln in England, who pioneered that branch of science called optics. Roger Bacon, English Franciscan monk, whose writings predicted the construction of the telescope and laid the groundwork for the scientific method. Gregor Mendel, Augustinian monk, priest who was the founder of genetics. Georges Lemaitre, one of the two who independently came up with the theory of the Big Bang, which was in 1927, empirically verified through the Hubble telescope in, I think, 1931 it was. Albert Einstein initially rejected the idea and theory, but then with the Hubble telescope, Teletubbies, or whatever that's called, Hubble telescope, Albert Einstein affirmed it. So the point here is that, listen, if you're one who's inclined to be swayed by those in authority, even scientific authorities, listen, these scientists today stand upon the shoulders of giants, scientists who were actually clergymen, right? So if you're scientifically inclined and you're kind of only going to believe scientists and what they say about God, well, this would be a good arrow for that particular target, right? Granted, The same principle applies. I'm not going to believe in God because these smart scientists way back when said that God exists. I need to investigate it for myself. But if to start the investigation, to be at least inclined to get one caring about the God question, I think this could be helpful. So my dear friends, now we know what religion is. We know some reasons why we should care about religion. And now we're aware, at least, of some of the reasons why people give, why they do not care about religion. And some tools that we have now, some arrows in the quiver, to try to help those people overcome those obstacles. Amen? Amen. All right, so that concludes my presentation, Religion, Why Should I Care? You think that would be a good book? Amen. Yeah? Good book in the future? All right. Todd Aglioloro, Chief Editor of Catholic Answers Press. You got your answer right here. All right. So in the remaining time that we have, any questions or comments or anything? Yes, Margaret. Yeah.
For rationality, how would you explain like these reasons to someone who maybe at least said they rejected rationality?
So maybe they're materialists and they don't even believe that there's rationality. Well, if that's what the question refers to, you do not, let's say we're in a dialogue, right? And you reject rationality. So you reject rational thinking, you reject intellectual cognition, right? Precisely because we're pure material beings with nothing of a spiritual nature. My response would be, well, the very activity that you're engaging in denying rationality entails rationality. If what you are saying to me, there is no rationality in us, is merely the byproduct of random processes of the material constituents that make your body up, then there is no reason for me to believe your conclusion, there is no rationality in us. So the very denial of rationality takes down with it the very proposition, there is no rationality. So that would be an approach or a path I would begin to take to try to assess and identify the logic embedded in the objection, and then tease it out, and then apply the principle, right, to the objection itself. And often when you do that, it falls apart. It's very similar to relativism, right? We've all heard there's no absolute truth. Well, is that absolutely true? Yes, it's absolutely true. So it's absolutely true that there's no absolute truth, right? So we took the principle, and if there is no absolute truth, then you can't say that's absolutely true, right? Which refutes relativism. So you take the principle of the objection, apply it to the objection itself, press it, and see if it falls apart. In this case, it would fall apart because it would take down the very claim that there is no rationality itself, because that itself is the product of rationality. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, why is God our final end? Great question, and it has to do with God being the ultimate good. So let's get back to the concept of an end, right? So an end is that to which we are naturally directed, stated differently, that in which a thing finds its perfection. Okay, so think of the oak tree. The oak tree, given the kind of thing that it is naturally directed to certain things that constitutes what is good for it, right? Nutrients from the earth, good for tree. Why? Because that's an end of the tree. The tree is naturally directed to acquire that for its flourishing, for its perfection, for its actualization, for its actuality, to use the Aristotelian jargon there. So whatever is the end of a thing, that to which a thing is naturally directed, is that in which the thing will find its perfection. That in which the thing will find its perfection is its good. Okay? Now, when I philosophically investigate God, not only as the source of my being, but also the ultimate good, right? A single good, a good beyond which there is no good to be desired. And I realize as a rational animal, I fundamentally desire what is good. Getting back to I can only choose something insofar as I perceive it to be a good to be possessed for my perfection. So when I realize, right, I'm naturally ordered to achieve good, right, what is good for me. And then I come to reason that God is the ultimate good, beyond which there's no greater good to be desired. Well, then I come to the conclusion that I am naturally ordered to desire this ultimate good. I realized that initially in desiring this finite, limited good, I desire good in general. I come to know God as the ultimate good, and so therefore, God is my ultimate end. That which I naturally desire to be possessed for my perfection, for my happiness, for my satisfaction, for my flourishing, for my actualization. Does that make sense? Absolutely. Because the very definition of God is goodness itself, being itself, ipsum esse subsistens, right? Inasmuch as God is being itself, subsistent esse, subsistent being itself, he is subsistent goodness itself. Because remember, from your philosophy class, goodness is a transcendental, right? It's being, but from a certain perspective. It's being as desired. Being as desired. So think about what is truth, ontological truth, as a transcendental. Being, reality, as known, right? Okay? So it's basically being, but from a certain perspective, it's being as known. There's an intelligibility there that my intellect maps onto, right? And I come to know it. That's truth, ontologically speaking. Being, from this perspective, as that which I desire to possess because I know that being is going to fulfill my being, my perfection, my satisfaction, my actualization of my full potentials, right? The maximum capacity. That's being as desired. That's what we call good, right? Now, in self-reflection, I come to realize I naturally desire good. What is my good? It's my end, that which I'm ordered to. It's being that which is desired, being as desired. So I come to know God as the ultimate being or the ultimate good. I naturally desire I desire good, and so I come to conclude that God is my ultimate end. Evil is not the lack of everything, because a tree does not have sight, but that does not mean it is an evil for the tree not to see. Evil is a lack of what is due to the thing. So, if I am naturally ordered to God by nature, that is what is due to me, it is an evil for me to lack that order to God as my end, i.e., engaging in behavior that's conflicting with that order to God as my end. Right? That's why we say certain behaviors are evil, because they lack the proper due order to God as in. Some behavior is outside of that order and actually conflicting with that order, going against that order. That's why we say it's evil. So, dog does not have sight, born blind, human being born blind, evil. Why? It's a lack of a due good, a lack of a due actuality, a lack of a due perfection. See? That's evil. Does that make sense? So, evil is parasitic on good. You cannot have evil without first having the concept of good as that which is due. All right. Okay. So, relationship with abusive boyfriend, lack of due good, evil. Because the order, right, that is due to you from him to you is lacking. There is a lack of due order, and therefore a lack of due good towards you, and thus evil. Does that make sense? Okay. All right, yes. Over here. You had your question. Hands up.
So with like courage or something, right? Like as a virtue, like there's evil in the world,
The virtue by which I'm able to face and overcome the difficulty in pursuit of the good.
Yeah, and I think the deliverable is very clear, like a job well done or a place well defended. I think the virtue for religion, like the deliverable of the virtue of religion, at least in a natural sense, is difficult to see as a
Agreed. Agreed.
And I think it's almost like, well, okay, so what's the aim of courage for like this reality, right? What's the aim of religion? Well, it's to address the reality of God. And I think it makes it a bit difficult to believe in God when the deliverable of religion is difficult to discern. And I think it almost like forces you to say, well, like Jesus had to come down and explain it to us because of how difficult that
Aquinas would agree with you, brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the answer.
Yeah. So
Like to argue that to an atheist and to explain like what is religion and why should you care when there's no observable deliverable, right?
you have articulated it beautifully. I like how you've presented it as the deliverable, the observable deliverable good. That which religion delivers to us, the good, is non-observable. Elements, but in its core, that's right, in its essence, it is non-observable because the good that we are articulating here is the good of the proper relationship that we have with God, the proper order that we have with God, whom is not visible to us but is invisible, thus requiring climbing the intellectual ladder, which is spiritual in nature. But because the people to whom we minister are so entrenched in the visible and have lost the capacity to engage, to even begin to climb I shouldn't say lost the capacity because reason is still there, but is dormant. The skill with which we used as human beings to be able to climb the intellectual ladder to the heights of spiritual things is very low and lacking among many in contemporary culture. So I agree 100% that it is extremely difficult to articulate the deliverable good in a way that someone is going to be able to receive it. This is why your role in media, if you're training in media, is so important. Because that is your job, to take that which is spiritual and give it some flesh, right? Beauty, that's right. And I think there's an element to beauty in evangelization because think about it. If it's insight in mind, right? And so if we can develop a culture where we are, the enemy does it. The enemy paints a narrative, constructs a narrative, right? And if people are constantly bombarded with that narrative without critically analyzing it and thinking through it, sifting through the smoke, they're going to buy it because it's insight in mind. So our role is to try to get in positions where we can begin painting or constructing the narrative of the beauty to show visibly the temporal benefits of peace, harmony within family life, within husband and wife relationship, parent-child relationship, harmony within the workplace, harmony with creation, whenever there is a proper order to God. Because the enemy constructs a narrative where when you do not have a proper order to God, which we all know, sleeping around with everybody, there are benefits, right? Because the picture that is portrayed in contemporary culture is you can do all of the bad stuff that we know is bad, no bad negative consequences, it's all hunky-dory, it's beautiful, etc. I can be happy, put a smile on somebody, and you can sell anything, right? And I think there's an element there because what they're trying to do is construct this narrative that this particular behavior is associated with happiness. And happiness within the body, which we're rational animals, so happiness consists, there's parts of happiness that consist in the body as well, and temporal benefits, temporal elements of happiness. So it's our job, I think, especially within media, is to be able to begin constructing that narrative to where we're going to associate the proper order with God with the good consequences and good behavior. I mean, we do this with children, right? My 4-year-old, I cannot sit him down and philosophically reason to him why he needs to pursue the good. So when he does not pursue the good, what do? I inflict a little bit of displeasure in a variety of forms, within reason. All right? I do not abuse my 4-year-old, okay? But the essence of punishment is to associate displeasure with bad behavior. Why? Because the proper order is good behavior is associated with pleasure. That's how God made us. Happiness, good behavior. Non-happiness, bad behavior. Make sense? So, within contemporary culture, to try to paint this picture of where, when you have a proper order with God, happiness, and even temporal happiness. Not proper order with God, negativity, ugliness, non-beauty, right? The beauty has to be with the order with God. The lack of beauty has to be in the disorder. And it's the opposite in contemporary culture. So I agree that the proper order with God, because it is of a spiritual nature, it is very difficult for people in our contemporary culture who are far removed from this sort of these ways of thinking to buy it. But nevertheless, we know it's true, and we can articulate it. If somebody's willing to walk that path of intellection, right, we got it. But what we have to do, and I agree it's difficult, figure out ways how to put some flesh on those bones. Yeah, follow up, and then we'll go somewhere else. Yeah.
Because it is like the queen of all the moral virtues. I was thinking that maybe they observed all the other virtues as parts of a whole rather than like individual pieces, and then sort of followed like the purpose of those to its logical conclusion.
Yes.
Like, all right, well, like why do you do that? Well, for this reason. Well, why that reason? For that reason. And then you ultimately, I think, get to this sort of point of, well, like I'm trying something, and then I don't know if they can explain it exactly, but then it's like, well, God is being, God is
Yeah.
goodness, God is all these things. That's what you're trying to connect to, and you know it's outside of you, but also, you know.
Yeah, so it's a matter of finding something more immediate and then using those immediate goods, immediate payoffs of satisfaction to lead to that which is more remote, which is the end that God is, right? I mean, this is just the levels of happiness, right? I mean, we get kinds of happiness with physical pleasure, material goods, right? Because and that's immediate, and it's easy to often it's easy to acquire. Then, like, you move up to other goods like winning in competition, right? Now that is immediate satisfaction when we win, but it's a little bit more remote than the immediate goods of food, drink, sexual pleasure. Then you got higher goods of human relationships. That's a little bit more remote, and we could start with this sort of hierarchy of goods and saying, look, there's deliverables here, but notice how even in your human relationships, you agree that there's deliverables there, there's payoffs there, right? And it's not as immediate as like food and drink, but they're still goods. So I'm simply proposing to you that there is a higher good that is a little bit more remote, right? Spiritually speaking, the payoff is not as immediate and easy as food and drink. But if you can see the ascendancy of the goods and how we relate to those goods, at least there's a rationale there as to why the proper order to God might not be as immediate in its deliverable and its payoff. So it's a matter of just trying to start with what is more immediate. And I mean, Aquinas does this, right? We start with what is most evident to us, and then we reason to that which is not most evident to us. And this gets to the last part of your question where you said, you know, the reason why God sends his son Jesus to reveal these things to us. In the beginning questions of the prima pars of the Summa Theologiae, Aquinas starts off asking, you know, why is there a need for divine revelation? And one of the reasons he gives is that because even the natural truths that we possibly cannot come to know by reason alone, they're difficult to come to know and to be known. And so for the sake of easing the difficulty, God reveals even the natural truths to us via supernatural means to help those who are unable to go through the difficulty to come to the knowledge of these truths, you know? So is there difficulty? Yes. Does revelation help? Yes. So those are some thoughts. Very good questions. All right, go ahead. Actually, I think you were first, but we'll go ahead. All right. Yeah. Yeah, man, those are the $1,000,000 questions, right? That there's no silver bullet answer. So my thoughts in response to those types of questions is that, first of all, we have to be equipped with the knowledge for when the opportunity arises to be able to navigate those waters and lead the individual intellectually to these truths, right? If they're even willing to go there. Because sometimes they're just so closed off. If they're not willing to play ball, you can't play ball. If they're not willing to engage in an honest intellectual investigation, right, and just talk about these things, then it's not wise to force it, right? So if they are closed off, the best response is, if you have the opportunity to be in friendship with them, to where you are a person they can trust, that you're a credible witness, not just to Christianity, but a credible witness to the relationship that you're going to have with them, so that he or she can trust you in this relationship. And all we can do in that circumstance is be asking for God's guidance and the hope and the opportunity to be able to engage in a conversation about these most important things in life, right? So you always start with the little things, right? So if this person can begin trusting you on the minor mundane things of life, right? He might be willing to trust you on higher things, about higher things. One cool thing, I mean, I'm just shooting from the hip here. If you can demonstrate not only trust, but wisdom, that you're actually wise about certain things that this individual goes through, about life just in general, right? You know a lot of things, right? Somehow that you can impress that person to say, wow, that person's actually a source of knowledge. And that's what's going to be in the subconscious, right? I can not only trust this person as a friend, but I know that if I ask this person something, he might very well know it, right? So if you establish that credibility with the individual, you know, maybe the individual might be willing to ask you about the important things of life. Another thought that comes to mind is a person will never appreciate the solution unless they first feel the weight of the problem. So in conversation, in those intimate moments in conversation with your friend, being slowly but surely and gently trying to lead them to get them to tell their story and articulate their problem. And that can just come by, you know, natural questions that you're just engaging with them in. You know, what's wrong, what's going on, why this, why that. And when they begin to articulate those problems, you might find ways in which you can subtly offer possible solutions to the problem. Or even just ask them, have you ever thought about a possible solution to the problem? Like, what do you think is the solution? Do you think there is a solution? What if there were a solution to the problem, right? I know one philosopher friend of mine, when he teaches on sort of this topic of religion in general, he starts, so when I gave the reason because we care about happiness, that was a positive approach. I failed to mention that you can also take a negative approach and identify the problems of happiness. So any material, any good of this life that we pursue, whatever it may be, and whatever perceived good, it's always going to sell us short in some way, right? And even if we acquire it, we're always going to have the fear hanging over our head of losing it, right? So I might be some narcissistic jerk who's always wanting to win competition, right? Well, I'm never going to be sufficiently happy because even if I'm on top winning, I'm always going to be concerned about what? Losing, right? And so that's a problem of happiness, because if that's my happiness, I'm never going to be completely satisfied, right? Even the goods of this life, house, car, clothes, health, right? Whatever it may be, these are goods that can be taken away like that, right? Natural disaster can come and wipe out my nice fancy schmancy house and fancy schmancy car, right? I could get deathly ill or get some skin disease. I might be the most beautiful person in the whole entire planet. I get some skin disease, and then there goes that beauty, right? And so we can articulate sort of this problem of happiness and then begin asking, well, golly, is there any solution? Like, is happiness really achievable if I always have the threat of losing the good I'm acquiring for happiness, or the good always shortchanging me, leaving me to desire more? So if we can articulate the problem of happiness, feel the weight of the problem, then that might provide an opportunity to be able to share a possible solution to the problem and engage in that conversation. Like, what do you think the solutions might be? Is it suicide? And then think about that, you know. What are the benefits of that, and what are the negative consequences of that? Is it just go play golf all day, you know, or play video games all day? You know, is that the solution to the problem of happiness? And try to articulate some of the negative roadblocks in that route, right? And then you might have an opportunity to say, well, I have a possible solution that you might want to consider, you know, and then you say, religion, right? Psychological barriers go up, and then it might be some of these, and you might have the knowledge on hand to be able to help the individual overcome those obstacles. So I'm just shooting from the hip here. Those are some thoughts that I have. But the bottom line, Joseph, right? The bottom line is that every individual person, every individual circumstance is going to be different. And so we have to just do what we can to study, right? And not only study and learn to know, but be virtuous and live in accord with that truth, right? So we can be a credible witness, right? If we're able to witness by word, we're going to witness by our life and our actions, right? But if we have the opportunity to witness by word, we need our life backing up, our life testimony backing up that which we're going to proclaim. Because as Pope St. Paul VI said in Evangelii Nuntiandi, his apostolic exhortation in 1975 on evangelization, nobody is going to believe you unless you're first a credible witness, you know? So I'm not a big fan of, like, always preach the gospel and when necessary use words, because, I mean, there's some truth to that. People often say that in the sense that, well, don't worry about that intellectual apologetic stuff. Just live your faith, right? If that's the vibe, then I dismiss it. But if it is that our testimony of word has to match up with our testimony of life, then I affirm that 100%. So, anything else? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. Mm. Yeah, well, with regard to the New Age spirituality, unfortunately, this is one area that we as Catholics are weak in dealing with specifically, like, you know, this particular belief of the New Age spirituality and on down the line. Now, we have a robust intellectual tradition that can address these elements just by looking to what we have and then saying, yeah, well, this particular element here, we can refute that with this arrow in our quiver, right? And this particular element here, we can, like, for example, you know, I did this when I first started working with Catholic Answers and talking about the yoga spirituality of sort of becoming one with reality, right? Where God, we are God, right? That is a part of the New Age spirituality where we come to discover our divine consciousness and realize that we are God. I was watching Fox News the other night, and Jesse Waters was interviewing some lady who heads a retreat center where they smoke toad venom. They smoke toad venom, and it gives them this, like, high euphoria experience. And she said it on national television, I become God. I felt that. And so Jesse Waters said, did you feel like you were God? Yes, I felt like I was God. So the point being is that it is legitimate, it is a part of this understanding that we become God or God, and we have to come to know that. Well, I can pull the arrow from our quiver of classical theism and say, God can't be material. You're material. Therefore, you're not God, right? And so we can refute at least that element of the New Age spirituality. And there's going to be other elements of the New Age spirituality that when we analyze it, we're going to see how it conflicts with what we know by way of philosophy. Obviously, much of it's going to conflict with what we know by revelation through Jesus Christ, but it's also going to conflict with what we know through philosophy. So that's just sort of a general strategy that, just like anything, I'm going to take the philosophical and theological tradition that I have as a Catholic to bear on that which I analyze, whatever part of the New Age spirituality. Now, I have not done a lot of research in the New Age spirituality to be able to articulate doctrines A through Z and refute all of them. I just haven't done that yet. I would hope to do that because it'd be a lot of fun, I think. But this gets to your second part of your question because it's kind of a hip thing, right? And it's actually not new, right? All of the philosophical ideas that are embedded in the New Age spirituality, they go back centuries, right? And St. Thomas Aquinas was dealing with these ideas, at least, in his day, and refuting them through his philosophical enterprise of proving God's existence and the attributes of God and looking at philosophical anthropology, or the nature of the human being, you see? So it's just a matter of taking that intellectual tradition and bringing it to bear on these issues within New Age spirituality. So that's about as far as I can go with regard to that. Now, I suppose I can go a little bit further. With regard to this idea of we should only hop on the bandwagon of what is progressive and new and reject that which is old, well, getting back to our rational nature, I'm not interested in what is old or new. I'm interested in what is true. That rhymed. Old or new is true. So it's a matter of trying to get the person to consider the idea that what really matters is if it's true. And if it's true, it doesn't matter if it's something, that was explained in the Middle Ages or medieval times, or something that is new. The question is it true or not? Now, if the person is not concerned with what is true, well, then that's going to be a whole new ball game that we're going to have to play, and trying to get that person to come to the awareness that there is such a thing as true. And that's where your whole apologetics in response to relativism comes into play, and demonstrating how, you cannot deny the proposition there is no truth lest you undermine the very relativism that you espouse, right? And to show that there is a truth, rooting it in the principle of non-contradiction, something cannot both be and not be in the same respect, same place and time, right? And defending that principle. And then you start building up from there, that fundamental principle of being and of reason. So these are just ideas that are coming in. So depending upon what the situation is and where this person's at is going to determine what route I take in the conversation with them. Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. Maura Noonan, Ransomed from Darkness. She was involved in that. There's also another lady that used to be on at Catholic Answers for Catholic Answers Live. I can't remember her name. Her name is slipping my mind, but she was heavily involved in New Age spirituality, came out of it, practicing Catholic. And what you'll find for these individuals, they will do a great job in articulating many of their beliefs within that New Age spirituality and exposing it. And we sort of like intuitively react and say, yeah, that ain't right? That's anti-Christian, etc. But what's often lacking is the intellectual rigor in order to respond and refute those ideas. And that's where there's sort of a need in contemporary Catholic literature of sort of a robust tackling of these issues, not just from a biblical perspective, but from a philosophical perspective. So maybe that's another book in the pipeline for me as well. Yeah, what you got, brother?
I was wondering, how would you refute the idea that, God is, because I've heard this from a friend of mine, he believes that God's evil or God's, a neutral being, and, sort of finds, God's will sort of opposes, our goodness, I guess? How would you sort of,
Well, as articulated like that, there's very little to grab onto in order to run with it. and tangle with it and engage it because it's really vague. So my first response would be just to simply be asking questions. You know, if you say God is evil, well, what do you mean by evil, right? First, give me a definition of evil, and then I can either deny or affirm of God, right? And we can have a discussion with regard to that. Whether, based upon the way you articulated, I picked up on something, maybe God opposing what's good for us. Well, there is a line of reasoning that we could take there, and it would presuppose that God is perfect goodness itself, and that God cannot not love himself, right? So this would require a lot of philosophical effort in arriving at the conclusion that God, given the very definition of God, he cannot do anything that would not be loving of himself, right? Once again, this is based upon our understanding of God as being ultimately perfect. And what we say is he's his own end, right? He is his own perfection. So like me, I'm like not my own end. I have to achieve my perfection, which allows for the possibility to deviate from my perfection. God is his own end, so he is his own perfection. So God cannot help but love himself. He cannot do anything that is non-loving of himself. Once I establish that philosophically, then I look at this proposed idea of God commanding something that's contrary to my good, right? Like say, for example, God commanding me to sin. Can God do that? Well, the idea, the metaphysical conclusion is no. Why? Because insofar as God would command me to sin, he would be doing something that's non-loving of himself. Because in commanding me to sin, he would be commanding me to turn away from him as my ultimate end. But to turn away from him as my ultimate end is to not love God. So if God is commanding me to turn away from him as my ultimate end, God is not loving himself. Does that make sense? Well, that's the point. God does not, because he is ultimately perfect, God does not need us to love him in the sense of adding anything to himself. God, I suppose there is a partial truth that God cannot command us to not love him, because that would entail a metaphysical impossibility of God not loving himself. It'd be like saying God can create a rock that's too big for him to lift, right? That is not possible, precisely because it entails a violation of the principle of non-contradiction. You would be saying God is omnipotent and not omnipotent in the same respect at the same place and time. Thus, it cannot be. To say that God cannot love himself would be to say that God is the ultimately perfect being and not ultimately perfect being in the same respect, the same place and time. So whatever God commands us to do, it must be consistent with God loving himself. That does not mean he needs our love in the sense that we're going to add something to him, because if it were possible for us to add some perfection to God, that would imply the possibility of God not being perfect. And thus he would be God and not be God in the same respect, in the same place and time, which cannot be. So if God is the ultimately perfect being, then he can by nature only command us to do something that is consistent with him loving himself. Otherwise, we'd have God, not God, in the same respect at the same place and time. So it's in virtue of the metaphysical principle of non-contradiction and what we know about God as being perfect being itself that leads us to the conclusion that he cannot command us to do anything that would be contrary to our ultimate good, which is, or proper order to him. Right? That is correct, yes. To posit the idea that God could command us to do something that is not properly ordered to him, that's like saying God could create a rock that's too heavy for him to lift. When you unpack the meaning of that statement, you come out with violation of the principle of non-contradiction. When you unpack this, the idea that God could command us to do something that's not properly ordered to him as our end, when you unpack that, you come out with violation of the principle of non-contradiction. So, is that difficult to do? Yes. But we can do it. if the person is willing. Here's the bottom line, getting back to the evangelization thing. If they're serious about it, then let's go. But listen, if you're going to pose these questions and these objections, but you don't really give a flip about engaging them, well, I ain't going to waste my time, you know? Let's talk about the football game or something. Because really, you're posing the objections just to mock and to make fun. You're not really interested in the truth. And if you're not willing to play ball, the game of truth seeking, then I'm not going to play, right? I'm just going to be wasting my time. And in that case, you ain't my problem. You God's problem, right? Now, if you're willing to play the truth seeking game, then that is a situation where God is calling me, right? Commanding me to engage. And then if I don't, then I'd be non-properly related to God as my ultimate end. It would be a violation of the act of religion, of an act of religion, right? But listen, if God is, and ultimately, the only reason why you're going to be interested or not interested is because God gives you the grace or permits you not to have the grace, right? Because if you are interested, that's a good, and all good things come from God. If you're not interested, well, God ain't giving the good at this moment in time. So if you're not interested, it's not my problem. That's God's problem. He didn't give you the grace right now to be interested in the truth-seeking game. But if He did give the grace, well, then I need to respond, you see. Does that make sense? And I think understanding that framework can relieve a lot of pressure for us in evangelization. I know from my own personal experience, man, when I just started in apologetics, I was like, oh my gosh, am I like doing the right thing and not in evangelizing right now or not evangelizing? Am I going to be like offending God by not evangelizing right now, right? And just scrupulosity. But then I came to realize, look, I can't be the savior of everybody. And God gives the grace to inspire interest for some, not others. He gave the grace to Peter to repent, not Judas. Why? I have no idea. We might not even know on the other side of the veil in the beatific vision. But the point is I know that God gives the grace to some and doesn't to others. For whatever reason, and He might give the grace at some other point in time. And so that relieves a lot of pressure for us to know that, yeah, I might not be like messing up the whole divine plan or something by not evangelizing. Okay. Yes, thank you very much, because I didn't know how long we were going. All right. Okay. Articulate it, summarize it succinctly.
So I'm going to try to summarize this, but talking about religion, why care? So it's this. I think it. So my question is we're talking about obviously the religion of the faith, the Catholic faith.
Well, actually, not yet. I'm glad you brought that up. Let me just pause right here, because everything we've articulated is based upon the fundamental level of reason, just simply by coming to know that God exists and the proper relation we're going to have to God as the source of our being and our end. Muslims could affirm, Jews could affirm everything that we've articulated now. Now, if it's an atheist community, like they deny God's existence, well, then obviously they're not going to be talking about this stuff. Go.
Another thing is so religion in a sense, for me, at least the way I think about it is, even if you have Buddhism, Hinduism, all these different religions, all these different faiths, they all seem to coordinate to seeking that truth or some sort of truth. Like obviously it's not the full truth, and God is the full truth and Christ is the full truth, but it's this idea that humanity in of itself searches for a truth that is hard to find, and so they try to find reasoning and
Sure.
Like wait a minute, I don't quite understand this supposed God figure, if you will, so I'm going to kind of in a sense be my own God, but at the same time still reflect back on God. So it's this it's really weird, and so I think the whole idea, the whole structure of reasoning and truth and religion is that idea that we want to find the truth that is hard to comprehend with our minds.
Sure.
And so we reflect on some divine being, and then at the same time there are those that just object that idea, but then at the same time they're not really objecting to the full idea that there's some higher being, but you know what I mean. So it's
Yeah, so what
coordinate between all that.
Yeah, so what you're articulating there is the innate desire for truth. And that's right. There's a natural tendency to know reality in virtue of being a rational animal. Every man desires to know And in as much as we have this natural tendency, there's a natural ordering to God as our ultimate end. Now, we know through our philosophical investigation what that end goal is, but I might not know and just realize, man, I got this desire to know things and know truth, right? And in as much as one honestly pursues that truth and begins to live in accord with the truth that one comes to discover, this is why, getting to church teaching, the church teaches that it's possible for somebody to receive the graces of salvation from God in ways mysterious, known only to Him, for that person who is honestly on the trajectory to the truth, coming to know what is truth according to his own capabilities, living in accord with that truth, and is not responsible for his ignorance of what we know to be true, and making erroneous intellectual judgments. But I don't know why, only God knows why, there are erroneous intellectual judgments. He may not be responsible for his erroneous intellectual judgments, and if not, then not culpable. And if he's on the trajectory to truth, ultimately he's on the trajectory to God. That's not sufficient to get to heaven. You need grace, but God can give the grace to the person who has not made the positive act of will to say no to that which he comes to know as true, good, and beautiful. This is the fundamental basis or the rationale behind the church's teaching on the possibility of salvation outside of the visible boundaries of the Catholic Church. So I think that's what you're getting at there. Yes. Amen. So the beauty of it is that we can look to a non-Christian religious community and see that there's going to be some overlaps of some principles that we affirm because they've arrived at some natural truths just like we have, right? And then there's going to be some things that we would judge to be erroneous because they're flawed in their thinking. And so that's the good of natural knowledge, right? Of philosophical knowledge. And the Catechism actually teaches this. And in evangelization, the good of natural knowledge of God enables us to engage in dialogue with non-Christian religions. So this is why fideism is so bad, to say that it's only divine revelation and not philosophy. You're cutting us off from all of those who do not have access to divine revelation through Christ. All right, so thank you so much for your time and your attention. God bless you all. Maybe we can do it again sometime, huh? All right, you heard that, Michaela? Yes. All right, there you are.
Just another, I would love to add another round of applause. Thank you so much for staying so long, answering all of our questions, bringing like the most amazing enthusiasm on a Sunday night. Like what? That's awesome. Like I strive to be like that. So thank you so much, and we would love to have you back.
Yeah, I'd love to come back anytime.
Woo!
All right. Yeah, sure, man.
Just wanted to say thank you very much.
All right, Sophia.
I needed that.
Yeah, some good intellectual stimulation. Margaret, thank you. God bless you all. Thanks for coming. All right, you ready? Let's do